scenario for the Trump team is that you would get a decision in one of these cases that in one of these states that they're trying to bring a suit against, and then it's very hard to sort of overcome that in the courts. However, there's no legal basis for the state officials to stop doing a count right now.
And they are continuing to do that. We are seeing the video tonight of counts happening in several key battleground states. Still, of course, we are largely focusing on Pennsylvania because that is a big one tonight. Barrett Berger, it is always wonderful to have you on. It feels like it's been a while. I do have a feeling that we might be talking to you again in this election cycle.
Happy to be here.
Thanks. We'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind-standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us.
They're trying to make a mockery of the election of this country.
NBC News is projecting Joe Biden the winner of the key battleground state of Michigan.
What we see here is a bit of a contentious scene as earlier today, huge groups of self-proclaimed poll watchers, most of them GOP, converged on the center.
The Trump campaign is now announcing that they will request a recount in Wisconsin.
Get that recount done so we can move on with our lives.
Yeah, I hear you, man, Fred. Yeah, the mainstream media is crazy. You know, these journalists, they don't know what they're doing. They're very biased. You know, like me, it's like I don't really care about politics, but the reason why I actually want Trump to win is for a particular reason. You know, and Biden, you know, he's a part of the what do you call it? The Clinton machine. The whole reason is the main reason for Biden is not Biden. It's Harris. Harris is the one. Harris is the person they actually want in. That's the end game. That's the end game. This guy, he gets in office, gets a heart attack. You guys don't understand how the Clintons are. Oh, you know, you look at his story when he was governor. Oh, you come out and talk bad about them. Oh, so-and-so, they found him in a pool. He, quote unquote, committed suicide with 2 bullets in the back of his head. How do you commit suicide? You know, shooting in the back of your head. So that's why the Clinton machine is very dangerous. So, you know, Biden, he's just their puppet. That's all. So, yeah. Joe Biden is life. Was it? This guy, this orange guy, he coming out here telling y'all he won. We need to wait till all the votes are counted. And then the president told me, these Democrats, these liberals, fake news, they are reporting Sleepy Joe won. I don't understand. Every poll shows I'm winning the election. We must take this to the court. The American people have spoken. America is doing great. Let's make America great again. Let's keep it great. Go out there and vote. You know, so yeah. Yeah, Tyrone, I'm telling you, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the media is playing games. I think they're doing this on purpose because I think they want to keep people in a suspense. So they it's kind of like they're playing with people's emotion. That's the game. That's the game they're playing right now. It's ridiculous. You know, before I go to bed, I'll drop into link. Whoever wants to come on, they're welcome to. But you know, I basically started this stream so you guys can keep watching while I take a nap because I really need to take a nap because I gotta go back to work at 11:30. So, but I know you guys, you know, want to stay too. Like I know it's addicting, you know, it's very addicting. But yeah, this thing is wild. It's ridiculous. But what I'll probably do is, by the time I wake up, you know, I probably won't post any live. Any live news, but what I'll do is I'll probably go live and basically just talk about this whole situation. And I'll probably because I'll be on the road driving, so I'll probably be on my phone speaking. So my audio may not be as good as it is right now, but I would love to, you know, for those people who are going to be awake around 2-3 a.m. on our side, you know, Central, you'll be welcome to join me. I don't know if DJ Kuda is going to go live tonight. We'll see. But if not, I'll probably just fire up a stream and just talk about this whole election thing. And anybody will be welcome to chime in, you know. So, hey, look at this lady wearing that crazy mask. Hey, you guys know my picture, my favorite. The dumb sheep obey me. Wear the mask and perish. So yeah, you guys keep enjoying the stream. Yeah, Third World, this is all bull, man. Yeah, it's like he got stuck there. But watch this, Third World. All the numbers that quote unquote Biden is getting are from the state. They say, well, we need to wait till all the numbers come in. And then if Trump comes and say, well, no, he's going ahead of time, and then they come out and say, oh, well, based on our our perspective, it looks like Biden is gonna win Michigan, but they're still counting. They just, man, what's our entanglement? You're crazy. Oh, Manfred, I was asking if someone wanted to jump in a panel to talk to me. Remember that link to StreamYard, right? If you click on it, you can come in, basically talk to me. That's why when I say join the panel, I was basically saying that whoever who's in the chat and they want to jump in on the panel to talk about this whole thing before I go to bed, they're welcome to. No, actually, Trump is leading in Georgia by 3 points. And there is no way it have to be some invisible ballots that Biden was hiding to basically win in Georgia. Impossible. Georgia was always red. And the reason why they're still waiting because Atlanta has a large population. So they're waiting for the votes from there. So, yeah. Hey, Manfred, that's okay, man. We understand you. When you speak English, we understand you. Don't worry, man. Hey, I'm a foreigner myself. English is not my first language, so don't worry. The brothers are here. The people they won't mind. If you have an accent, don't worry, man. This is the accent sphere. We welcome all people from different accents. No, in a way, no, I wasn't because. You have to understand a lot of Latinos, right? Because the way the media was talking about, they say, oh, Latinos for Biden. Bro, a lot of Latinos that come here legally, right? They want to make money. The Democrats don't want you to make money. They want you to be dependent on the government. Trump is saying, hey, I'm going to, you're a businessman. I'm going to make things easier for you so you can make that money. Foreigners come here to make money, not to be dependent on the government. So that's why, to talk about, what we're going to do is all the quote unquote 11 million illegals, we need to give them a process to become legal. Oh, why? Because so they can get the vote. That's all they care about. That's all they care about. It's crazy, man. Hey, I tell you, man, this election gives good content for all of us out here trying to be, content creators. So I kind of like this. I'm like, man, I didn't even realize on my other channel, Fasting is Live, I'm getting people from other countries jumping in. And how did they find it? I guess the algorithm somehow put me out in the map so people can find me. I was actually shocked. Let's see what Toro says. I saw something on the news. That's a majority of Houston voted for Biden. Yeah, you want to know why? Because Houston is always blue every election. Because remember, all quote unquote Democrats, they're always in big cities. I mean, you already know Houston, your majority black and Hispanics, right? And whites. Here's another thing people don't realize: America is only 13. I mean, Black American population is only 13% of the U.S. population. Who do you think is the majority on quote unquote health? How I keep forgetting the word. People who are on financial assistance. Guess who's the majority? The majority of the country. Because you can see a lot of people when they hear, people who need help in society, people who are struggling, the poor. What is when it comes to demographic, what number of the population are poor in large number? Caucasian Americans. It's logical. But see, that's what I say, the media, the way black people struggle, but black people are only 13% of the population. So in those countries, those cities where it's gonna go Democrat, guess who's the majority there? Quote unquote white liberals. That's the logical answer. Like, come on, it's like hello. But see, remember, the media is all about divide and conquer. They want to put an image. So if you're dumb and you don't think for yourself, you're gonna be always assuming that, well, whenever you think about minorities or poor neighborhood, it's gonna be black people. But that's false. Let's see. Hey, what's up, man? Fred, how you doing, man? Welcome to the panel.
Hey, how are you?
Your volume is low. Can you speak up on the mic so we can hear you? Oh, he fell off. I think he probably have Wi-Fi problems. Yeah, look, was it Arizona? Yeah, 93,000 difference. What's up, Benny Chain? How you doing, man? I see you staying tuned. Yeah. Houston and Austin. But you know what's interesting? Even though Austin, the claim, quote unquote, is like a very liberal, it's actually very conservative. It just depends which area you live in. You know, and that's the thing. We're having a lot of surplus of people coming from like California, New York. All of those people, they're escaping the economy over there, coming here in the South. You know, yes, but you have to understand, Arizona is mostly Hispanic, right? It's border with Mexico. What is the Democrat promising the Hispanic community? Your illegal brothers, we're gonna make them citizen. So it's very that's what I say. People who are in ignorance, because it's people's nature. All of us love free stuff, right? So if you be like, hey, you're in this country illegally, we're gonna hey, look, you know what? Join our side. We support us because we'll make it where you can get paper. You can get paper. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. Think about this, right? If you wanted to come to America to get the American dream, but you're here illegally, and even if you try to get paperwork, America's like, well, you're an illegal. We can't give you paperwork. We can give you a visa, but we're not gonna give you residency or anything, right? And then a politician comes and say, you know what? Get me into the office, and I'll promise you, brothers who are illegal, that I'll give them paper. What are you gonna do? You're gonna jump a wagon. It's all a game. It's all scratch my back, I scratch yours. That's all politics is. It's all a game. It's at the end of the day is what? Money. It's money. The reason why the news is dragging this thing, money. All the views they're getting paid because why? Commercials. It's a big money business right now. So why end it in one day? No, we're not gonna end it one day. We're gonna keep dragging it. Yeah, Austin as well. Okay, bro. Mr. Manfred is back. What's up, bro? I see you got a Wi-Fi connection, huh?
Yeah. How are you?
Good. I think your volume is kind of low. You sound muffled, like. Maybe are you using a mic?
No, I mean the problem is on my iPhone, you know.
Oh, iPhone. Okay. Is there a way, like, can you make the bring the mic close to your mouth? Because
yeah, I try it. I will speak louder.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe because I got a headphone. So
So you say you are not from the US? Yeah, you are an immigrant? Yeah. Or not?
Yeah, I'm originally from Congo, Central Africa.
Okay, great, guys. So what do you think? It's Biden winning or it's Trump winning?
I think Trump is gonna be winning, but like I say, it's too close to call it out, so we're waiting and see. But almost everything is showing that it's gonna be Trump. The media is really panicking because all the states that they're claiming that Biden is winning, the numbers, even if he gets it, we're still not gonna bring him over to the 270 goal. So that's why they're scared. So the states that they're already scared of is the states that actually Trump is leading. Like you see on the screen, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Trump is leading, and what's the other? Georgia, he's leading.
Yeah.
Nevada, they still don't know. So, like I
So
say,
what I don't understand is like the count, like I don't know, 40 hours. I mean, Pennsylvania, for example, um, why they are counting so long? You know, it's for me it's crazy. What they count, you know, it's like you can count, but not only hour after hour after hour after hour. That's crazy. I mean, what's going on there? What do you think? What's going on there?
it's just a process, you know. That, like I told you, each state have their own rules on how they go to do things. That's why you notice other states they finish theirs because they already have a system set up their own way. So at the end of the day, we still, like, when it comes to Pennsylvania, we all have to wait for their way of doing things, you know. So that's the whole thing. Because if you get frustrated, you're like, well, why? It's a well. At the end of the day, we can really know why because that's how they're doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. So what's your favorite? You're for Biden or you're for Trump? For you, what is your?
Yeah, me, I
preference?
already say I don't really care, but I say I'll prefer Trump to be in than Biden. But to me, I don't really care because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who's president. The agenda of the United States of America will still have to go on, regardless of who's president.
Can I ask you a question? Really, it's not bad meaning, but
Oh, go ahead, man. Don't worry.
For me as an European, I don't understand why you have only two parties. And yeah, I know. Every American tell me then, yeah, we have more parties. No, there is no only Democrats and Republicans. But as I always say, but you have only two parties, you know, because it's like you can only vote for Democrats or Republicans. It's when you vote for, I don't know, where is this Libertarian Party? They have no chance,
Yeah.
no chance to come to the Senate or even make a president. For me as an European, that's mean. It's for me, it's more like a, how can I tell you? It's a bad word, but it's a dictatorship. It's like you have two choices. It's like, yeah, you can be for Trump or you can be for Biden. But what is when I don't like Biden or Trump? What I make? What am I ask to the comments? Also, people who watch us. What is when I don't like the two parties? What when I say, yo, no, I don't like Biden and I don't like Trump? What can I make? I can vote for another party who has no chance to come in. It's like crazy.
Yeah, and see, and that's why, like, I'm glad you're on my channel because we talk about a lot of stuff. You have to understand, bro. All of this is an illusion. It's an illusion of choice. America is technically, what do you call it? It's technically a, what do you call it? A monarchy in a way. Why? Because all the presidents are all related. You don't have anybody outside of that family that becomes president. So if you have to dig deeper, you look at it. Well, it's a quote unquote, it's a an electoral system for monarchs every 4 years. It's like you pick your king every 4 years. That's how you should look at it. So the two-party system is just to play division. It's like to see who's gonna lean on one side. But even though we have multiple quote unquote political parties, the reason why there is only two-party system, why? Think about this. America is an eagle, right? You know the symbol of America is an eagle, right?
Yeah.
How many wings does an eagle have?
Two.
Okay, so why would you have multiple parties if you only have two wings?
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. You understand that better than me because I never was in the US. I know about the media and what they tell about us, about America, but maybe you're really right. But for me, it's I don't understand. You know, as an European, I don't understand the system at all. It's like you can. It's like you must allow the idea, that the winner takes it all. It's like you have, for example, I don't know, take any state, Michigan or.
Uh-oh. Looks like you fell off again. Yeah. But you're welcome to come back, bro. I'm gonna keep playing the sound, so whenever you come in, I'll just mute the TV. I mean the news stream. So all right, guys, you keep enjoying the fake news. All right.
Doesn't have automatic recounts, but the state does allow losing candidates to petition one regardless of margin. Requested recounts need to take place within 10 days. Now, Arizona is the outlier here. It's the only state we're watching that doesn't allow candidates to request a recount. That means automatic recounts are the thing to watch here if the margin is within 0.1%. It is 2020, so anything is possible, but based on the latest tally, that does seem unlikely. Look, we're still waiting on all the votes to be counted, but at least we know what we can expect if these battlegrounds enter recount territory.
The fight continues in Nevada. It is a state that President Trump narrowly lost in 2016, but tonight it is still too early to call. Joe Biden is currently leading by more than 8,000 votes. Nevada election officials say they will release more results tomorrow morning. NBC News' Jolene Kent has more from North Las Vegas.
Hey, Allison, we are here in Las Vegas at Clark County Elections Headquarters. And right behind me, you can see these black boxes. Those are the voting machines that have all been returned to Elections Headquarters now that the voting is over. But we are far from getting all of the votes counted here. In fact, we were just talking to the elections official. They say they still don't know how many votes are left to count, but we do know that 6 electoral votes are up for grabs. It's a really important path for Joe Biden for his path to 270 if he is to capture the White House. So taking a look at what's going on here in Nevada, we are being told that overall they're counting, at least here in Clark County, mail-in votes, votes from overseas, votes from disabled people, and taking all of those totals. We'll have an update on that tomorrow. We're also waiting on an update from Reno as well to hear how those votes have been counted in this very tight race. You may remember back in 2016, Hillary here won just barely, edging out President Trump. So President Trump has been campaigning here and certainly a big priority for the Trump campaign. But looking ahead, we're looking at the economic issues here on the ground in Las Vegas. The unemployment here is higher than the national average. And it actually, in our NBC News exit polls, shows the economy is more important here than the handling of the coronavirus. And the reason that matters is that Republicans have been relatively successful in some ways in pinning some of the challenges that the coronavirus economy, this recession we've been facing, on the Democratic governor. And that may affect Biden. But what we do know is mail-in ballots, which are still being counted here in Clark County, historically have favored the Democrats. But again, we just don't know how they're going to fall this time. And you'll also want to remember 2 things. First, the Trump campaign has brought several lawsuits to Clark County and to the state of Nevada about the way that things are being handled. Actually, I believe it's only to the state of Nevada. So there's that one side of it. And the other side is that anyone here can file and ask for a recount. There's no minimum threshold. Anyone can do it. So a campaign can do it, a candidate can do it, and a citizen, once that is requested, they have to do it in 10 days. So we'll see as Clark County, as the state of Nevada counts all these ballots, what's going to come down the pike. But I guess all I have to say on that front is stay tuned, Allison.
Over to Arizona, which is also still too early to call. Joe Biden currently leading President Trump 51 to 47.6. 11 electoral votes are at stake here. NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard has more from Phoenix.
Allison, there are still anywhere from 500,000 to 600,000 outstanding ballots here in the state of Arizona. That margin, that lead for Joe Biden right now is just 3.4%. And when you look at those several 100,000 ballots that are out, there's a lot of question marks about which way they're going to trend. You know, that Joe Biden lead is that just 93,000. And if you do some quick homework, Donald Trump is going to have to take about 58% of that share in order to overcome Joe Biden. And when you look at the late voting, folks that were turning in their mail-in ballots late and folks that were voting in person just yesterday, they were going overwhelmingly, not only in Maricopa County, but across the state, to Donald Trump. Now, the question is, does this batch of several hundred thousand, which about 2/3 of them are from Maricopa County, the other third are from around the rest of the state, do those reflect that? Or, as Democrats suggest, several Democrats suggest to me, that those are folks that Democrats that would typically come out to vote in person on Election Day, or because Democrats were urging folks not to mail their ballot in the last days, that they came and hand dropped it off at polling locations. And so tonight we should get a much better idea at 9 p.m. When Maricopa County says that they're going to drop another batch of these results.
The path to 270 is starting to narrow, but it could still take a few more days to determine a clear winner in the presidential race. Joe Biden and President Trump taking very different strategies as the votes trickle in. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli's in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign, of course. NBC News political reporter Monica Alba has the latest from the Trump campaign. Monica, the president's path to an electoral college win starting to narrow. Does the campaign still see a way to win? And I imagine it might involve three things we have been talking about throughout this campaign: Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania.
That's exactly right, Allison. Yes, the Trump reelect effort still seeing a much more narrow path than they have over the last 24 and 48 hours, with some of those major states in the Midwest now going to former Vice President Joe Biden's column. Of course, Michigan and Wisconsin, campaign aides had been less optimistic about them, but they were still hoping it was possible to maybe get one of them. Without either of them, it comes down exactly as you say to Pennsylvania and that critical Rust Belt question. Even though the president did quite well in the Sun Belt with Florida, they do believe also he will eke it out in North Carolina. But there are questions now about Georgia and then, of course, Arizona, two states that the president thought he would be able to defend based on how he did in 2016, that now we're seeing very tight races in. NBC News, it's too early to call either of those, but everything essentially has to break in the president's way in order for him to think about a second term here. And that's why you see the campaign now resorting to these legal options. They are now talking about lawsuits in the state of Michigan. They've demanded a recount in the state of Wisconsin, and they're unveiling new legal action in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which also, yes, NBC News has not been able to project on yet because of just how much of the vote is still outstanding and still being counted, Allison. But tonight, the president is complaining about his campaign's legal strategy on Twitter, and he's making other false claims, trying to declare himself the victor in some of these states that, again, NBC News is not able to call, and we're waiting and could go late into the night tonight and tomorrow before we have a clearer picture of where they are. Certainly a bit defensive tonight and quite defiant still as we wait to see what happens here, Allison.
Mike, let's set up my first question for you with a clip of Joe Biden. This is from earlier today.
I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Just a little bit different from President Trump, who falsely declared victory late last night into this morning. He's claiming states on Twitter today, falsely claiming states on Twitter. How is the Biden campaign responding to these campaign?
These guys
from
are
President Trump?
crazy. That's what I say. This is a Biden leading news station. So I know some of my viewers, they're probably like, "Are you a Biden?" I'm not for either one, but this channel, as you can see, they're more Biden leaning towards.
President Trump had won 4 years ago. That's the name of the game. And so if you look at the states that are outstanding that haven't been called, Nevada is the only one that Hillary Clinton won 4 years ago that is still on the table. Otherwise, it's all Trump states that Joe Biden's team still thinks he can flip. And so they're already starting to really slowly but surely look forward. And we saw the Biden team, the transition team, unveil their website today. Now, by law, the Biden team has had to have a transition team underway for months, but an interesting signal of what the strategy might continue to be over the days ahead as the votes continue to come in Pennsylvania, and the Biden team's view, putting them closer and closer to 270 votes, as we may get calls soon in Arizona and Nevada, which on their own would put them at 270 exactly. But the Biden team projecting that he is ready to start having a conversation to the country as president-elect and not the former vice president, which I've been calling him forever.
All right, guys, Monica and Mike, thank you both so much.
Good evening from NBC News election headquarters in New York as we bring you continuing coverage of this presidential election like no other. Decision 2020 so far without a decision, as votes are still being counted in a handful of key states that remain too close to call.
We meet again, and that news that means that both Donald Trump and Joe Biden are still short of the all-important number 270. That's the number of electoral votes needed to win. So here's where the map stands at this hour. Joe Biden has 253 electoral votes, including 10 from Wisconsin, where NBC called Biden the apparent winner today, just this afternoon, in a close race that likely will end up in a recount. And 16 electoral votes from Michigan called for Biden just a short time ago by NBC News. And Donald Trump has 214 electoral votes. That leaves 6 states now, and they're biggies: Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and Alaska, yet to be called.
You don't want to hear this, but it's good. It could be days or longer before all this is sorted out. Joe Biden says he remains optimistic that he will ultimately prevail, even as President Trump falsely claims victory and files lawsuits with some 3 million votes in those contested states still to be counted.
All right, so that brings us to Chuck Todd, who has been living at his boards. And we did get more votes in today, some votes still being counted. Where does it stand?
Well, look, let me first just do where we stand right now on the road to 270 first. And let's make it simple. You showed where everything stands now. So if everything holds with the current leaders, right? So we're going to put everything. Biden currently leads in Nevada, currently leads in Arizona. Trump currently leads in Alaska. Trump currently leads in Pennsylvania. Trump currently leads in North Carolina, and Trump currently leads in Georgia. If all is that, this is what we would be staring at, which is actually even more narrow than 2000, which was 271, 267. This would put you 270, 268. So as you can see here, it's the president that has more work to do, and that's what we're going to find out tonight. Because tonight, we're going to see where things we think. Give me a second here. It's day 2 of this, right? Tonight, we expect to finally, just like we had gotten Michigan and Wisconsin earlier today, we expect in some time tonight in Arizona that we're going to get enough of the vote of this, find out what's out there, a piece of it, and see if there is enough out there for President Trump to catch Joe Biden here. We don't think so, but we want to see a little bit of this vote, and we expect this afternoon. So then you throw this in there.
What's the nature of the vote that's outstanding in Arizona? Early vote?
Well, for the most,
day of vote?
In fairness, in Arizona, almost everybody does it by mail.
Yes,
right. So
85%.
it's much harder to sit there and say, you know, definitively this is Biden vote. Everybody votes by mail there. We know the election day only vote, yes, certainly leans the president. That's all done, but we can't sit here and the same. We're pretty confident Nevada is mail-in votes. They lean Biden. Ditto in Pennsylvania.
What about regions?
I cannot sit here and say that with that same confidence here. I do want to check in with Maricopa because, as you know, as Maricopa goes, so goes the state. And this is another problem. I don't, usually you can't really carry the state unless you win Maricopa. And I don't know how the president makes up 100,000 votes in Maricopa here.
But do you know where these outstanding Arizona votes
That's the problem. We don't know where they all are. And see, you're hitting me with all your Arizona stuff, and I know. No, and that's the point. No, we don't. In Pennsylvania, for instance, we know there's a big chunk just sitting in here in Philadelphia County, right? We know more than a quarter of the vote, and you do the math here. Let me just show you, just over the last 2 times in Philadelphia, what kind of gaps. This is a 480,000 vote gap out of here. Right now, Joe Biden leads here by 340, so he's likely at a minimum to get to net another 100,000 votes just out of Philadelphia. And it could be more than that. Look, Barack Obama won it by nearly 500,000 in 2012. So this is a case, Philadelphia, we have that kind of, and because of where we know the vote. And that's why I go back with Arizona. It's more dispersed. It's more all over the place. But that answer may be coming quicker. The Arizona answer, we think that's something we're going to have tonight.
All right. Speaking of Pennsylvania, it's important. That's why Andrea Mitchell is there. She's made her way to Philadelphia. I would also say hometown girl. She knows this area very well. Andrea, what are you hearing from your sources tonight?
Well, it is completely different from last night. The mail-in balloting was going so slowly last night. They've never done it before. They couldn't start doing it until, Election Day. And it was going slowly, and it was frustrating a lot of people here in Philadelphia. Now they're finally getting used to it, and they're picking up. It was about 20% of the mail-in in Philadelphia this morning. Now it's up to about 66%. You can hear that this is a very noisy city. There's a lot going on. There are a bunch of count all your vote protests, as well as some Black Lives Matter protests, very peaceful protests, because the body cam was released today on that terrible shooting in West Philadelphia a couple of weeks ago. So there's a lot of action around me. In any case, what Chuck was just referring to is Barack Obama got a margin of 465,000 out of Philadelphia. They're telling me here that they expect that Joe Biden will get 470,000, do better than Obama, and certainly better than Clinton. So that's what they're looking at. And I talked to a very prominent elected official, a top Democrat in the current elected official in the state, in the western part of the state, and he said tonight to me that they're going to win by 100,000 votes here. And that's what they're predicting. They say in Montgomery County, Casey Hunt knows that area well. Bucks County, that the Biden is just crushing them, and they're beginning to get that in. Allegheny County is still working. They're working round the clock out in Pittsburgh to try to get that vote in.
Andrea, what's the read on lawsuits in Pennsylvania and how prepared the Democrats are, and if there are any potential showstopper suits?
They don't think so. And, there's a lot of lawyering going on here. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General, I interviewed him today, and Governor had a news conference to reassure everyone that every vote is going to be counted and that it's going to be done accurately. There was an appeal. Eric Trump was here and Rudy Giuliani while I was traveling down, so I wasn't at that news conference. They were out at the airport. But they were appealing that they wanted to have monitors, poll watchers, observe the count. And a judge ruled that they didn't have the right to do that, but that if they could make it COVID safe, they could have some observers if they wanted to. There's no evidence here from all my reporting, calls last night. We've all been making calls. From everything that people have said, that anything shady is going on. But the president has this thing about Philadelphia, and it seems to be for days and days and weeks trying to undermine the credibility of this vote here. But they say they're going to get it done. It's just going to be slow. And they don't think it may get done by tomorrow night, but it could be Friday.
Andrea, is there any outstanding vote that's being counted? I think you mentioned Allegheny County, but more in Trump country, where any of that deficit that might be created because of the surge of Democratic votes in Philadelphia County, where it might be mitigated?
Right. Well, the president absolutely overperformed. He does very well out there. He's got a strong union base and his regular base. One elected official said to me tonight, he said, the president is unique in current politics. He is the strongest Republican to run in Pennsylvania, a union state, heavily union state, the strongest Republican since Ronald Reagan. And he said it's not even close. No other Republican can do what Donald Trump does in Pennsylvania. So they have to deliver out of Philadelphia and the suburbs and Allegheny County and some Lackawanna County because of the Scranton roots of Joe Biden. And they believe they're doing it.
Let's bring Casey Hunt into this conversation.
Yeah, no, and I grew up, as Andrea mentioned, in the Philadelphia suburbs, and the state really is a perfect example of the cultural, really tribal divides that are defining this election. You've got the two cities and the suburbs on either side of the state, and then you've got this wide swath of rural areas in the middle. And the reality is, people in the cities sometimes use derogatory names for that part of the state. And the divide in Pennsylvania is going to just be so close. I've got a couple of sources that I'm talking to who are looking at the numbers there. Democrats seem to be expecting still a narrow Biden win, although obviously we're not projecting that at this point. But if he does win there, it's going to be by like half a percentage point. It's going to be essentially tied, which I think is representative of the country as a whole. And that's a big part of the reason.
Well, that's one of the big stories. We would hear over the last 4 years, Democrats saying lightning's not going to strike twice. Okay, Donald Trump made magic happen in these upper Midwest blue wall states once, but it can't happen again. Well, it near did and may still yet in Pennsylvania. The votes aren't done being counted there.
Well, you could look at it from the other way. There is basically Donald Trump is now going to lose the same way he won. right? He's going to lose very narrowly in a small band of states because Joe Biden overperformed with suburban voters. So it is interesting there. But this, what you point out with Pennsylvania, and you kept saying this, every single state is essentially it is divided itself in some form of this, where you have the one or two major metropolitan areas are one set of politics, one set of culture. And there is almost this revolt against that culture, whatever you will, almost an automatic vote against it from either side of this cultural divide.
And I was talking to one Republican, a moderate Republican in the Philadelphia area, who had been one of the first people to warn me about President Trump and about how bad losses were going to be for Republicans in 2018 when they lost all those seats in the House. And this person was telling me, well, I was a little worried about it because I started to hear from some people I was talking to, from my friends, from people who had complained about President Trump, that they didn't really like the feeling they were getting from a cultural perspective of how they were being treated by liberals, by the other side. And he's this source of mine told me that he knows a woman who decided to vote for President Trump again, even though she said to my source that she had a really hard time with this decision, but that divide at the end of the day, she just couldn't get past that. And I think that defined a lot of voters this time.
I think we're going to find out that this has as much to do with culture and that feeling of a dominant kind of media elite culture and the way it makes the other side feel has as much to do with elections as does the economy or COVID or any policy issue.
Savannah, I might argue more so.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it is the economy.
Well, there'll be time to digest that, but we still got numbers tonight.
Yeah, and we're watching certainly that situation in Georgia where the vote's been coming in very slowly, and it appears a lot of it is in Democratic-friendly Atlanta and the suburbs around there. Let's go to Blaine Alexander, who is on the ground there and has some read, and especially on what we may see in the numbers.
Absolutely, Lester. So first I'll start with those numbers and then I'll give you another development that we've learned when it comes to absentee ballots. Right now, we are in State Farm Arena. We've been talking a great deal about the absentee ballots here in Fulton County. Well, for the first time, we're actually going to show you those ballots. You can see right here behind me, there are about 3 dozen or so people who are in this room who are working very diligently to open the ballots, scan the ballots, then make sure that those numbers are tabulated. We just got a briefing not too long ago from the person who runs elections here in Fulton County. They've got about 28,000 or so ballots left to process still, and he says they are going to stay here through the night until they get them done. He says they're going to bring in a fresh crew of people, a fresh line of folks to come in, stay till midnight or later if necessary, but that they're not leaving until these are done. Now, that's just the picture here in Fulton County, guys. We'll talk about statewide. Across the state of Georgia, the Secretary of State says they still have about 185,000 ballots still left to process. So he is predicting that it could go later tonight or possibly into tomorrow before we get some sort of a final count. Now, the other thing that we're just getting our eyes on is a lawsuit that was filed from the Georgia GOP, the Georgia Republican Party, on behalf of the Trump campaign, and it was filed against election board officials down in Chatham County. That's a county about 3 hours to the southeast of Atlanta, and it has to do with absentee ballots. This, according to the lawsuit, is being filed to enforce election law. Now, we just got a statement from the Trump campaign as to why they're filing this. It kind of comes down to when ballots are turned in and when they can be counted. Here in the state of Georgia, an absentee ballot has to be either delivered or dropped in a drop-off mail location or drop-off location by the time polls close on election day. So that's 7 p.m. yesterday. Well, according to this statement, it says President Trump and his team, there was somebody who, a Republican poll observer in Georgia, witnessed 53 late absentee ballots illegally added to a stack of on-time ballots. So they're suing over that issue. Guys, we should say that we've reached out to Chatham County. We've reached out to the Georgia Republican Party to get any information about this lawsuit and these allegations and have not heard back. Guys.
All right, Blaine, thank you.
Let's go to Hallie Jackson. She's at the White House. She's been talking to her sources deep inside the Trump campaign. Hallie, what do you know?
So a couple of things here, and let's pick up where Blaine left off on these legal challenges now that the president and his campaign are pushing. They see that as now one of the big battlegrounds, in addition to the states that we're talking about, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. The issue with the legal challenges, you've had now the president, who, by the way, we have not seen on camera today, sending out his son, one of his top surrogates, Eric Trump, Laura Trump, who works for the Trump campaign as well, to Philadelphia to talk about what they describe as the potential of fraud or cheating in the election there. Let us be very, very clear about the facts on the ground. There is no evidence of fraud. There have been no reports of it in any of the states where the ballots have not been counted yet. But the president is continuing, as we saw in the wee hours of the morning, early this morning, to try to preemptively, prematurely claim victory in these states where we just don't have the vote. The president today saying that he hereby claims that he wins states like Pennsylvania, states like North Carolina. Those races have not been called. We have not called the races. And more specifically, a lot of ballots are still out there. This is part of what has emerged as the president's strategy now over the last, 12 to 18 hours to basically introduce or try to introduce some uncertainty into the election in order to create some confusion about the results, despite the fact that there is no confusion. Things are proceeding exactly as we thought they would proceed so far, with things in order and the ballots being counted. Yes, it's taking a while. That is to be expected. Here's one thing that I'm watching tonight that a lot of sources that I've talked to just in the last couple of hours have pointed to, and that is the numbers coming in Arizona. The Trump campaign is feeling confident about where those numbers will go. They actually are predicting the possibility that they could be very clearly the victors in that state by Friday. That is sort of the public push. Here's the behind the scenes piece of it. That is not a done deal. That is certainly not locked in, as Chuck explained, based on the numbers that we're seeing in Arizona. But I am told by sources that top elected officials in Arizona are the ones trying to tell the Trump campaign they actually think they could pull it out, Lester.
You mentioned we haven't seen the president today, Hallie, and I'm wondering, some of his prominent supporters were openly saying he shouldn't have gone as far as he did in the middle of the night with his claim of victory. Is there any suggestion that he's taking advice now and staying out of the camera view?
I would say potentially, except for what we've seen on Twitter, Lester, and that is nearly half a dozen tweets that have been slapped with warning labels by Twitter and by Facebook for having misinformation and for prematurely trying to claim victory, even though it is just way too soon to tell and the numbers don't back it up. So the president is certainly not walking back at all the comments that he made. There had been a question this morning of, hey, maybe he would try to come out and do that. We do not expect to see him again on camera tonight, Lester, although you know his Twitter account is still active. This is true. All right, Hallie, thanks. Let's bring in Kristen Welker in Wilmington, Delaware, with the Biden folks. We suspect they're feeling good. What do they see in all these states and these numbers and where the votes are coming from?
Well, Lester, the Biden campaign and Joe Biden feeling increasingly confident because now you have these two key states in the Midwest, Michigan and Wisconsin, that have now gone for and been called for Biden. Biden being called the apparent winner, of course, in Wisconsin. It's significant because the key to his strategy all along, according to campaign officials, has been to win back that so-called blue wall, all of those critical states in the industrial Midwest that went to Donald Trump in 2016. And here we have two states that he has been able to peel off. And so that is what is fueling this sense of feeling more bullish. And we saw that when we heard from Joe Biden earlier today, when he said he wasn't speaking to declare victory, but that he feels increasingly confident that he does have the votes ultimately to get to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. So that is the tone from the vice president. But look, they're still watching and waiting to see what happens in states like Arizona and Nevada. They say they feel quite optimistic about those states, but of course, it's not a done deal until all of the votes are counted. And that is another point that Joe Biden has stressed over and over again, that ultimately all the votes have been counted. One final point, they're also quite defiant in the face of these lawsuits, saying they have a team that's ready to fight, and they're calling them charades, Lester.
All right, Kristen, thanks.
Nevada is tighter than I think the Biden campaign expected it to be. Arizona, that decision there may well come tonight. We are expecting Arizona officials to release additional vote data. So stay tuned for that. We're on the air tonight. We're going to take a break right here. Our coverage of Decision 2020 continues after a short break.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
Welcome back. And that's Arizona, a state that it could all hinge on, where we await votes tonight. All the votes are not counted, but we have heard that more votes will be released tonight. But let's take it right to the source, shall we, Lester?
Yeah, Katie Hobb is the Arizona Secretary of State. Secretary, thank you for being with us.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Can you give us the latest breakdown of where the votes are, what you expect tonight?
Yes, a rough estimate, there are around 600,000 votes left to count in Arizona. 420,000 of those are in Maricopa County, and Maricopa County is where we're getting the upload of results this evening. So they said 7 o'clock Arizona time and then 10:30 Arizona time. So that should kind of give us some indication. What we don't know about those results is how many ballots are going to be included in that.
Were those? How much of these were same-day voting versus mail-in?
All of the same-day voting has been added to the results. So what we're looking at now are mail-in ballots that have not been tabulated, or have, they're being tabulated now.
Were they sent in by mail, or were these folks who walked in with their mail-in ballot and said, you know what, I'm just going to hand it right to the poll worker?
Potentially both. It's ballots that have been received by the county Monday, Tuesday, and were not tabulated before the election.
Secretary Hobbs, you said there were about 600,000 outstanding. I think I heard you say that Maricopa County tonight is prepared to release the results of approximately 420,000. That leaves roughly 180,000, math wasn't a strong suit, left over. When do you expect to see those results, and where are they from?
Let me clarify. There are approximately 420,000 outstanding ballots in Maricopa County. We don't know how much of those they have tabulated today and will be releasing tonight.
Okay.
And then the rest of the ballots are from the balance of the state.
And so again, these will be tabulated. When you say released, they'll be released as numbers, as tabulated numbers.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Secretary, how did your process go? There's been so much scrutiny on the election this year, and scrutiny is good. Shine a light on it. How do you feel it went in terms of the mail-in vote, which I know in Arizona is about 85% of the vote, and the same-day vote, the polls? Anything that causes alarm for you?
No, we actually had very minimal reports of any problems yesterday. Anything that was reported was addressed right away, and nothing that interfered with people's ability to vote. This whole election, from the time early voting started on October 7th through yesterday, has gone relatively smoothly. And as you know, that's under the additional challenges of the pandemic and making sure that voters could vote safely. And I think across the state, our election officials were really successful in preparing for that.
All right, Secretary Katie Hobbs, long night, long day. Keep us posted. We'll be looking for those numbers coming out of Maricopa County, Phoenix area in Arizona. Thank you.
It's a lot of votes.
It is. It's a lot left to count. I bet Chuck's over there get his calculator.
No, I mean, look, the Maricopa number, hearing that, you would assume, look, Maricopa, a lean towards Biden. We know he's been carrying it, but it's not a slam dunk for Biden. And you don't know where in Maricopa. You know Maricopa well. Scottsdale's a very Republican area, so we don't know where the ballots are.
Well, for a long time in Arizona, Maricopa County was the red hot center of conservative politics. In Arizona, it was Pima County to the south that was more liberal. But we have a great person to ask these questions to. If you've been wondering who's in the boiler room at NBC News, who's been crunching the numbers day and night, there he is. His name is John Lipinski, and he joins us now. Hi, John.
Hi. How are you?
Well, let's talk about that. Did you hear what Secretary Hobbs just said of Arizona? She's talking about 420,000 votes out of 600,000 outstanding in Arizona. And so the bulk is coming from Maricopa County. Not to put you on the spot, what does that suggest to you?
Yeah, so I mean, that's really critical. I mean, as Chuck had just said, Biden's slightly winning that 52-46 right now. So what it tells me, it's all going to come down to Maricopa. And Trump's going to have to overperform by quite a bit of what he's actually done. Is it possible? Yes. But I mean, he's probably going to need to win about 60% of that vote in Maricopa to be able to catch Biden. So it's within the realm of possibility, but I'd actually rather be Biden in this moment.
And this is these are the votes that you've been waiting for, and that's standing between you and calling this race.
Yeah, that's right. It really is going to depend upon how many of those votes that they actually give us. They first told us they were going to give us a dump, one early on, but now they're going to be two. I mean, I think they're trying to see how late I can stay up because I now know that the second batch is going to come at 12:30, and I can stay up very late.
You can. We are the Energizer Bunny. But John, I think this is a year where transparency is really appreciated. If you can kind of bring us into your process, because folks are watching, they might see other news organizations calling a race. Some have called Arizona for Joe Biden already. We haven't. Some called Florida very early. We didn't. We wait. What is, in plain speak, what's your metric? How certain do you have to be before you're going to say, on behalf of NBC News, we have a projected winner?
Well, we have to be 99.5% confident at a minimum. But really, Savannah, what we're doing.
Looks like this is the projected numbers they have at Fox News for Biden, that he has 264. And we still have Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada left. And Michigan is being contested by the president. So we'll see how it goes. And it looks like we got one, I think one state's that's not blue yet. It is still they're still waiting. So yeah, and Trump is still at 214. He hasn't budged a bit, They got it. They said, we got you on lock, buddy. You ain't going nowhere. You're staying right there. We need to get rid of you. It's time for you to go. You are racist. Yeah. They love him, Trump. President Trump.
Late today. What other cases could potentially change the course of this election?
Man, look at that neck.
Lindsay, it's hard for me to see
Look at the
any cases
jawline.
that have been either filed
She
or
looks kind of
talked about today
suspect.
having any significant impact on the outcome. So you have the possibility of or a pledge of a recount request.
Man,
in
look at
Wisconsin.
that
But of course, Biden
apple.
looks to be up by about 20,000
Man.
in Wisconsin. And statewide
Is that a
recounts
woman's neck?
rarely, change an outcome like that. 20,000 is close, of course, but a statewide recount will sometimes flip a few hundred votes, maybe even a few thousand votes. But it's virtually impossible to change, to overcome a deficit of 20,000 votes. I think that's likely going to be the case in Michigan as well, if a recount is in fact sought there. And then you have these efforts on the margins to object to the way that ballots are being counted in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. But as you were just saying earlier with Kira, the Pennsylvania officials, including the governor, have been emphatic that they have followed the letter of the law. There actually have been live streams of these counting processes. So they have said they have offered complete transparency. And so it seems unlikely to me that those kinds of requests are going to get much traction. So it's definitely a scattershot approach. But from where we sit right now, it's hard for me to see any of these lawsuits actually changing the outcome in any of these states.
And would you say that there's any chance that this election ultimately gets decided by the Supreme Court like it did in 2000 with Bush v. Gore?
It would have to be such a close, electoral vote such that everything turned on the outcome in one state, like a Pennsylvania. And it is still possible. Of course, there are a handful of critical states that haven't yet been called. So it is not impossible that could happen. But I think the chances right now are significantly slimmer than they were, at this time yesterday, in that it looks as
I
though
think I'm gonna leave ABC.
upon a more
I
decisive
guess you
win
guys are
such that the
tired
Supreme
of that
Court
commercial.
decision in an outcome determined in a state
Are you ready to
seems
work?
pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
The night is young, and obviously we've seen some twists.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go take a nap. I'm gonna leave y'all watch the stream.
Never say never. Kate Shaw,
From
thank
time
you
to
so
time, I may
much.
look on my phone,
And it is
but
just after 8 p.m.
I'm gonna
on the
take a
East
nap.
Coast
So
and
see y'all
5 in the
soon.
West. And
Peace.
at this hour, we are waiting for an update from Arizona and Georgia officials as the votes continue to pour in for those now must-win states for President Trump. Those states are critical for the president because former Vice President Joe Biden is now the projected winner in the state of Michigan, and ABC News can now characterize that he is the apparent winner in Wisconsin. We're using the word apparent because the race there is exceptionally close. Here is a national map showing the states that are still too close to call: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Let's go to our Tom Yamas, who is tracking the various paths to 270. Tom, where do things stand?
Lindsay, good evening. Great to be with you tonight. So let's dig into Pennsylvania right now. This is the major battleground that we're looking at right now. I'm going to blow this up right here. We're having a little technical difficulty with this IFB, so I'm going to toss it away because I was hearing myself. All right, let's blow this up right here. So right now, President Trump has a lead, and it's 277,000 votes. You'd think that's a pretty commanding lead, and it is. But the problem for the president is that there's still about 1 million ballots that are still outstanding. So the question becomes, where are these ballots coming from? They're coming from all over the state. They're mail-in ballots. But the problem for the president is that they're coming from blue areas: Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and the suburbs. We do have a sense of the early vote, how it's trending, the mail-in vote, and it's favoring Joe Biden 3-1. That's why Joe Biden and his campaign feels confident about Pennsylvania at this hour. Let's go down south right now. So North Carolina, both campaigns are still trying to win North Carolina. President Trump is on top. He still has the lead there. Let's dig in a little deeper on Georgia because the margin here is razor thin. So at this hour, and I want to stress these numbers are changing minute by minute in some cases, there's about a 58,000 vote spread here. The problem for the president right now is that there are still 200,000 ballots that still need to be counted in Georgia. And again, it's the same problem for the president. It's coming from an area that is conducive to Democrats, the greater Atlanta metro region. So we'll be monitoring that as well. All right, the state then moves west. There's two states we're watching now, Nevada and Arizona. In Nevada, Joe Biden has a lead, but it's a small lead, about 8,000 votes. The Trump campaign, though, feels they can do better here in Arizona. Now, there is a spread here. Maricopa County is the biggest county. This is where Phoenix is right now. And in the state, 15% of the vote is still out. There's a 90,000 vote spread between Joe Biden and President Trump. Joe Biden is on top in Arizona. But the president is confident about Arizona because there are still 400,000 ballots that have to be counted. A lot of them are from Maricopa County, and the Biden campaign saying we already have the lead here at the moment. So the question is, what are the paths to victory at this hour right now. For the purpose of this segment, Lindsay, we're going to give Alaska, even though we haven't predicted that, to President Trump. So look at Joe Biden's number. If he indeed wins Arizona and Nevada, where he right now has the lead, look where he's at. 270. He becomes the next president of the United States. For Donald Trump, it becomes a little more difficult. Watch this. He has to win Pennsylvania. That's his number right up there. He has to win North Carolina. He has to win Georgia. And then he has to win one of these states, either Arizona or Nevada. And that's why it gets tougher for the president. His path to victory at this hour seems to be a little harder. Lindsay?
Tom Yamas, our thanks to you. And President Trump was behind closed doors in the White House today, planning his next steps after prematurely declaring last night, "We already have won it," despite millions of votes still left to be counted. Today, his campaign is trying to take the battle over finishing the counts to the courts. ABC's chief White House correspondent Jonathan Karl has the latest.
Tonight, President Trump is huddled with aides inside the White House, getting ready for a fight. His team has already filed a lawsuit in Michigan, another in Pennsylvania, and demanded a recount in Wisconsin. All his votes are still being counted. Late election night, the president was defiant, speaking at the White House after 2 a.m., falsely declaring the election was rigged, the race was over, and that he had won.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
In fact, the election went smoothly without significant disruptions, and millions of votes are still being counted. In some states, as expected, the count is taking a little longer due to the dramatic increase in mail-in voting during the pandemic. Today, even the Senate Majority Leader, Republican Mitch McConnell, took issue with the president's words.
Claiming you win the election is different from finishing the counting.
Republican Senator Marco Rubio was more blunt, tweeting, "Taking days to count legally cast votes is not fraud." Today, the president's team filed suit in Michigan, claiming they have not been provided meaningful access to several counting locations. Though they made no allegation the vote was tainted. They are also demanding a recount in Wisconsin, though they trail by some 20,000 votes, and election officials there say everything has been counted.
Our thanks to John. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris appeared together late today, not declaring victory, but expressing confidence in having a clear path to a win once all the votes are counted. Here's ABC's Mary Bruce.
Tonight, a confident Joe Biden with Kamala Harris by his side, declaring victory is within his reach.
I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Biden says he's ahead in Wisconsin, ahead in Michigan, confident he flipped Arizona, and feeling good about Pennsylvania. And he added this.
Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country.
Overnight, just after midnight, Biden telling supporters to keep the faith.
We're going to have to be patient, and it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Today, promising their votes matter.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender.
Biden's legal team says they're prepared for whatever the president's lawyers throw at them. Looking ahead, Biden says he's ready to start uniting the country after this bitter campaign.
I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive, but I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart.
Our thanks to Mary Bruce. And let's go back to Pennsylvania, where the race there is still too close to call tonight. When we last spoke to Trevor Ault in Harrisburg, President Trump was ahead by 4%. Just in the last hour, the race has gotten even tighter. Trevor, what are you watching closely right now in particular?
Well, Lindsay, essentially what we're on the lookout for is seeing whether or not these trends continue. We've been hearing since last night when President Trump had well over a double-digit lead here in Pennsylvania with more than half the vote reported, that things were looking good for Joe Biden as that mail-in vote started to be reported and votes around the cities, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And those trends are holding true because just since we last spoke to you an hour ago, President Trump's lead has shrunk about 50,000 votes, from 250,000 down to around 200,000 now. And that is with just 2 extra percent of the Pennsylvania vote being reported. They're now up at about 88%, so still 12% to go. Vice President Biden has to be very happy with what he is seeing because essentially every time the recorded vote here in Pennsylvania goes up 1 percentage point, he's gaining 20 or 30,000 votes. And so the way these trends are headed, Biden might not just catch up to President Trump, even though President Trump already declared himself the winner here in Pennsylvania. He might end up winning Biden by a few 100,000 votes here. And while Joe Biden might not even need to win Pennsylvania to win the presidency, Lindsay, it would certainly make for an emphatic exclamation point.
Certainly would. And Trevor, what are officials doing to shore up confidence in the process with the president essentially accusing them without any evidence of cheating?
Well, they're definitely aware of what the president is saying, Lindsay. They're extremely dismissive of it, and they're very confident in their system. They know that everyone is watching Pennsylvania right now, and everyone kind of wishes Pennsylvania would hurry up a little bit. They know that this is going to take quite a while. But Governor Tom Wolf, a Democrat, essentially says the fact that it's taking a long time means the system is working, that they are being meticulous, that they are being transparent, and they stand by their process. They told me very bluntly that the Pennsylvania election process will hold up under scrutiny, legal or otherwise. And now President Trump has filed or joined several lawsuits here. They say that they're being transparent in the fact that they are live streaming the ballot counting process. And they also defend themselves against the lawsuits that want votes that were mailed in arrive after Election Day and votes from first-time voters who submitted identification after a prior deadline. The Trump campaign wants those votes thrown out. The Secretary of State has not only indicated that that isn't going to be a very high number of votes, but also they say that their only motivation is they want to count all the votes that they receive, and they're going to take as long as is necessary for them to do that. Governor Wolf, in his own words, stood by the process entirely and said the way that it's going so far, the people are choosing the leaders, not the other way around, Lindsay.
And that's how it should be. Trevor Ault, our thanks to you. And in Michigan now, we have some breaking news. ABC News is now projecting that Democrat Gary Peters has won the Senate race in Michigan. This after hours earlier, ABC News projected that former Vice President Joe Biden will win that race. Here's a look at the current vote tally right now. 16 electoral votes at stake. This is a state that President Trump won narrowly in 2016, and now his legal team claims that they plan on filing a suit to challenge the results. Let's bring in Adrian Bankert, who is on the ground there. Adrian, we saw protesters demanding that the vote count be monitored. What more can you tell us about that and the tensions running through that state?
Well, you can hear behind us, there's still some chanting going on, some singing. This crowd has dwindled into the evening, but at one point there was a number of people here, election challengers and poll watchers. Now, these are volunteers that have to be credentialed to actually enter and monitor those ballots being counted. But from what I've been told, and I went inside and talked to an official, they were saying that they have to be conscious of COVID restrictions, of the social distancing between people, of the amount of people that are inside that space. And again, these are Democrats as well as Republicans and nonpartisan groups like the ACLU, the NAACP, and the Election Integrity Fund, which is a nonprofit based here in Michigan. But at one point, there were hundreds of those election poll watchers and election challengers, and there were too many people. And again, this is an official close to the ballot counting. But we also know that most of the people we talked to didn't know why they were being prevented from entering in. They told me that no one had explained to them. So there was a tension here. Everybody was peaceful. Nothing happened that was out of the ordinary. Everybody was very, very respectful of each other. But still, it caused a lot of confusion as the folks who were outside were really saying, listen, by Michigan law, we have a right to be involved in this process. And they couldn't understand why they were not being allowed in.
And Adrian, what can you tell us about the Senate race there in Michigan?
Well, as you mentioned, Gary Peters, a Democrat, actually ended up pulling away into the front because John James had a double-digit lead over him here in Michigan. But you had also mentioned that breaking news, that double-digit lead shattered by Gary Peters. The race was very, very close to call, as we've seen, of course, in the presidential race, but in other races across the country. It's a neck-and-neck battle, but clear results, according to Democrats, said Gary Peters is now certainly a winner.
Adrian Bankert, thanks so much. And now let's get the latest update on the count in Georgia, where President Trump's lead has shrunk significantly since we talked with Steve Osunsami last hour. I want to bring in Elwyn Lopez in Atlanta as well. Elwyn, will results continue to come in tonight?
Yeah, Lindsay, they're continuing to come in throughout the night. The Secretary of State's office says that he is getting every 10 minutes updates from the counties. Now, right now, Trump is leading by about 46,000 votes. That's very different than what we were reporting early in the day, where he was ahead 100,000 votes. Now, keep in mind that we still have about 150,000 ballots that need to be counted, including here in Fulton County, where they experienced an issue yesterday here at State Farm Arena, where they were counting ballots when a pipe burst. They said no ballots were damaged, but it did create a 3 to 4 hour delay. And Secretary of State Raffensperger, he's a Republican, he said, listen, we are going to make sure that every legal vote counts. And that is why they are doing their due diligence here in this state. But again, that margin is narrowing for President Trump, and Trump is aware of that margin narrowing here. And of course, Georgia has not been blue since 1992. That's when Bill Clinton won. And now, of course, Joe Biden hoping to change that.
And Ellen, what else are you keeping an eye on there as more votes come in?
Yeah, so this here inside State Farm, someone told us we're going to be here all night if we have to. That is what they're trying to do. But right now, within the last 5 minutes, we received an update right before we went on the air where the Secretary of State's office said that every county will have their results in by Friday. Earlier in the day, he said, we wanted to have all of those in by today and to see those results today. But again, people here are working around the clock to make sure that those results are coming in and that they're being reported. And again, Georgia used to be an afterthought. There was no thought that this state could turn blue. And now, of course, that is all changing tonight. And Biden is really hoping that is the case.
Elwyn, our thanks to you. And now let's head to the western battleground states of Arizona and Nevada. The latter is where we find our Matt Gutman tonight. And Matt, when might we expect more information on Nevada's results, and where do things stand right now?
I just heard from the Election Commission here, Lindsay, and they said that they're not expecting any more news tonight. They expect to have preliminary results tomorrow morning, 12 p.m. noon Eastern time. And the reason for that is that because of a quirk in the election system, the ballots that are cast in person are all counted. Everything that was in person early and in person at polls is counted. But the mail-in ballots, even if they were mailed in on the election day, November 3rd, have not yet been counted. And there are additional ballots that are allowed that will be accepted if they are received by November 10th. And then it might not even be over because the official, quote unquote, canvassing, which is calling the election here in Nevada, isn't until November 16th. Now, to give you a sense of how razor thin the margin is between President Trump and Joe Biden, it's about 7,700 votes right now, which is about the incoming freshman class at UNLV, or as many people as can fit into the Planet Hollywood Theater here on the Vegas Strip. So it is really, really close. We don't know how many ballots are outstanding. Secretary of State refuses to say. They don't want to guesstimate even. Joe Biden's people estimate that it's probably around 50 or 60,000. And because they typically go very strong with the mail-in ballots, they believe that's going to favor them. President Trump and his team and all the GOP people here in Vegas have been silent today. I cannot get anyone to respond. I don't know what that means, but I'll leave that up to you.
Do you know where the votes are outstanding, which particular areas, counties in the state?
So Nevada has 16 counties. 2 of them are traditionally blue. That's Washoe County, Reno, and Clark County, Las Vegas. And that's where the bulk of the outstanding ballots are. Again, Biden's camp believes there are about 50,000 outstanding in Clark County, about 11,000 outstanding in Washoe County. They believe that they'll probably get about 2/3 of those, which will put them safely on top. But there's a hitch here for the Biden camp. In Nevada, according to the laws here, anybody can demand a recount if they're willing to pay for it, and there's no minimum threshold. So even if it's more than 1%, President Trump can demand a recount if he pays for it. Now, if he is vindicated, then the state will actually reimburse him, which I'm sure would make the president happy. So it's not quite over, and we might, in fact, see a recount if it's probably within a margin of error of 1% or so.
Matt Gutman on the ground for us in Nevada. Thanks so much, Matt. And while we won't know any more results in Nevada tonight, we are standing by for a big batch of results in Arizona, where Joe Biden is clinging to a tight lead. Let's go now to our Whit Johnson, who's in Phoenix. Whit, what are you going to be looking for as these results are coming in?
Yeah, Lindsay, we're awaiting those results really in the next 40, 45 minutes or so. And we're really focused on Maricopa County. These specific results are coming from Maricopa County. This is the most populated county in the state of Arizona, makes up about 60% of the vote here. And of the 600,000 plus ballots that are outstanding, more than 400,000 are coming from right in this area here. And it's also interesting because it reflects the shifting demographics, not only of the county, but of the entire state. This is an area that has boomed by more than 660,000 people just in the last decade. It has one of the fastest growing Latino populations in the country, now making up about 30% of residents here in Arizona. So when the Trump campaign tells us that they still think they have a great mathematical chance of catching up to Joe Biden as these new ballots come in, Democrats say, wait a minute, we're already winning here in Maricopa.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever.
This area, it gives Democrats confidence that they're going to be able to pull it off. That said, mathematically, the president definitely does have an opportunity and a chance to win this state. But I just want to take a step back and reflect on the significance of this race here in the state of Arizona and what this means, not only for the 2020 race, because now it looks like
too early, remains too early. Biden leads, and we've been told there will be another dump of a lot of votes there, probably in the next half hour or so. So we're watching that.
Yeah, we're on the air waiting for those Arizona results. They're supposed to come in tonight. In Georgia, it is too close to call, and you can say that again, really too close to call. We'll keep watching that. In North Carolina, same deal, too close to call, and it will be days, North Carolina officials tell us, before they count all of their votes.
Nevada, perhaps a bit more narrow than a lot of folks anticipated. That is too close to call, very tight there. And Alaska, it is too early to call.
All right, but if you are keeping track at home, here's where the map to 270 stands right now, and you can see a lot is filled in, but the decisive states are still outstanding at this hour.
And Michigan Senate Democrat Gary Peters wins. Will hold on to his seat.
Yeah, that was a squeaker. We just announced that. So here's the Senate at this hour, balance of power. But with the Georgia race so tight in the presidential, same thing. There's two runoffs going in Senate races in Georgia. So the balance of power, will it be the Democrats or the Republicans in control? That is to be continued as well.
Look, I do want to point out, since we called Michigan, it is a pretty small, it's not it's a small margin, but a pretty hard one to surmount. I know earlier today, both Casey and I think we had sources talking that there was a whole bunch of lawyers that were going to be sent to Michigan. They thought maybe they could find some votes there for John James.
Since you're in Michigan, in the presidential, what did the margin end up being? I know Michigan was called today.
Right. Well, the margin now over 100,000 votes, as you can see here. But I want to point out something here, because this was we did this county to county project this year where we picked these key counties. I'd like to think we did a pretty good job. We said, these are the 5 counties that we think will tell us how this presidential race is going to go. In Florida, we picked Miami-Dade. I think we figured that out. In Arizona, we picked Maricopa. In Wisconsin, we picked Milwaukee County. That is what put Joe Biden over the top. In Pennsylvania, it's Beaver. We're going to find out, did the president get enough from his territory to carry Pennsylvania? We're finding there. And with Michigan, we picked Kent County. And that is what flipped. And this was a county that President Trump narrowly carried. This is Grand Rapids. This is the home of Gerald Ford. And you could, I mean, for some people, you could say the word Ford Republican. It stands for moderate Republican. It stands for suburban Republican. It stands for the Republican Party that is not today. And guess what? It had been moving, and you saw, and in fact, Obama actually, I think, did carry it in 08, if I'm not mistaken, snuck it in there, but he lost it to Romney. Trump narrowly carried it. And here's Biden getting the most vote that a Democrat has gotten in Gerald Ford's home county. Anyway, it is just one of those. As we said, on one hand, we've seen rural America came out in full force for Donald Trump, but in the same forces that he's been able to use to build himself up, it has driven suburban America, including Republican territory like Grand Rapids, Michigan, into the Democrats.
And the result is tight races everywhere,
Correct.
all over that map. Gabe Gutierrez is in Madison, Wisconsin, where Joe Biden has been declared the apparent winner by NBC News, but it appears to be headed straight for a recount. What do you know, Gabe?
Hi there, Savannah. Well, yes, the Trump campaign is threatening a recount. In order for the campaign to officially request one, they have to wait until the counties here officially certify those results. Now, that could take at least a week. The election officials would then have up to 13 days to actually conduct a recount. So this might not finish here in Wisconsin until later this month. But Savannah, this is not the first time a recount has happened here in Wisconsin. It actually happened in the last presidential election 4 years ago. President Trump won Wisconsin by less than 23,000 votes. It wasn't the Clinton campaign that asked for a recount. It was actually Jill Stein from the Green Party. Her campaign requested one, paid $3.5 million to force that recount. It obviously did not change the outcome, Savannah.
All right, Gabe. Let's bring Casey into this and Chuck as well, because people do forget that in Michigan and Wisconsin, correct me if I'm wrong, there were recounts in both states in 2016.
Right. Jill Stein paid for one of them technically. And
She did. Because the person who challenges has to foot the bill for the recount.
Right.
It got very, very, very expensive for her.
That whole thing was weird. Wasn't even clear. The Clinton campaign wasn't ready to want to recount. Suddenly that did in there. And of course, the whole what was funding Jill Stein, who was funding Jill Stein. There's always been that's still a black box. But yes, we had two recounts.
Scott Walker, who is the Republican former governor of Wisconsin, put out a tweet today that was really interesting. Now, he, of course, knows something about recalls, recounts, and Wisconsin politics. What was his perspective?
And I mean, if you've listened to what Scott Walker has said over the last couple of years, I would have expected perhaps a pretty pugnacious response from him, but it was the opposite in this tweet. He basically said, look, you go to a recount and it's a couple hundred votes. I can find you an example of where that recount might be successful, might change the outcome. But the 20,000, are we at 20,000 votes right now in Wisconsin? Essentially, that's not something that you're going to overcome by demanding or paying for a recount.
You have to find it. That's an error.
You have to find a massive
massive error. I remember in Florida, 50,000 vote during 2000, 50,000 votes. There was an overcount, a double count. And all of a sudden, that made up a whole bunch of ground. But that's your only.
But when you're working to undermine the vote, which is what we've been seeing, does it matter that you win, or does it matter that you show some mistake?
Well, I guess the better way to look at it is, let's take Wisconsin. If the president wants to win it, he somehow got to either find 21,000 votes for himself, I'm just doing basic math, or disqualify 20,000 votes of Joe Biden.
If he's in the recount window,
there's nothing wrong with doing it.
Why wouldn't he challenge it?
But the point is that is really finding 20,000 ballots to disqualify. It's just very difficult. Maybe a signature match. Maybe that stuff.
Dollars as well, because they would have to pay for it in Wisconsin.
You pay for it yourself.
You have to pay for it yourself.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. But I think all indications are that the Republicans do plan to pursue a recount in Wisconsin.
I don't know why you wouldn't. If you believe, I'm sorry, no politician, if you legally can, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, there's nothing fundamentally wrong about living within the law and trying to pursue a recount if it's so tight.
It's interesting, though, that Republicans are not pushing on this harder. It says to me they're backing off.
All right, we will be right back with more coverage after this.
watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus. The story. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race. From every angle. If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now? On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth. We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned? NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Welcome back to our 2020 election. I was going to say election nights coverage. Here's some of the races we're watching, the key battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, too early to call.
And in Arizona, it's too early to call. We have said that Biden has a lead, and we await at this hour a big release of votes. We spoke to the Secretary of State of Arizona, who told us there's approximately 600,000 votes outstanding in Arizona, that most of them are from Maricopa County, that's suburban Phoenix, a key area in Arizona, and she expects Maricopa County to start reporting in 2 chunks tonight while we're on the air the results of those, which brings us to Chuck. Let's be transparent. Some news organizations have called this for Joe Biden already. We have not, in an abundance of caution. Tell us about that process and that decision.
I'll be honest. I just, if you've spent any time covering Arizona, you know that there's always ballots that are coming in. I go back to Martha McSally and Kyrsten Sinema. That was the hot Senate race in 2018. Martha McSally led on election night. So if you'd called that on election night, 5 days later, you'd look silly. And we got a big chunk of vote on election night. You'd look silly. But people knew there's a lot of vote remaining. So, and I think it was only 1 or 2 news organizations that did it. I was surprised. It tells me that somebody that's not familiar with how Arizona works. At the end of the day, that's, why we didn't call it. You got to wait to see. Let's go to Maricopa here. I mean, because this is obviously, I think what we're going to see is we're going to know based on whether Biden builds a lead here or his lead narrows, just how much, where in Maricopa that vote comes from. But look, just so people realize, this is a relatively recent phenomenon. There is no guarantee that just because Biden is currently winning Maricopa, that all the new Maricopa vote is going to break 52-46 in Biden's favor. This is a county that Trump carried by 3 points. This is a county that Romney carried by 10 points. Now, Romney overperformed in Arizona because there's a key LDS vote, Mormon vote, that he was, and that to me was always one of, you're asking me what I think is the most intriguing crosstab that I want to dig into the exit polls in about 3 days after they've been reweighted. I'm very curious to see what the LDS community in Arizona did in this presidential, because normally it's a strong Republican vote here, but it may explain, we may find out, it may explain why Biden carried Maricopa. We may see that he overperformed with some Mormon voters.
All right.
There's also the McCain factor here, too. Remember, Cindy McCain jumped on board with Joe Biden, and President Trump has attacked John McCain over and over and over again, and he's still very popular in his home state here.
We want to, let's get to Phoenix right now, and Gadi Schwartz is there for us. Gadi, give us the lay of the land. We know this dump of votes is going to come here in the next half hour or so.
That's right. It seems like so many people here in Phoenix and in Arizona, so many people across the country are really looking at Maricopa County, and in particular are looking into the room that we're looking into right now. A little disclaimer, right before you guys came to us, there were a flurry of activity in here. People were working very hard, and then, of course, break time, people took a break. So this might be a little bit frustrating for people that are anxiously awaiting those results to come out of this room, but these poll workers have been working diligently for quite some time. I'm going to show you what we're looking at here. These 2 machines right here, these are some of the tabulation machines. They can push out about 6,000 to 8,000 ballots an hour, but getting those ballots into those machines takes quite a bit of work, and that's where the people come in. So what we were seeing earlier, you guys were asking the Secretary of State about how the process works. When we were out, we kept seeing on Election Day people walking in with green envelopes. Those green envelopes were mail-in ballots that they got. They filled out out at home and then they came in. The problem is, and it's not really a problem, it's just a function of the system here. When they fill those out, they turn them in, they walk away from them. It really takes a little bit more time to verify that they are the person that's voting. So they have to compare the different signatures. They do that here in this room, and then they have to prepare those ballots. One of the things that we've seen here is these people, these poll workers working together here in Arizona, just like many other states. It's one Democrat and one Republican. You see them getting along together, working to make sure that these votes are all counted accurately. And so that's what they've been doing throughout the day. The bad news is when it comes to those 400,000 votes that we are expecting to see pretty soon out of Maricopa County, what we're hearing is that the first batch may be 50,000 to 100,000, the second batch somewhere around those lines as well, but we probably won't see those 400,000s for a couple of days.
Not to put you on the spot, Gotti, real quick, do you have any indication on where in Maricopa County? I mean, I guess when you're waiting with your breath held, you got to know right down to the street and the county and the zip code. Do you have any sense of that?
Yeah, well, the frustrating thing is it's basically everywhere. So they've counted they've counted all of the early ballots and they've counted all of the day of walk-in, fill out your ballot. But what they haven't calculated yet is those green envelopes. The people that filled them out at home came in and handed them to those poll workers at those polling sites or dropped them off in those boxes.
So how do they verify them if those people walk away?
That's what's going on over the next couple of days.
Yeah, how do they verify them if people walk away? The green ones you're talking about, so people drop it off and then they walk away prematurely, do those get tossed out, or how do they process them?
They don't get tossed out. They're meant to be dropped off. So you can drop them off at the ballot boxes, or you can hand them to a poll worker. A lot of people wanted to make sure that their vote was being counted, so they didn't trust it going out in the mail. They wanted to physically do that handoff. Here's the thing. In order for the poll workers to know that that person is who they say they are, it all comes down to that ballot signature. And that's when things get really complicated with our election process, because we've got a secret ballot, and we also have to verify that they are the person that signed that ballot. So what they do here is they separate those two. They make sure that a signature matches public records and other signatures. They actually have 3 different tiers here. They have a person that looks to make sure that the signatures look okay. If it looks a little bit fishy, they send it to a second team. That team has a little bit of forensic training. And then there's a third tier, which is these spot checks. So they make sure that those signatures are valid. Once they can confirm that those signatures are valid, then it gets sent on to the people that are making sure that the ballots are ready for the tabulation machines. At that point, the signature has gone away. It is just a ballot. It goes into these machines, and they start cranking out those ballots, 6,000 to 8,000 ballots an hour in each one of these machines. And then soon enough, hopefully we will have those 400,000 outstanding ballots here in Maricopa County. They are saying they are not rushing. They're not rushing things. As you can tell, they're taking things very methodically. They don't see this as a delay. They see this as a part of the form and function of what they do here. So again, we're going to see some of those returns coming in about half an hour, but it's only going to be about 50 to 100,000 from what we're hearing. Then maybe another 50 to 100,000 a little bit later in the evening. And then the next couple of days, we'll probably see some more.
Great detail explanation.
Yeah, I was going to say everything you wanted to know about ballots, but we're afraid to ask. Right there.
Thank you, was awesome. Thanks,
now we know. All right. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Rahima Ellis is there. She's in Philadelphia. Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg, the Pennsylvania capital. 2 different stories going on. Let's start with you, Rahima.
Well, here in Philadelphia, which is the largest city in the Keystone State, this place behind me has now been dubbed the counting factory. This is where they are counting literally around the clock the mail-in ballots that have come in. As this morning they were saying they had about 2.5 million mail-in ballots, but this afternoon that's statewide. This afternoon they said that they are making a dent in that. In fact, they said out in Allegheny County, where Chris is right now, that they had processed about 68% of the mail-in ballots, and here in Philadelphia, they said they processed about 66% of those mail-in ballots. The interesting thing that's happening here, too, is that from this morning, when the president tweeted out that we are winning Pennsylvania big, by this afternoon, his surrogates, including his son, one of his sons, Eric Trump, and his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, came here and filed a lawsuit trying to say they wanted to stop Pennsylvania from counting any ballots. They said, quote, that they are hiding the ballot counting, and and processing from Republican poll watchers. But the governor of the state, who is a Democrat, Tom Wolf, said that they are absolutely transparent. At this voting facility or counting facility behind me, one of the things that they are doing is allowing cameras to be inside, and they're streaming what is going on. It's a little loud here.
I was enjoying the show behind you. Really.
Andrea had it too. A lot to say.
I think they wanted to point out, I think, that there is a lot of activity going on back here, so they've gotten our attention about all of that.
Yeah.
But the point is that they're saying that they are transparent about what's happening here, and they have said that there have been certified poll watchers, independent ones, those who are certified for the Republican Party as well as the Democratic Party, and that they are ready to address any kind of court challenge to the transparency that they have going on here. They keep telling people, be calm, be patient, but also be confident that they're going to be transparent and every vote is going to be counted.
Rahema, thanks very much. And let's go to Chris Jansen now in Harrisburg with the view from there. You spent a lot of time in that part of the country recently. Tell us what you're seeing and how people are reacting.
Well, first of all, we're getting some new votes. We are expecting them to drop in Allegheny County very, very soon. They only have 20,000 left to count. They say they're going to get that done tonight, no matter what. They've been working around the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers even sent dinner in for the workers, so they're raring to go until they get that last 20,000 done. That'll be a big indicator for Joe Biden, who believes he's going to do extremely well in the Pittsburgh area. The other thing the governor said, picking up on what Rahema said earlier, is that this is kind of a stress test for democracy, and you can kind of feel the tension. Harrisburg is a state capital. People are used to the rough and tumble of politics, but this is really intense. The governor and the Secretary of State held a press conference, and then over on the corner just behind me, one of the leaders, Republican leaders of the Senate, came out and once again called for the Secretary of State to step down. There's been a lot of pressure on them. They say they're not going to bend to it. Tonight, 350 people, demonstrators from unions, from progressive groups, went onto the steps of the Capitol just a show of support for Joe Biden, and especially for the governor and the Secretary of State, asking that every vote be counted. And when I talk to a lot of political folks around here, they're already starting with the what ifs, because they know that ultimately this could be a very tight race. They're talking about automatically having a recount at 0.5%. Well, what if it's just near 0.5%? Then we might have to bring in the military and foreign ballots, which don't have to come in until next week. So it may be a while before we actually figure everything out here in Pennsylvania, guys.
Chris Jansen, thank you, Chris.
All right, let's go to Andrea Mitchell. She's holding down the fort in Philadelphia. Andrea, I know you've been working the phones. What are you hearing?
Well, here in Philadelphia, I've got to tell you, and also out in some of the other, more rural areas, the Democrats that I'm talking to are very confident about the margins they're seeing as this process goes on. They don't think they'll finish it till Friday, but they think they will finish it by Friday. And, they're seeing big margins here in Philadelphia, certainly. Well, this is the biggest Democratic ratio of voters in the state, this in Allegheny County and Pittsburgh. But they're really seeing that people are adjusting to this mail-in process. The people are complaining about how slow it is. And there's a whole process where the ballots have to be certified, sent to the state and back. And a lot of people complaining about that process. In fact, as we know, Joe Biden was talking to the Philadelphia officials here last night, long-standing friends of his who were in Congress for a long time, former officials who are now running the city Democratic Party. Bob Brady, who was a congressman for 21 years. And, he's a little frustrated, or he was asking, what's going on with the count last night. But apparently when Brady talked to him this afternoon, he was very upbeat, especially after the Michigan returns came in, and that race was called for him. So apparently, and you saw Biden today, very, very, very much more confident than he was last night when they were really on pins and needles about Pennsylvania. So as Lester was referring to earlier in the evening, these lawsuits are coming, and the Republicans were here today, Giuliani and Eric Trump, but they're pretty confident that they can get through it because the count has to be done before the actual legal challenges. That's what Bob Bauer and the whole legal team surrounding Joe Biden say. You got to count the votes, then you can start challenging them.
Yeah, that's the process. Andrew, I'm glad you brought that up because that's where we're turning next, what those legal options are for the campaigns in those tight races. Here with some answers, Justice Correspondent Pete Williams, Duke University law professor Guy Charles, who is an expert in election law. Pete, let's start with you because you can set the scene. As you've been reminding us, we don't have to wait for some cases to get to the Supreme Court. In at least one case in Pennsylvania, it's already there. How do you see this terrain as we sit here tonight?
So that's the lawsuit in which the Republicans are saying that the ballot deadline should not have been extended by the state Supreme Court and that only the state legislature can do it. Now, that sits there on the Supreme Court's doorstep. It has not decided whether to hear that appeal. If Pennsylvania could make a difference, if the votes, you could probably switch enough votes if you went to court. You'd have to say to yourself how many ballots actually came in during that extended period. That would be the place where the Republicans would go and try to breathe new life into that lawsuit. But the rest of the lawsuits that the Republicans have filed around the states, and I think there's 7 or 8 of them now in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, and Georgia, they're all kind of nibbling away at the margins. None of them, as the president said last night, seek to stop the vote counting. Other lawsuits in Pennsylvania say, for example, that the ballots were not handled right, or voters were given, they shouldn't have been given the chance to come in and fix any problem with their mail-in ballots, or they right IDs aren't there, that kind of thing. Observers aren't getting a chance to look at the process well enough. And machines shouldn't be used to verify signatures. The way ballots are duplicated, if they're damaged, should be more closely watched. Just to give you an example of the sort of way that these lawsuits are kind of, as I say, nibbling at the margins. Just a short time ago, the Republicans filed a lawsuit in Pennsylvania saying, hey, the state's got it wrong on how many days you have to come in and supply missing proof of identification if it's not there. They've added 3 extra days. They shouldn't have done that. So that's the kind of thing we're seeing in terms of these lawsuits. Nothing that would stop the count anywhere.
Yeah, let me ask Professor Charles, how much latitude do the courts typically give the local election, county level, state level folks?
Plenty of latitude, Lester. I mean, as Pete said, the problem for the campaign is that it has to identify a legal violation, either to stop the count or to get into court. So there will be plenty of latitude here for the state officials. And as your reporters have said, they're all being extremely careful to make sure that they're counting the votes in a manner that is not going to violate anyone's rights or the law. So as long as they're behaving consistent with the law, then it's going to be extremely difficult to challenge their decisions, especially where they're given some discretion in making those decisions.
All right, Professor, thank you. I bet we'll be back with you as the days go on. Pete, you can bet on it. Our special coverage of Decision 2020 continues in just a moment.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
All right, there it is in Wisconsin. Now, NBC has declared Joe Biden the apparent winner. Why is it apparent and not the projected winner? Because the margin is just so close. Difference of 20,000 votes, which brings it likely within the margin if you want to pursue a recount on behalf of the Trump campaign, and every indication is that they will.
By the way, when we do apparent winner,
Yes.
if you notice, it said 99% in. We never say 100 for that when we do apparent, because what we're saying is we think this is all the vote there is, but we don't know for sure. We don't know if there's another error. We don't know if there's something more that comes in. So we're not going to sit here. It's why you'll never see 100 on an apparent call.
Okay.
And that is why, because I'm sure some people are going, whoa, well, there's 1%. And sometimes you're like, what is that 1%? Could that 1% be 30,000 votes, or that 1% 3,000 votes? But in this case, it's apparent simply because we're being careful.
Let's show you some other boards, including Arizona, which we've been watching since last night, and that what seemed like a Biden out in front here, but we have.
We're looking at Wisconsin, but
We're looking at
to your
Wisconsin.
point, Lester, we are.
I was going to say, I thought, wow, did that go?
I got thrown there.
No, 10 minutes away from Arizona releasing new numbers. Let's focus on Wisconsin for a moment, because it does seem that that state is headed for recount territory. We want to bring in NBC News contributor Jeremy Bash. And as we said before, he's a veteran of these wars. He was there at the Florida recount in 2000, a young lawyer working for then Democratic candidate Al Gore, and also with us, Chief White House correspondent Hallie Jackson, who, of course, is familiar with the legal strategy of the Trump campaign. Let's start with you, Hallie. What is there any doubt at all that recounts will be pursued by the Trump campaign wherever they can be?
Yeah, at this point, that is the strategy, Savannah, kind of a shock and awe legal strategy, frankly. You look at some of these states, so in Wisconsin, and we should note this, that technically the Trump campaign cannot actually file that recount yet. They are threatening to do so. They are saying they're planning to do so, but that can actually get triggered for another few days. So just to be clear on that, it's not as though that paperwork has begun, because it can't be. That said, they are pursuing that strategy in Wisconsin because it is potentially, depending on how these states fill out that are currently uncalled, could make a difference for them. You also look at Pennsylvania and the legal strategy there. Just in the last couple of minutes, between the time you were talking with Pete Williams about the legal strategy and the time that we're talking now, the Trump campaign filed yet another lawsuit. They have, according to the RNC, some 500 volunteer lawyers in that state alone, multiple firms on retainers. It is a full court press. It is also not an unexpected one. This is something that has been foreshadowed for several weeks now, as the Trump campaign has been looking at the numbers, as it seemed as though this race was going to be extremely close, as they want to pursue this sort of, battleground blitz, if you will, when it comes to these challenges. I have to tell you, based on some conversations that I've had tonight, I spoke with one person close to the campaign. There is some discomfort, I think, in some circles about the strategy that is being pursued because of who is leading that strategy. I think outside of the president's immediate orbit, there are those who are looking at people like Rudy Giuliani and those who appeared in Philadelphia today and wondering if they are perhaps the best suited people to be pursuing this kind of strategy, if it is, in fact, to be a serious one. So that's kind of where we are with Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And I want to mention one other state. I know we're teeing up to the top of the hour here in Arizona, where we expect to get that ballot dump from Maricopa County. And I want to give you some clarity and some insight into why the Trump campaign thinks that they're going to do potentially very well here. It's one thing to say it, but here's some back of the envelope math, right? We heard from the Arizona Secretary of State earlier in this broadcast that there are about 600,000 roughly ballots, votes they think estimated to be still out there. The Trump campaign believes
believes that President Trump could get, based on the numbers they have seen so far, something like 60% of those returns coming in, of the support that's still left. That's, listen, an ambitious number, but they say that that is what they're seeing based on the data. If you do the math, if you work out the numbers, that would, with the difference being 92,000 right now, that is why the Trump campaign thinks that they could be over by the end of the ballot counting in Arizona by about 30,000 votes. They don't expect to see that tonight. They don't expect to see it tomorrow, which I think is Thursday. They're looking at maybe Friday to be able to see some of those numbers coming in from Arizona. So just to give you a little bit of a sense of why the Trump camp thinks that it could go in their direction at this point. Again, 60% number is a question mark, particularly as Chuck knows, and Savannah, as you know well with Arizona, on where the count is coming in. But that's the thinking inside folks that I've been talking to.
All right, Hallie. So let's turn to Jeremy Bash. We gave his resume on the recount issue. So what comes to mind, Jeremy, when you're talking about recounts? You're looking at Wisconsin, potentially Georgia, potentially Arizona, potentially Nevada. What are the considerations, whether you're the Trump campaign or the Biden campaign? Because we may see those challenges on both sides.
Well, Savannah, first of all, you can't recount votes that you haven't first counted. So, for example, for the Trump campaign in Pennsylvania and Georgia, where the votes are still being counted, they have no mechanism to ask for a recount because the votes haven't been counted. And it certainly wouldn't do the Trump campaign much good in Michigan and Arizona to ask for a recount or even to stop the counting of the votes, because, of course, they're behind the Biden campaign, which I guess brings us back around to Wisconsin. And just, again, looking at the math, if Trump is trailing Biden in Wisconsin by about 20,000 votes, it is almost impossible during a recount to overcome a deficit of 20,000. In the Florida recount in 2000, which you referenced, Gore was down by about 1,000 votes after the initial recount. And at the end of the day, at the end of the recount, he was trailing by 500 votes. So he made up only about a net of 500. The idea that Trump could make up 20,000 in Wisconsin, I think, is pretty strained.
What's the end game then? Why pursue the strategy of recounts if you don't think it's going to move the needle and take you across the finish line?
Any port in a storm, Lester. Joe Biden is on the cusp of 270. If Arizona goes his way and Nevada goes his way, he's the president of the United States. And he said so much today in his remarks. And I think the Trump campaign is looking for something, anything to hold on to, a desperate attempt to change the dynamic here.
All right, Jeremy, thank you. Casey, it'll be interesting because I think Hallie put it well. It's a scorched earth legal strategy for the Trump campaign right now. And there's two tracks. There's the recount track where it's available to them, and it's the lawsuit track. And Pete Williams described how there's, it's piecemeal. It's a 1,000 cuts, right? A lawsuit here, a lawsuit there. There's no one single lawsuit that you file against the entire election. That's not how we vote. Where do you think Republicans in Congress will come down as this goes on? They obviously have just learned through the election that supporting the president and hugging the president is good politics for them.
They have, Savannah, but I've been watching this pretty closely over the last 24 hours to try and answer exactly this question. Were they going to join the president in calling into question the results? And so far, you haven't really seen it. And part of that is, Republicans have done pretty well. They have held on to more Senate seats than they anticipated. They've won more House seats. And if you're calling into question the results of the election, you're calling those results into question as well. So there's a little bit of tension for them. And I do think that there is not a willingness, and this is kind of what I've been trying to test. Before this election, I was picking up a real unwillingness to trash the Republican Party brand completely, throw it out the window in favor of Donald Trump if he was going to lose big. And my question was, okay, if he didn't lose that big, would they still do it? It seems to be holding so far.
All right, we're going to take a pause right here. We're almost at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock out in the Mountain West. Why do we mention the Mountain West? Because that's where the eyes of the political universe will be focused. Arizona about to release potentially hundreds of thousands of ballots tonight, and the first batch will come in moments. We expect we'll be here. Much more to come. We continue our live coverage, Decision 2020, right here on NBC.
watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome to NBC News, continuing coverage of 2020 as we wait for a new batch of numbers from Arizona. We want to show you where things stand right now. Pennsylvania, obviously, looming large here. Too early to call, according to NBC News. Nevada, that's also too close to call right now. 86% expected vote there.
We await more votes and more results from Nevada tomorrow morning, bright and early. In Georgia.
Georgia down at below 40. Look at that thing. Keeps dipping down.
All right, because they're still counting votes in Georgia. Predominantly, those votes are coming from the Atlanta suburbs, which is why Joe Biden is starting to eat into that margin. We'll keep an eye on that one. North Carolina, too close to call. This one is another by a hair. We'll watch that one. Ballots still coming in probably as late as next week in North Carolina.
Alaska, it is too early to call the presidential race. And once again, that brings us to Arizona, where we are expecting sometime around now, sometime in this half hour, a new group of numbers, and many of them coming from Maricopa County.
Yeah, so let's go put the map up. This is it, the road to 270. You see where it stands tonight. And the focus right now on Arizona. Chuck, let's talk about it. Are you clicking refresh on your computer?
I am.
Seeing if the votes are coming in?
Well, here's what I want to. Yes, I have.
Coming from all over Maricopa County tonight.
I have been doing that with both Georgia and Arizona. Look, I know we're going to bring our pollsters in, and like I said, one of our Bill McInturff, the Republican half of our team, does a lot of work in Arizona. Knows it really well. Has done work for Senator McCain, for Governor Ducey there, and I just want to remind folks. Let's go in. I mean, Maricopa, this is a relatively new blue county, right? I mean, this is, I want to just show you a little bit of history here. You know, this, and you know, if you win Maricopa, you win the state. There's an example out there of somebody who narrowly lost it by like 1,000 votes and won a statewide race. But for the most part, you can't win statewide without winning Maricopa because it's such a large, populous county. This is basically like a lot of the suburban counties in America. It has been trending from a lean red to a lean blue, and you can just see it here. As you can see, Joe Biden. So we don't know. We can't sit here and assume that any of this vote, the way we've seen it in the Atlanta suburbs and the Philly suburbs, those are huge margins. Those are 70-30, 80-20. I don't expect that here. This is why we don't know where in Maricopa. Maricopa is a county state. I mean, there are pockets of Maricopa. There are really blue pockets of Maricopa, really red pockets of Maricopa. And one thing the Secretary of State, and I think we tried to prod it out, or hey, can you tell us where? Is this coming from, from Arizona State, or is this coming from Scottsdale, right? Like that's the issue here. And this is why, I just saw some numbers move. When I see the numbers roll, it is actually coming in. I just saw numbers move. That means it's all happening. So we should be getting some numbers as it comes in. I just saw, see, you can, no, that's the statewide vote. So we'll be watching.
Keep an eye on it.
Yep.
You mentioned our pollsters. Let's go to them. We've got Bill McInturff, who is one of our pollsters for NBC News Wall Street Journal. He's a Republican. We also have Democratic pollster Jeff Horwit of Hart Research Associates. So we got all the bases covered. Bill, let's go right to you. So we know that we're expecting, there's 600,000 votes outstanding in Arizona. We learned from the Secretary of State, approximately 400,000 of which are from Maricopa County. And we're going to start to see those perhaps dumped out in batches this evening. What do you make? What do you make of where they're coming from? Would you rather be Joe Biden in this moment or Donald Trump?
Well, gosh, I hate to say this as the Republican, but you'd rather be Joe Biden. You're up 95,000 votes. There's 600,000 votes left. You've got to win the outstanding vote by about 18% to break even. But here's why that's possible. because Republicans dropped their ballots off in person. And if you look at the election day vote, all across Arizona yesterday, people who voted on election day, they were voting for Trump by either 20 to 40 point margins, depending which county they're in. So these ballots include, as you were hearing, the green ballots, people dropping them off in person. And so when the Trump people say, hey, we could be up 20, they might. And this could, I think it will get closer. Whether you can make up 95,000 votes, I think that's a lift, but it's what makes America great. It's interesting.
And Jeff, I guess the same question to you: where do the Trump folks see those numbers? Are they real or are they fool's gold?
Well, again, I think this first batch, we have to wait and see. And but we do know, that a lot of the vote that's out, whether it's Arizona or other places, with projections are about 21 million votes still out there. And we need to make sure that they're counted. And what we do know, what we've seen in other places, whether it's North Carolina or Georgia or Pennsylvania, that the vast majority of the vote that's still out there is this early vote, which, given how divided our country is and how we voted, we know that that is a vote that is much more likely to go for Joe Biden. So we'll see how this first group of votes go in Arizona, but there are more to come. And if they're early vote, that's a good sign for Joe Biden.
Bill, give us a little bit of a taste of Maricopa. I was bragging on your work there. You've done a lot of work for over a decade in Arizona, so you've had to navigate Maricopa from a Republican point of view as it's been shifting away from the Republicans. So, there are good parts of Maricopa for the Republicans. There are good parts of Maricopa for the Democrats. So walk us through it a little bit of what's been changing and what, could be your expectation.
All right, so you remember that great line, you never put your hand on the same river twice? Maricopa is not the Maricopa of 4 years ago. Arizona's gone through an economic boom. God bless my governor, Doug Ducey. But you know what's happened? One, there's been a high-tech boom in Tucson and all across Maricopa. There's been new jobs created. More than 1 out of 3 people in Maricopa County said they've registered in the last 4 years. So you've got Generation Z and millennials moving to the Mountain West. And then lastly, of course, you have a Latino population that's aging into the electorate. And so sort of like everything you think you know about Arizona from 4 years ago, this is a very different state. And what you're watching is real, which is Arizona moving from a red state to truly a toss-up state as Arizona's changed demographically. And that's the big thing that you're seeing here in Arizona right now.
Let's go to Gadi Schwartz. Gadi's on the ground there at one of the places where the ballots are being processed and assessed. Gadi, I know you're clicking refresh. You got any new numbers for us?
Yeah, I've been clicking refresh on my cell phone. I'm going to try to show you this if you can see it. But this just came in. We know that it's a slight bump for Biden. The total votes now are 887,000. And then this is Trump-Pence down here, 802,000. So we're trying to do a little bit of the number crunching ourselves, just looking at what it was before. My math is horrible, but right now we know that the updated results show 1.729 million votes out here. Again, we know that there were about 400,000 votes still outstanding. Now this dropped down to about 300 or so thousand. So that batch may have been about 100,000, like what we were talking about a little bit earlier, maybe 70,000. We're still going to do the math there, but it does show that Biden has gotten a little bit of a bump from this. And remember, when we're talking about 500,000 votes and 500,000 ballots that are still out there, and the race is getting closer and closer. We were doing some more math, and it looked like President Trump, if he wanted to win the vote here in Arizona, he would need about 6 out of every 10 people that have dropped off these ballots to be voting for him. And what we've seen now is about this 70,000 batch hit, and it doesn't look like there were many more votes for Trump. Instead, it gave just a little bit of a smidgen of a bump to Biden. So we're going to continue to do some math here on all these different screens. I know that you guys are tabulating back at 30 Rock with some much bigger screens. So hopefully you guys will have a little bit of better math. But also, we've got people back. If you can take a look here, they are back. They are crunching those numbers. That's what I was talking about a little bit earlier. That's the bipartisanship. One person Democrat, one person Republican. They become friends through throughout this entire process, and they are verifying. They're basically verifying those ballots, making sure that everybody is staying within the lines, or making sure that they know exactly which candidate was selected before they put it into these tabulation machines. That takes quite a long time. So this is a process that is slowly but surely moving. We've got a little bit of a trickle coming out. We should have another batch hitting in about 2 hours, but this is not the earth-shattering news that we were expecting. So much is going to happen in this room right here, and it could decide the rest of this election. Savannah?
Okay. Thank you, Gotti. Do you have, what do you think, Chuck? We don't have anything on our map?
We have nothing yet. And,
Okay.
one of the ways, when we do this, our folks like to go over we don't just pour the data in our system, because, again, we actually found this last night. If you were following the Virginia results for some reason, it's my adopted home state these days.
I was briefly. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. We thought we found an error in their Fairfax, and when Fairfax delivered their vote, we thought they may have double counted something. So we sent it. We were like, no, we're not putting in ours. We're like, put it in. Whoa, we took it out of the system and said, hey, we need to go through this, make sure there isn't double counting going on. And there was a lot of concern of double counting this year, not because people would do it on purpose. You're just dealing with a lot more mail-in votes and all this. And so there's always been, we know there's multiple categories now of stuff. So when we get this vote, we don't just put it into the system, right? We do actually vet it ourselves.
Well, and let's just take one quick second. Those folks behind Gotti Schwartz and the people across the country that are doing all of this tabulating, who are, probably making mistakes. They're dealing with so much. They're out working for all of us in this pandemic. I don't know.
The whole country saying, are you finished yet?
Yeah.
I know, but we should be saying thank you. We really should.
Yeah, and it's thankless at times.
It really is.
They don't get thanked. They get browbeated.
Yeah. Let's say thank you.
Let's bring in former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill and conservative columnist and editor of National Review, Rich Lowry. Both are NBC News political contributors. Claire, I'm just curious. This is a moment we're all watching these numbers trickle in, and certainly both campaigns are right now. Is this one of the gut check moments along the way to 270?
Well, I think it is, although this is quite a margin they would have to overcome. I mean, these votes would have to be pretty lopsided for Trump to take the lead in Arizona. And I spent the afternoon on the phone with a lot of my former colleagues, and nobody knows states better than the senators that are from those states. When you have to run statewide, you know it like the back of your hand. There's a lot of comfort about what's going to come in Nevada, and there's tremendous confidence about Pennsylvania at this point. I was surprised how confident people were about Pennsylvania ending up in Joe Biden's column. And the recount stuff is kind of weird. I've never seen a recount be successful when there's tens upon thousands of votes difference between the two candidates. I frankly don't get it. Usually it's the recounts that matter when you're within 1,000 votes of each other.
And Rich, you want to weigh in on the recount idea? The risk reward.
The recounts, I mean, unless it's razor thin, 100 votes, 200 votes, you're just not going to overturn a result. And Arizona is really key here for Trump's path, which is diminished over the last 12 hours or so. And I think really the most plausible path, perhaps the only path, is holding Pennsylvania, which is going to be tough. I've talked to Republicans in Pennsylvania who Claire's friends are optimistic. My friends in Pennsylvania are pessimistic. They're not sure Trump can hold on in Pennsylvania, but he needs to hold on in Pennsylvania, hold on in Georgia, which is going to be real close, hold on in North Carolina, and somehow flip either Arizona and Nevada. And Arizona would seem the most likely. And just if Arizona goes to Biden, this will be a sign that Trump, his electoral path, although worked for him in 16, it's come really close this time, might even end up working for him this time. It's just too narrow. There's suburbs all over the country. Part of the problem with the Obama coalition, when Obama wasn't on the ballot and blowing the doors off in terms of turnout, it was maldistributed geographically. It was too coastal, it was too urban. But there's suburbs everywhere. And the Republican Party will have to figure out a way going forward to still appeal to these Trump-based voters. They're part of the Republican coalition going forward, but not to be so hated in the suburbs. It's not sustainable.
It's so interesting to me to look at the map and just take a moment and just, we've got little embers burning in several different states. I mean, there's a story going in multiple states. We remember Florida. Now it's Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. There's so much going on in this map. And Claire, here we are entering this transition period and this period of uncertainty. And, what are your concerns about how these days and weeks will proceed while there is still uncertainty about the result here?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Savannah. My biggest concern right now is any damage that might be done to the essence of our democracy. People need to have faith that their votes count. We have been the city on the hill when it comes to a democracy that allows every vote to count equally to every other vote. And what the president did last night is unprecedented, as we've said many times about this president, but it's really corrosive to the democracy that we hold dear. And I worry most about the damage that the president could do to the democracy trying to undermine the results of this election between now and next January.
Rich, what do you think Republicans in leadership will do as this plays out if there's concern over, look, asking for a recount if it's within his rights?
Right.
You can question or debate the strategy, but if it's within his rights, it's within his rights. Filing lawsuits, if it's within its rights, it's within his rights. But what do you think Republicans in leadership, like a Mitch McConnell, for example, will think about this strategy?
Well, I think if it becomes anything more serious, you'll get some more serious pushback from Republicans who are mostly just cringing privately now. And the chances are the president's bark is going to be worse than his bite here. I don't like what he's saying on Twitter. I don't think he should say it. But in terms of the legal strategy, so far it's been penny ante lawsuits about getting election observers into these counts when, according to reporting, the observers are already there. So it's just not really going to affect things one way or the other. And I think that the biggest potential, as we were talking last night, for really consequential litigation would be in Pennsylvania if it's extremely close and it goes to these late arriving absentee ballots. That could really go up to the Supreme Court and be a highly contentious case. But maybe Pennsylvania is not that close. Maybe Trump wins Pennsylvania. He's not going to sue over Pennsylvania if he actually wins it, and he can win Pennsylvania, and Biden still has a path. So I think we just need to wait to see how it plays out.
All right, Rich, Claire, thanks to both of you as always.
And we're going to take a break right here. We'll be back. More coverage, more numbers when we continue.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
For the moment, the big storyline here is Arizona. We have been watching and calling that one too early to call, but as promised, Arizona officials are releasing a batch of new numbers, and our friend Chuck has been checking them out at the board.
Yeah, look, when we began the night, our difference here was 92,000 was the difference between the two statewide. Well, you can see now the new batch of numbers was about 90,000 ballots that came in. And the president netted about 13 to 14,000 votes, which is why the difference is down to 79. So that means he's been winning. He's winning.
The president shrunk the lead.
And that means he won it by about 18 points, anywhere from 18 to 20. That batch of ballots. Put it this way. We're waiting for the next batch before we feel comfortable taking a look again and see if we can call this. If he's going to be able to eat into if all these batches were equal as they came in, then you could see this situation change, but we don't know if it will be this sort of equal as each batch comes in. We'll wait for the next batch, but this was a good batch for the president. It netted him about 13,000 votes.
Okay.
The reality is really, the Biden campaign has been counting on Arizona as they've been thinking through the scenarios, what their paths are on the map. And I've had a bunch of sources say they're very confident about this, but I think this is rattling some nerves right now.
Were the Trump folks looking at Arizona prior to?
Yeah, and Hallie has been reporting tonight that they are optimistic about it, and certainly, there are reasons to think that the president, you could see some of the same dynamics in terms of the rural areas of the state, but as we've been talking about, the suburban realities in Phoenix and how much that has changed in this state, really, I think is what has given Democrats so much confidence, and the Senate race as well. We expect Mark Kelly to win the Senate race there. The Democrat has also given them some hope, but these are some new questions I think that are being explored.
The reason it matters is, and if you put up the map to 270, and that's why you saw the Trump campaign so unhappy last night that other networks had called Arizona for Biden, because when you put the map up, that if Arizona goes for Biden and he's picked up that one extra electoral vote in Nebraska, that's the striped state on our map, then Biden would no longer need Pennsylvania.
Right, assuming he picks up Nevada
he gets
as
Nevada.
Well. Right.
So that is why these Mountain West states have become so critical to the Biden campaign. It's giving them a cushion with or without Pennsylvania. That's why everyone is hanging on Nevada and Arizona right now, Chuck.
But by the way, and this is where, even as Trump gets good news in Arizona, he's not getting good news in Pennsylvania. This number keeps coming down.
But you're still getting new votes there?
We're still getting some trickle in, and it's down to 190,000. Point is that it is, which again, I always just take you to Philly where we have no new votes. 190,000, it keeps shrinking as stuff comes in. Biden can end up basically picking this up. Philly's the big one. Philly and Delaware could be enough alone to make up that margin. This is why you heard Rich and Claire sharing their sources. I'm hearing the same thing. I think you're hearing the same thing. Ton of Democratic bullishness, Republican pessimism about this. So you realize, let me go to our map here. You put Pennsylvania blue, and Arizona doesn't matter for him right now. Neither does Nevada, neither does Georgia, neither does North Carolina. That's suddenly and then everything else becomes gravy for Biden. So as good news for the president here, this is not shaping up very well in Pennsylvania right now.
Yeah, the challenge, of course, obviously, is that if there are legal fights in Pennsylvania, there are already cases that are headed for the Supreme Court that relate to what counts as a legal ballot in Pennsylvania. The president's strategy is more developed in terms of trying to fight that. And we could be bogged down in Pennsylvania.
Right. If you're rooting for resolution and peace, you don't want Pennsylvania to be the linchpin, because it's going to be an all-out legal war, and all of the seeds of that are already present. There is already a case before the Supreme Court that was tabled, but has the ability to be resuscitated and brought back to life if it becomes relevant, which it would if Pennsylvania ends up being the linchpin of someone's victory.
Because Casey's husband and I lived in Florida again, at least mentally. Florida. When
I heard a lot of it. A producer here at NBC News.
At NBC and Meet the Press. And it really reminded me, this recount strategy does not work in multiple states. Okay, it is one state. In fact, during that 2000 election, there was some thought that the Bush campaign at the time thought, hey, maybe we ought to ask for a recount in New Mexico. If I remember, New Mexico was one that was really tight, and maybe we ought to ask for a recount in Iowa. Iowa, Gore had carried it really tight, and the idea was, well, you're going to do that, we're going to do that, and then they said, no. This is the 270. Let's go. If you're all over the map, you're not gonna win the narrative. I hate to say that. You're not gonna, you make it about one state, you might be able to concentrate all the energies, you concentrate all the focus, you concentrate all the political sort of strength of your side or the other into that one state. The president's problem is, all right, I'm going to try Wisconsin, I'm going to try Arizona, I'm going to try Pennsylvania, and I just, it's not going to look legitimate.
Well, and this is why I think what the president is saying about this is so important, because the frame that gets put on this is something that's going to matter. He is creating a reality for the people who support him. And I mean, I think, for those people that you mentioned, Savannah, who are wishing for resolution, I think there's an acknowledgement that going through something like what we went through in Florida in 2000, in Pennsylvania, in this scenario, would be something that would really be incredibly divisive and difficult for the country and for all of us. And, I think it's part of why also the Biden campaign strategy is important to pay attention to until we have a resolution in these Mountain West states, because, you have seen the former vice president be very careful in coming out today and saying, you know what, I expect to win this race, but I'm not going to come out and tell you that I have until I know that I have.
Let's bring in quickly Hallie Jackson joining us in the White House to talk more about Arizona. And as you'd reported earlier, the Trump folks were seeing something there that the Biden folks weren't seeing, and it may be starting to appear in the numbers. What's the read in the White House?
Well, I mean, that's it, Lester, right? They're looking at these sort of batches of data coming in, just like everybody else, and looking to see, as Chuck is talking about, how tight that's going to get. And can they keep up that sort of roughly 60% number? It's technically, I think, right around 57% they've calculated is what they're going to need from the remaining ballots coming in. So if they can consistently keep that, then I think they're feeling good about their chances, continue to feel good about their chances, specifically in Arizona. But to Chuck's point here, and I was listening with interest to the conversation with Rich Lowry just a couple of minutes ago, because I think Rich laid out exactly what the campaign is seeing as their path. They've got to hold Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and then get Arizona, be able to sort of flip that, or Nevada, although it looks like at this point, Arizona is the potentially likelier bet. We obviously haven't called either race. One of the things, though, that Chuck has mentioned, as they are feeling, I think, more comfortable, feeling more optimistic about Arizona, there's the Pennsylvania question, and then there's the Georgia question. This is a state that I think 48 hours ago, 72 hours ago, it wasn't so much of a question mark in the eyes of some of the people who are close to the president and in the campaign. That has certainly changed now as you're seeing some of the numbers come in. And so I think that is a state, as we look at Georgia here, that's a big question mark, too, moving forward into the night.
Yeah, we expect another group of Arizona numbers coming, I think, around 10:30 or so Eastern time. So we'll continue to track the story. We'll take a quick break here. We'll continue our special Decision 2020 coverage in just a moment.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
In the east, 6:30 out west, 7:30 in Arizona, the center of the political universe at this moment, because we are awaiting and receiving new batches of votes. And the last batch that just came in was favorable to Donald Trump and narrowed that difference in votes, narrowing Joe Biden's lead. And we've been discussing, as we put up the road to 270 map, Chuck, how important Arizona is in this moment with the map as it stands. We await Arizona and we await Nevada, key to Biden's prospects in this moment, as Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are unknown.
Well, look, I mean, as we'll show you, I mean, there's, Joe Biden has all these simpler paths. And right now, if you just do with the states he's leading, and those 2 right now, he's there. Oh, I need to take away Pennsylvania. I forgot that was still sitting there. And he gets right to 270. And again, as much as things look good for the Biden campaign in Pennsylvania, do they want to be in a lawsuit palooza for the next 6 weeks and spend the holidays doing that? Or do they want to find a calmer path to do that, possibly a win in Arizona that's outside the recount era, in Nevada outside the recount era? But look, if somehow these split, right? If, just one of them ends up, let's, do that, then you're going to be looking at either they've got to fight for Pennsylvania if you're Biden, or you fight for Georgia, or you wait a week and see if there's something to fight for in North Carolina. We don't know how many ballots, but just a reminder, I mean, we're not going to know till next week whether North Carolina becomes a situation that we're watching, for instance, in both Georgia and Arizona, where vote comes in, margins shrink. You're not going to see any change in that margin until possibly November 12th.
In Pennsylvania and Georgia, votes are still trickling in, so we're still seeing that. Arizona is, as we speak, releasing more votes, so we're keeping our eye on that. Jeff Bennett is in Wilmington. He's covering the Biden campaign. I'm sure they're watching along with us. Did their hearts sink a little bit when they saw this next batch of Arizona votes come in with a pretty favorable rate of success for the president in that batch, tightening the lead?
And yet there is still a sense of confidence. There's still a sense of cautious optimism within the Biden campaign, I think is best reflected by the candidate himself today, who delivered that speech here in Delaware and walked right up to the line of declaring victory, never crossing it, but he said that once all the votes are counted, he expects to prevail. And so right now, the campaign, I'm told, feels good about their standing in Arizona. They feel good about the remaining vote out in Nevada. They also feel really encouraged and heartened by Joe Biden's performance in the Rust Belt. Because remember, his core pitch when he launched his campaign was that he was the guy, the son of Scranton, regular Joe, who takes the Amtrak train to work every day, who could speak the language of blue-collar workers and build back that blue wall. And he's done it in Michigan. He appears to be doing it, at least, in Wisconsin. And I'm told the campaign feels good about their position in Pennsylvania. And so today, that was one of the reasons why Joe Biden really telegraphed the kind of president he wants to be in that speech he delivered today. And his speech was really a bookend to the speech he delivered when he launched his campaign, when all of the other Democratic candidates during the primary were positioning themselves as the fighter for progressive policies. He was the guy who was saying, I'm going to be the one who's going to bring about this return to normalcy. And even here today, he was talking about uniting the country, stepping into the cauldron of chaos and trying to bridge the gaps. And so right now, the campaign feels as if they're knocking on that door to 270. Of course, we have to wait for all the vote to come in to see if that'll actually happen.
All right, Jeff, thank you. We want to go to Blaine Alexander now in Atlanta, where the vote is still trickling in a little bit in Georgia, but it is awfully close. What have you learned, Blaine?
You know, I've got to say, Lester, there is truly a sense of urgency right here in this room. This is Fulton County. This is where they are, quite frankly, scrambling to get these absentee ballots counted, sorted, and processed through. Just a few minutes ago, I spoke with the elections board chair for this county, and I asked him realistically, how late are they going to stay? He says it could go until about 3 a.m., possibly even later. And I asked him, are you determined? Are you certain that you're going to get this done tonight? And he told me absolutely. So that just kind of underscores the mood here, certainly in Fulton County. But if you wonder why we talk about this as almost kind of a patchwork, almost solution here in the state of Georgia, that's because it is. It really goes county by county. So while Fulton County is saying they're going to be finished tonight, another neighboring county, Gwinnett County, according to their latest update, it does not look like they'll be done with their tally this evening or done with their entire process. So, and there are certainly more across the country, across the state rather. So let's look at the latest numbers from Georgia's Secretary of State. As he put it, there are about 107,000 ballots still outstanding, still looking to be processed. And as you guys said, that is certainly major because, as we know, there are only right now about 39,000 votes that are separating President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden here in the state of Georgia. And of course, I don't need to underscore for you how major a Democratic win would be in the historically red state of Georgia. So when we talk about timing, it certainly is a bit of a moving target. The Secretary of State has said he's now eyeing sometime tomorrow morning. He's hopeful for tonight, but again, we still have a number of counties that are working to get their things done on their end. So we're again looking to sometime tomorrow morning, possibly before we get the tally here in Georgia, guys.
Okay, Blaine, thanks very much.
I was just watching. The Georgia votes coming in so slowly. It literally was 1,000 votes and then no update for like 20 minutes. I mean, that's all. But we got like an additional 1,000 votes, and you're like, really? Is this how slow it's going to come in?
Well, but remember, we were thanking though that
I know. No. It's not about that. But it was like, this is how slow this vote is coming. That's all I want. Georgia, Georgia may not be called this week.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident.
Coming that slow.
It's also that close.
It's also that close.
It's just, it's on
Gotta be
an
close.
absolute razor's edge.
It is possible that this is one of those you have to wait till all the provisional ballots, all the this and then that. I mean, it is, I think if all the provisional ballots are cured, you know, this is.
And yet it may be one of the most fascinating states of this process.
Oh, especially since we got to go right back into no matter what. Georgia's not getting anything.
We're all going to learn a lot.
We're going to learn a lot more.
Politics
it's just in
here.
slow-mo now. It feels a little.
Yeah, no,
Trust me, I'm no longer going to say DeKalb County, right? I know it's DeKalb now, and we're all going to learn how to make sure we pronounce these counties even better in 2 months.
You're talking about because two Senate races are going to runoff in Georgia. That election will be in early January, and may ultimately decide whether the Republicans or the Democrats control the Senate, depending on how the numbers shake out.
It's likely the majority is going to be on the line in those two races, which means potentially over $100 million could be spent there in a couple of months. But I mean, the reality right now, I think, as we're looking in Georgia from a source reporting perspective, you know, I still have people who are saying, okay, Arizona, we feel this way about this ballot dump. Pennsylvania, we feel good broadly. Georgia, everyone is saying, we have no idea because it's going to go back and forth on these little tiny groups of ballots. And you're right, Lester. I mean, I started hearing about Georgia probably a week before Election Day. People started saying, hey, there's something going on there. You should watch that. But before that, I don't think it was really on our maps in as serious way as this.
Control room, put up the David Perdue Ossoff race again, because Casey and I were discussing something about a half hour ago. We talk about all these recounts. Well, the recount provision is if you're at below 50%, it goes to a recount, right?
Oh.
So you do see recounts, and this happens all the time in runoff states and primaries, where you want to see a recount to see if you made it into the recount, or if you were able to avoid, if you were at like 49.5 and you wanted to avoid a recount, you want to see, are there any additional votes?
You want to avoid a runoff.
A runoff. You want to avoid the runoff. So it'll be fascinating here. No matter what happens when all the votes are counted here, we're going to be sitting. Is Perdue at 50.01? Well, then Ossoff's going to probably ask for a recount to see if he can find votes to put Perdue down. If Perdue's at 49.8, then Perdue may say, no, I want to recount to see if I can get to 50 and avoid the runoff. What I'm saying is the likelihood we're going to get a recount in Georgia is probably going to be Senate race focused first, and it's going to be that Senate race to determine whether or not a runoff is going to happen.
And if there's a recount at the presidential level, I should amend also what I just said on terms of the Senate majority, because if you do see David Perdue hang on to that 50% plus.
Where he
that
wouldn't
means,
have to have the runoff.
Right. Purdue would win outright. He'd go back to the Senate. He's a Republican. Then unless something really crazy happens in Alaska or someplace that we don't know about yet, it's likely the majority wouldn't be at stake, because with Susan Collins hanging on in Maine, Democrats would really need to win both of these seats, if my math is correct. And forgive me, I've been trying not to do math for a lot of hours in a row now, but they would need to win both of these at once to really to take the majority, we think. So if this one is off the map, or off the table, then there's only one Senate race. That means that the majority is not on the line, but Democrats still would have a lot invested because they've got a candidate there. Chuck knows Reverend Warnock is his name. He's the preacher at the church where Martin Luther King Jr. used to preach. He's potentially a first, very significant test of all of the machinery Stacey Abrams has been building down in Georgia. And if he were to win that race, I think he'd be a serious national player.
Let's take a look now at Nevada, where they've essentially knocked off for the night. There's no numbers coming out of there right now. Jo Ling Kent in Las Vegas, who can shed a little more light on what their plan is to give us more vote.
Yeah, Lester, you're absolutely right. No more results coming out of Nevada tonight. We'll get a new batch of numbers come tomorrow morning. But here's what we know so far. A lot of votes have already been counted, and Biden does maintain a very slight lead. So as for the votes that have been counted, which ones are they? We know it's all in-person early votes, all in-person election day votes, and then most of the mail ballots that were received before election day. So that means here in Clark County, we just talked to you earlier today, the registrar here, Joe Gloria, and he told me they're continuing to count. They'll resume tomorrow morning. They can process 70,000 a day. And what the focus is going to be on, according to the Nevada Secretary of State, is going to be the mail ballots received on or after election day and ballots cast by voters who do that same day voter registration. So you think about it, they say they can here in Clark County process 70,000 ballots a day. So do the math. They're not telling us how many votes they have outstanding to count, because it's very hard to know that number here in Nevada, because voters who are registered automatically receive a ballot in the mail. So you may or may not be returning that ballot, right? So they're still trying to figure out how many that they need to count, but they're in process, doing it relatively smoothly. But you guys were talking about a recount earlier. And what's interesting here in Nevada is you'll remember that Hillary Clinton came away with Nevada just narrowly back in 2016. And so the Trump campaign certainly watching this very closely. Their lawyers are certainly watching it very closely. So anyone can call for a recount here in Nevada. You can be a candidate, a campaign, an individual. And if that is called for in the state of Nevada, the Secretary of State, the government has just 10 days to figure it out. But you know what, the timeline, the horizon here in Nevada could be a little while, because you have until December 10th to get your vote here, as long as it's postmarked on or before Election Day, right? And then they have 2 days to cure those signatures if there's any sort of signature matching issues. And then they have until November 16th. That is the final deadline where they must canvass. And before then or by that day, put up the official results. So we should have a new batch of numbers come tomorrow. But Reno, Washoe County there, and then here in Clark County, we're expecting more numbers. We were hoping to get some earlier today. That didn't materialize for Reno. So we're hoping to get them tomorrow, 9 or 10 a.m. The 9 a.m. timestamp is when here in Clark County, they're going to resume the ballot counting. They're going to go back into those mail-in ballots, those provisionals, and get this process going again for day 2 after the election.
And that's 9
Okay?
Pacific time.
That's right, local time.
Local
Indeed.
time. All right, Jo Ling Kent, thank you.
You're just calculating. How long am I going to get to sleep?
Yeah, I'm just thinking. So, okay,
there
so
will be no sleep for
it's
any of us.
afternoon here, yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to NBC News contributors Maria Teresa Kumar. She's the president and CEO of Voto Latino, and Hugh Hewitt, host of the Hugh Hewitt Show on the Salem Radio Network and a supporter of President Trump. Hugh, you got your ear to the ground or on your cell phone. Got a little good news in Arizona today for the president. Nevada still hanging out there, a narrow margin. But in Pennsylvania, the word on the street seems to be from both Democrats and Republicans that it's looking like a tougher climb for the president. What are you hearing?
Well, let me start micro, Savannah. There are 346 votes left in Maricopa County. I just got a text from the Republican War Room there. We have great confidence in Governor Ducey and Attorney General Brnovich there. Adam Laxalt, the former Attorney General of Nevada, is leading the recount there. But Arizona is actually the closest state to tipping into the Trump column. The least close state to tipping into the Trump column is Nevada. Pennsylvania, unlike what Senator McCaskill said yesterday, my Pennsylvania sources are very confident, but they realize that an Attorney General, Josh Shapiro, who's a Democrat, they've got a very, very good team of Democrats on that side. The context, though, which I think I want to make sure everyone hears, this isn't about Donald Trump. The Republican Party has to fight. They have to fight in Arizona. They have to fight in Nevada. They have to fight in Georgia, where they have to charge up for, as you've noted, 2 runoff races, which they're very confident about, which would leave the Senate 52-48. So they have to show their supporters, not just their contributors, but their voters, that they are not a party that gets walked over. They have to be at least as aggressive as Joe Biden would be, where he reversed with the president right now. They have to be at least as aggressive as Al Gore was. And in fact, they've learned from the 2000 experience. Al Gore tried to cherry pick recounting, and he lost. He should have recounted the entire state. Instead, I think it was 6 counties he tried to recount. So they are going to fight on the beaches. They are going to fight on the mountains. They're going to fight everywhere. And it's not because of Donald Trump. It's because they feel that leading up to the election, every single poll was biased against them. I'm so glad NBC did not make any improvident calls last night, because they're mad at other networks that called too early or called too late. They're just generally in a combative mood, and it's not the president. You go down to the precinct holders. We had a great night in the House. We had a very good night in the Senate. Had a good night with picking up one governor and the state legislators, and they just want to be combative. And begins in Maricopa County.
Maria, give us your survey of the landscape right now as we sit here and we're watching Arizona. We won't get more numbers in Nevada till tomorrow. You've got Georgia by a thread. Where are we?
Well, you know, it's interesting because I was talking to the campaign, and of course, everyone's saying that they're winning. But let's be very clear. In Arizona, 25% of the early vote was the youth vote. That's what's getting counted right now and there's 25% Latino youth vote. What is happening in Arizona is very similar to the demographic shifts that we are also seeing in Georgia. In Georgia, you saw 75% of the people that were voting for, that were Latino, that were voting for Joe Biden. But then you also have not just the Latino demographic aging in, you have young professionals coming in with new industry. The tech industry in Arizona is parallel to the Hollywood tech industry that you're seeing in Georgia. So it's going to be super close. But the story is that it is the young Latino vote heading that charge, along with a lot of new white voters that are coming in that just simply weren't there in 2016. Now in Nevada is going to be something that is very close, but again, it's the young Latino vote that is leading the charge. That is not the case for all Latino voters, but in those particular states, in Georgia, in Arizona, in Nevada, it is the young Latino voter that has been aging in. At Voto Latino, we have registered 67,000 in Arizona, 35,000 respectively in Nevada and in Georgia, and they have been responding. So I think it's still up for grabs, but I do think that just based on the demographic aging in, what we know what happened in Colorado, what we know what happened in Virginia a couple cycles back, that is the road that we see for Nevada, Arizona, and possibly Georgia.
I got to ask you, Maria, when this is all said and done, though, are you going to be looking hard at? The president did well with Latinos, relatively speaking, improved on his numbers from 2016, and also with the Black community as well. So it was an uneven performance for Joe Biden in terms of the Latino vote across the country.
I think that what we saw specifically in the Latino vote in Florida was that, unlike the states that I just mentioned, they did not have show me your paper laws. They did not have anti-immigrant laws. So the Latino person there was able to see and talk very much about why they fled their native lands, whether it was communism in Cuba, Venezuela, which was socialism, or even in Colombia, failed democracy. So that socialism message really stuck because they're not being pigeonholed, sadly, as show me your papers. Whereas in Virginia, Virginia was one of them, one of the reasons why it switched. But in Georgia, in Arizona, in Nevada, you see these show me your paper laws. In Texas, I mean, we're not talking about it tonight, but in Texas, you saw a 600% increase in the Latino youth vote because of the strenuous circumstances. And so, yes, the Latino vote is absolutely not monolithic. But when you start peeling apart, especially intergenerationally, where the opportunity is for the Democrats, it's the young voter. They're almost half of the eligible voters, and it's young Latinas, and it's female. It's the men that they are going to have to figure out, how do you talk to the men in the Latino community? They don't necessarily outperform their white gendered on the other side. Terribly put, guys, but you know what I'm saying?
We're all cruising on 20 minutes sleep.
but I think that the Democrats are going to have a real conversation engage and Latino males in a way that is authentic, that is meeting them where they are, and that combats a lot of the disinformation that we know actually is out there online.
All right, Maria Teresa Kumar and Hugh Hewitt, thank you for coming on. Another quick break here. We'll be back with more as Decision 2020 continues on NBC.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
And welcome back to NBC News Election Headquarters. We continue to watch numbers trickle in from these battleground states as we continue to try to figure out who will be the president for the next 4 years. Chuck Todd is back at the map. You want to give us a quick look at where Pennsylvania stands?
Well, yeah, you know, we saw Donald Trump's margin dropped by 5,000 with just a small, I mean, literally, you know, just a tiny bit of vote came in a little bit here, a decent amount, but it did allow Biden to cut that lead. Let me do my favorite little check-in here as we do. And guess what? Still no additional vote in Philadelphia. I continue to remind you, if this is what's really got to scare the Trump campaign, we don't have any of that Philly vote yet, and the margin could get where Philly will deliver it by itself, the way things are going. But one of the things, you know, we have not been able to focus a lot on the House because of what's happened right now. But this was a really good night, a surprisingly good night for Republicans. And one of the points we want to make is how I think important, how big of a night it was for Donald Trump, even in losing, because Donald Trump being on the ballot basically cost a whole bunch of freshman Democrats who won in 18 when Donald Trump was on the ballot. They picked up some Trump districts, and they lost them this time. There's South Carolina one. This was
this one really surprised.
This one surprised a whole bunch of people. It was really close. Cunningham was seen in Charleston, South Carolina was seen as sort of just like we were seeing in the Atlanta suburbs. Charleston was sort of the beginning of South Carolina becoming maybe a reddish tint towards purple.
So a lot of country club Republicans, a lot of transplants from New York.
Exactly. Charleston has, and yet it didn't hold. That doesn't mean this isn't going to remain a swing area. And I think this is more, the power of Donald Trump. Because when you see the pattern here, let me stay in the southern region here. This is Oklahoma City. This was a surprise in 2018 when Kendra Horn, who ran a terrific campaign in 2018.
She did.
Very much a centrist Democrat, conservative Democrat, sort of in the older tradition of Oklahoma Democrats who have succeeded. But she was thought of as somebody that was going to have a tough time surviving. And it's just the power of Trump on the ballot. Kendra Horn lose. Let me take it in New Mexico, too. New Mexico, too, this is the most conservative area, the biggest district, which means it's the most rural, if you will. And this was, this was
a real disappointment for Democrats.
They thought because they thought the weaker Republican nominee during the primary, and yet it wasn't enough. Again, a district that Trump carried. One of so far the only non-freshman to lose, and we know there are others that could end up losing, Colin Peterson, who's been in Congress since 1990, chairman of the Agriculture Committee. And frankly, he's been living on borrowed political time. He was he's the one of two Democrats, in fact, ended up being the only Democrat because the other guy changed parties, who voted against impeachment. As a way, it didn't work. He got throttled here, as you can see, because again, strong Trump district. And then finally, Iowa won. This is this one here, Iowa won, Abby Finkenauer. This is one where, to me, if she survived, Biden was going to carry Iowa. The only way she was going to survive, she needed Biden to carry Iowa, because this is how Democrats win Iowa, by doing well in the first and the second district. Obviously, that didn't happen.
Very talented candidate on the Republican side, though, very well known. But, Chuck, big picture, I don't know if we're able to put up the map of all of the House races just to kind of take a look at it, because I think it shows you, and this is part of what I've been relying on in terms of how we talk about the presidential race and how divided the country is, because we still don't know. It's possible Biden could win with 270 electoral college votes. It's possible he could lose entirely. It's possible he could win with a whole bunch. But this really shows you kind of how the cultural divide is playing out in this country. And the fact that, Democrats went into this election 5 to 7 additional House seats. So they thought there was going to be more blue on this map than what we already saw.
I'll tell you where they thought they were going to get some blue. It was
right
in the state
there.
of Texas.
Yeah, in Texas.
There was a whole bunch of some blue they thought they would add over here, some blue, and then, of course, this district, which we haven't called yet, but this is at the border. It's a district that the Democrats always think they should have. They struggle with it at times.
Yeah. There were districts in Michigan, too, they thought they would hold on to. Michigan as well. I don't mean Michigan 2nd District. And then North Carolina, there's some seats where they're disappointed. This just goes to show they were incredibly, frankly, overconfident about it. And they were saying we could win as many as 12 to 14 seats on a good night. It just showed you how they were thinking about Donald Trump and what they sort of viewed as the absurdity of the idea that he would win re-election, or that they
In fairness, Republicans thought they were going to lose big as well.
That's true. That's absolutely
it's
true.
Kind of interesting that
the weekend before, I had a Republican from the big super PAC say, "Oh, man, we just want to be on, above 190 in the House."
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm not trying to just criticize Democrats and their numbers here, but I do think that it shows you the depth to which Donald Trump has really, whether it's that he's stoked the culture wars or that people feel like they're participants in that. You look at those House numbers, and that can really help you understand all of this.
We're going to fit in a break here, and we'll be back with more Decision 2020 coverage right after this.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Decision 2020, we continue to watch those 6 states right now outstanding that could determine who the next president will be. That's what Arizona is showing right now. It is too early to call. We've been looking at a Biden lead there, but we've got some new numbers recently, and Donald Trump adding to his total. So we'll continue to watch more numbers expected to come in there a bit later on this evening. Also, right now, Pennsylvania, that's the other big prize everyone is watching. Too early to call in Pennsylvania. Trump out in front there, but Biden has been slowly but steadily closing that lead.
Yeah, and we're waiting for more votes to come in and be counted there. In Georgia, it is a nail biter, too close to call. We are being told by our correspondent on the ground they're going to be counting late into the night there. This one is a squeaker. North Carolina. Press pause on this one. It's too close to call, and we don't anticipate any more counting to be released until as far out as next week.
Which still feels like a weird thing to say. November, really, guys? We're going to wait till November 12th?
Well,
we think.
Well, Nevada, they'll be back at it tomorrow.
Yes.
So let's look at Nevada. That is too close to call, but they have knocked off for the evening, as we mentioned, but they plan to get back at it 9 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow. Alaska, it is too early to call there, but you can see Donald Trump with a significant lead right now as we look at 56% of the expected vote in.
All right, so there's the White House, and we can fire up the 270 map, the road to 270. It's filled out quite a bit, but the suspense still with us. Chuck, you're over at your what if map. So what are the different scenarios now?
Well, number one, I just want to remind people, if we just we know who's leading in every state. So let's just do that. All right. Alaska, Trump leads. Nevada, Arizona, Biden leads right now. Pennsylvania, Trump leads. North Carolina, Trump leads. Georgia, Trump leads. So if we just did that, there would be your final result, 270, 268. 2000 election was 271, 267. So we have never had it that close. That's just assuming that at this point. And it is a reminder of the different paths. I mean, this is the fastest path. Well, the fastest path now for Joe Biden to get to 270 actually is just simply Pennsylvania at this point. If you check
fastest,
it out carefully,
but not the neatest,
not the easiest.
But it's the one with the most pain. Exactly. Where Nevada and Arizona, where you don't need it, a lot less pain on that front. So look, it's. In that sense, I think let's see how the night goes with Arizona. And I think it then dictates. I mean, if Arizona is suddenly a jump ball, then the Biden campaign is going to be, I think, basically becomes a 3-state strategy, because they're going to want to make sure that one of Arizona, Pennsylvania, or Georgia comes through, because they're in this position. They only need one of those to come through, assuming they keep Nevada.
It always strikes me when you think about these campaigns that have invested so much time and focus, and they control their own destinies. And you get to this point now, you're a day after the election, and there's not a thing you can do. We at least have this, we can do this and play with the boards and have this academic and journalism exercise, but they can't do anything to
Can't buy another ad.
Yeah.
Let's put an ad. We can target that. Oh.
No, the votes have all been cast. That's done. Now it's just the counting. And in some places, that's taken longer than anyone would like. Kelly O'Donnell's with us. She's at the White House. I should mention we are awaiting more vote from Arizona tonight. We expect a little bit more, so we'll keep our eye on that. Kelly, what are you hearing from Trump world tonight?
Well, one of the things that really stands out, Savannah, is the unusual silence from a president who is known for being blunt, brash, always using his own megaphone of social media. We're not seeing that from the president, and not as much from his allies either. Now, I've been talking with sources in Arizona, and they, of course, are looking at your home state with great interest. And part of what we've also been looking at is how do these states, especially with a Republican governor and Doug Ducey in the case of Arizona, how can that partnership and relationship help the Trump campaign understand their numbers? Before we all got to nights like this and the country's learning about the counties and so forth, the campaigns have their own personal histories with knowing where do their voters reside, who do they work and spend the most money to draw out, and then you layer in a Republican governor like Doug Ducey, who has his own electoral history in his state. And then you bring in the Cindy McCain factor. She, of course, came out in support of Joe Biden, but retaining her Republican credentials, not getting involved in other races, speaking to Republicans in places like Scottsdale, Maricopa County, truly red places where she has a long personal history with her late husband, of course, Senator John McCain. And if this ultimately becomes a Biden story in Arizona, that relationship of Cindy McCain may tell part of the story, especially with suburban women. But the Trump campaign is still arguing that their math is what they know best and their data is what they know best. And that as some of these results come in, Maricopa County, they're outperforming, they say, then you'll have a county like Pima County in Arizona, which could give Biden some more help. Close, close, close. Arizona is one of those states where the president spent a lot of time in 2016, not as much time in 2020. And you have to think that in the silence of these hours of waiting, if there isn't some thinking about places where they might have used the candidates' time, resources, and so forth, Arizona's history and the president's own personal combative history with the McCain legacy in Arizona may be part of the story as well. So that's something they're watching. And again, looking from Trump world perspective at Pennsylvania, they still see a path there. And of course, they're counting on Georgia and North Carolina going their way. The pathways are fewer than for Joe Biden. And what is, again, striking is they are not filling the void in talking about where they see things going. Now, maybe we can just chalk it up to everybody's tired and the wait is what it is. But it is notable that from a Trump White House, we don't have a new tweet to tell you about or a new comment from the president. Savannah?
That
All right.
in itself is a headline. Let's bring in Jeff Bennett covering the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. They put their guy out earlier today who made a very strong statement that he believes that he will win all this. What are you hearing right now?
That's right. And look, I'll take the baton from my good friend and colleague, Kelly Owen, talking about Pennsylvania, because as we wait for the numbers to come in, all we can really do is read the tea leaves right now in that state. And one Biden campaign staffer is taking heart in what's happening in Pennsylvania's 17th district, particularly with Congressman Connor Lamb. He's a 36-year-old Marine Corps veteran who was sort of swept into office with all of the progressive energy in the 2018 midterms, sort of as a rebuke to President Trump's election in 2016. And right now, he appears to be in the lead. And so they are sort of extrapolating from that what Pennsylvania could portend for Joe Biden. And what's so interesting about that is that Connor Lamb campaigned with Joe Biden back in Iowa and talked a lot about the fact that as he saw it, Joe Biden could help down ballot candidates like himself. So right now, the campaign is still expressing confidence and cautious optimism about how their candidate is faring. And one of the ways we know that is because today the campaign launched a transition website. It established its transition team some months ago, but today they launched a splash page for what they hope will be to come if Joe Biden, of course, is victorious.
I wonder if this is taking a little bit of a page out of the book, not a perfect comparison, but you go back to the 2000 recount and remember the Bush folks immediately took the stature and owned the idea that this was the president-elect. They started the transition process.
Lester, it is all about, you know, who that is, they're sort of recount politics, right? That sort of thing. I think the person that establishes themselves, well, we're ahead. And right now, Joe Biden, macro is ahead, right?
And he's got a transition website.
That's right.
As well.
He's ahead. And so that does put added pressure on those trying to change it on Donald Trump. So it does just
unlike Bush v. Gore, the president's actually in the White House, so it's a little different.
But it's a little different. But if he gets the call, let's say Biden gets the call here soon. given what's going on on the legal challenges, you would think that the Biden folks are going to quickly take that, not only accept, but take that sense of ownership and be seen in that role.
It's an interesting question. We should ask, let's ask an expert. Robert Gibbs is with us. He's the former press secretary to President Obama and was a senior advisor on his campaigns. And Robert, what's your view? If you were advising the Biden campaign tonight, what posture would you recommend they take?
Well, look, I thought they did a great job today getting out there and establishing exactly what you all have talked about, which is establishing themselves as owning this process. And quite frankly, much like last night, I assumed once Biden went out, we'd see and hear from Donald Trump, not just on a tweet, but in person. And I think what Kelly is saying, not coming out, I think does give you a little bit of a tell of where the Trump campaign and the president believe this race seems to be headed.
So what happens now in the coming days? If this thing drags out, what's the effect on whoever the president-elect is going to be and the electorate in general? If we're sitting here, what's today? Today's Thursday?
Wednesday.
Sorry.
We're all like that, Lester.
Me too.
But if we're working our days off this weekend, what's the effect?
Well, look, I think that they continue to be out there. I think the Biden campaign wants to continue to be out there messaging to their supporters. I think that moving forward in that transition, command of government, looking like you're a leader, speaking like you're a president, those are the things that you want to command. Again, surprised a bit today that Trump was off the stage a bit and let Joe Biden do that. I mean, Trump is a master showman. He is the chief marketing officer. And to have left that stage open today, again, I think probably surprised a lot of people.
Are you surprised Biden has not been, or even the president, not been seen out being presidential, aside from just speeches, but just making appearances, being seen?
Well, I think you could certainly see something like that. You could also see, I could see, and I probably would plan if I was them, a briefing of sorts, get an economic briefing, right? Get an intelligence briefing, meet with advisors on the coronavirus as we've seen the number of cases skyrocket. I think anytime you look like you're in command and look like you're the president-elect in the case of Biden, I think that is always going to be a plus in the minds of people that are watching this process closely.
Hey, you want to weigh in on Arizona? It's 10-11 here in the East. We may get some more numbers here in the next few minutes, but we did see Donald Trump pick up, was it 13,000? He's busy. I think it was 13,000 additional.
Oh, sorry, I'm doing some Georgia calculations too.
Georgia?
Oh yeah, but we'll go to Arizona. Sorry, I had some Georgia math here.
Robert, Chuck's being Chuck. He's doing math over here at the back of the envelope, literally.
Yeah, I literally am back in the envelope right now. Yes. Anyway, so no, with Arizona.
You know that phone doubles as a calculator. We know what the math he's doing. But no, but look at a place like Arizona. But look at a place. Well, I think in a place like Arizona, look, I think the Biden campaign is still confident. I think. Not only do you have some of that vote still out in Maricopa, but you've got Pima County, which is even bluer than Maricopa County. So I think watching that on the end, and I think where Chuck is about to go is we've seen this vote, kind of dribble in over the course of the night. When we started this hour, it was 39,000, almost 40,000 in Georgia. Now we're down to 33,000. I think this thing is getting closer and closer. I think most of the campaigns think Georgia's a real jump ball. And that, again, gives you a whole other scenario for the Biden campaign to get to 270.
And that's your introduction to.
There it is.
Thank you, Robert.
Right. I appreciate that, Gibbs, because we are sitting, there's your difference, 33,300.
So now what math were you doing?
Well, the Secretary of State told us that there's 98,000 ballots that are remaining. We do know that most of we're pretty confident most of these ballots are essentially in and around Atlanta. DeKalb County here, this is an 83-15 county, right? For Biden, Fulton County was a 72-26. I just point those numbers out for a reason here. 98,000 votes is what's left to be counted. If these are all where we think they are, and in these Atlanta counties, and Joe Biden wins just 70% of that vote, he will net 38,000 votes from what's remaining. And, 38 minus 30, you could see what would happen there. It would flip the lead. Wild. My point is, we'll see if it's that. We'll see if it's all coming from there. It's possible there's a red county here or there.
I was going to say, how do we know where it's outstanding?
We know most of them that are outstanding are here. I mean, we've got our little thing here. We know there's approximately 9,000 there. Let's go to Fulton County, approximately 31,000 there. You could start to put it up, and you see that. Let's see, Gwinnett County, there's 14. It won't be quite. See, that could be a less of a split. But the point is, I just went to Fulton.
Cobb County.
Yeah, here's Cobb. There's another 15
I'm obsessed
there.
with Cobb County.
Well, I'm with you because Cobb is a great story.
I like Cobb salad, but that's
I like Cobb salad too.
But just this is the home of Newt Gingrich.
Right. So this is the quintessential kind of place where when Republicans talk about being worried about the suburbs, they are worried about places like Cobb County. It's an upscale suburb of Georgia, historically a Republican stronghold, as Chuck has pointed out, and it has been moving. And you saw it there in 2016 move just a little bit. There's also a lot of interesting stuff going on at the congressional level here. But this is a bellwether for Republicans across the map and also representative of this cultural split that we have been talking about. This is an area where you see a little bit more of that. They're college educated, many white voters here. And this is the kind of place that could decide, especially if these Senate races go to a runoff, this is the kind of place we're going to be looking at to see if Democrats actually have a chance to hold on in a more traditional type of.
This was Newt Gingrich home district. This is the birthplace of the Republican Revolution in the 90s.
Yes, this is where it was. It is now. And what's interesting, the question I have is Georgia now permanently, is Georgia going to join Florida as just one of these places now?
This is your Denver and your Phoenix example.
Is it going to be Florida where Georgia will stay in the battleground? Or is it going to be Virginia and Colorado when the Northern Virginia suburbs and the Denver suburbs started to move, and it was just sort of like, yeah, we're here purple, and then it was just like they walked right literally from red to blue. You just saw that in Cobb. I mean, this is in a decade this is just remarkable. In a decade, you go from 10 points, in 8 years, you go from essentially a plus 10 Republican district, a reliable, lean Republican. You're not going to sit here and say this is rock solid, but a reliable, lean Republican, to literally you flipped to 20 points. So the question I have is Georgia staying purple, or is it basically purple as it moves to blue, and in 2 cycles it becomes more reliably blue, a la Virginia, which it'll take a special type of Republican to win statewide in Virginia.
What's interesting when you're thinking about that? I was thinking about, you're saying there's states that have marched from red to purple to blue. There's also states that have marched from battleground states to reliably red. I think about Missouri.
Yep.
I wonder if Ohio's headed in that direction.
Feels that way. It's now 2 cycles in a row at 8 points. I'm not ready to do it for Iowa. Iowa narrowed a bit down to 6. Iowa is sort of, it has a little Minnesota in it, and at the same time, it has a little bit of Ohio in it. So it's going to stay in the swing. But you're right. We've seen, and this is something I always like to remember, every state finds itself in and out of the battleground every generation. It's a generation will cycle in and out. A state that may come into the battleground in, say, a decade might be a place like Kansas. And so this stuff is, I think we're in the middle of a realignment right now. And as the suburbs continue to realign, as we continue to diversify as a country, this map could shake up even more.
Well, that's the big picture stuff, but we're counting to 270 tonight. We got a presidential race. We still got to decide. We are waiting. Arizona's filing some votes tonight. Georgia's still doing it. Pennsylvania's still doing it. It's on. Still on. We're still on. And we'll be back right after this.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
and in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
Eyes of the country right now on this race for president or on Chuck Todd as well. See, whenever he walks away, it's going to get good.
We want to do a check-in here in Nevada. Sorry, I wanted to start statewide here. Remember this difference, and this is something we expect tomorrow morning, 8,000 vote difference. And we heard John Ralston say he believes these are a lot of mail-in ballots, that those went heavy.
He's our Nevada expert,
He is
John
our
Ralston.
Nevada expert. He knows his stuff. But look, I think we all have to have some humility here. These weren't blowouts for Biden. There's no doubt that Clark County is how Democrats win Nevada. But hey, you know, it's a 7-point spread, maybe closer to 8-point spread. We shouldn't just assume that it comes in that way. We already saw in Maricopa, it's been coming in Arizona. And look, we don't know how much is going to come out. I think he said we're still going to get some. I watched, we think 30,000 votes there. Look, this is 50-46. We can't assume all 30,000 are going to break Biden's way. This is something that could easily break a few points the president's
And
way.
Nevada didn't tell us what was day of vote and what was early vote.
No, it's been really
no
frustrating.
tea leaves there.
This is one of those things where we needed Ralston to, like, you know, back of the envelope for
Do
us
his math.
on this front. And then, of course, there's the rest of the state. There's not a ton of population here, but you'll start to see. Let me show you some of these.
Where's Elko?
Oh, where did we go here? Let me show you some of these margins. I didn't mean to do that. All right.
Elko, Nevada is one of my favorite places on the presidential map.
I'm going to sit here and show you some of these other red counties so you can see just how big these margins are for the president. There's not a lot of votes, but they're giant margins for him. So any of this stuff that trickles in here, I mean, these are 60s, 74. You could see, I mean, this
There it is, Elko County.
This is what you wanted. There's your
Every Republican flies to Elko County. There's one tiny little airport in Elko, and they do it for this reason, because the whole middle of the state's red.
And it's just, you know, so obviously any vote that comes from Clark or Washoe, the Biden people feel good. But, you know, there's going to be extraneous ballot that comes from these areas as well.
Well, yeah, and it's 7,000 approximately that is the margin right
Nevada's
now.
a smaller state, 7,000. That would be the equivalent of being sort of down, say, 20,000 in Wisconsin, for what it's worth.
Hey, Chuck, can we talk briefly? It looks like Mark Kelly, I realize, I don't think we've called Arizona's Senate race yet, but Mark Kelly is declaring victory there as the votes roll in. And, you know, I think they're pretty confident still that he's going to outperform Joe Biden in Arizona. I'm wondering, I mean, do you read anything into them deciding that, hey, they're ready?
When they just did that.
When they did that dump.
It had a big.
It narrowed a little bit. Let me
a big
take
batch
you
of
to it.
Pima County, which is Tucson, which is his wife, Gabby Giffords.
Yes.
You know,
used to represent that area,
yes.
of course. And
So I wonder if he got a big bump out of Pima County.
But let me just show you something. You'll see it fast here. So Biden 50-47. Biden's vote total 1.44. Let me bring you the Kelly McSally race. As you can see, Kelly's going to be the leading vote getter in the state of Arizona over Biden.
they knew that going in too, I think.
And you know, he's running about almost 2 points better in there. And this has been the case where it's been interesting how many of the Senate candidates have basically run with the president, right? You bet, he's at 47.9. Nick Sally runs just behind him at 47.7. The thing that clearly is benefiting Kelly, those libertarians that pick third party in the presidential, if they couldn't pick between Trump and Biden, they seem to pick the astronaut.
He's really tried to take up the McCain mantle, I think, and has, as they've tried to figure out how to.
Kirsten Sinema wants that mantle too.
She does, yes. But Mark Kelly, I think, has really tried to.
That's the other Democratic senator in Arizona. See, I'm just sitting here translating.
I know. Chuck and I can kind of go off the deep end on a lot of these folks.
Let's get back to Nevada, where our friend Jacob Soboroff is in Las Vegas right now. Jacob, what do you know?
Lester, I don't want to be the bearer of any bad news, and I wouldn't call this bad news, but I don't think we're going to be getting results out of here, at least from Clark County, Nevada. Definitely not tonight, but perhaps not for another couple days. I know that the margin is only between 7,000 and 8,000 votes, as you and Chuck and Casey and Savannah were all just talking about, but they are being very slow and very deliberate about the counting of the ballots here in Las Vegas and in Clark County. Those 6 electoral votes that we're looking at on that map are going to come out in all likelihood of this facility, the Clark County Election Center. But I just took a walking tour of this facility not a couple minutes ago, and the workers have gone home. The ballot tabulation machines are draped in what I think can fairly be described as coverings that look like what you would throw over the barbecue in the backyard. There is not a lot of activity here tonight, and they will be back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock with an update. But there are many, many votes to count in this county, and they only count in this facility approximately 70,000 votes a day. It is in stark contrast to what's happening in Washoe County, where Reno, Nevada is. They are counting overnight tonight with a live stream of that count available to watch on the internet. That is not the scene here whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, the 16th of this month is the date that the votes coming out of this state must be certified. If you work backwards from that, the 12th is the date that the signatures on the ballots have to be challenged by. And the 10th is the last day that mail-in ballots that are postmarked appropriately by Election Day yesterday are able to come in and actually be counted here. So we may be talking about Nevada for a little time yet to come.
Is it clear why it's being delayed, why they're not counting right now in Vegas?
Lester, I think that we are 50 ununited states when it comes to voting, and on a more granular level, each county in each state has their own ways and days, frankly, of counting these votes, and that's just the way that they do it here. They've expanded their staff. There are 30 people that normally work for the elections department here. That has gone up to about several hundred other county employees that have been brought in for this purpose. The registrar here is being, again, very deliberate. They are very focused on getting the job done, but they are not going to do it at the expense of rushing. And I think what they believe would be making a mistake. They have so much infrastructure in this warehouse behind me, and they are doing it with the capacity that they have. And there's been no talk of expanding that capacity quite yet.
Well, we all want to see it done right. Jacob Soboroff in Las Vegas. And so how important is Nevada in the scheme of things if you're Team Biden right now?
Everyone matters because he needs that look, Pennsylvania, if you want to avoid the calamity, the legal calamities that you might be facing in Pennsylvania, Nevada plus Arizona, you get 270 right on the nose. By the way, Savannah, you were talking about we need to be thanking our these ballot counters. Well, listen to this. Kelly O'Donnell and her team down there note that the Allegheny County, right, Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Steelers are buying dinner for all the workers tonight as they count ballots. So kudos, Pittsburgh
Cheers
Steelers.
to the home team.
Kudos,
I like
Rooney
that.
family. I like that. The Rooney family always class act.
I was going to say NFL teams across the country. Over to you. There's a lot of poll workers.
Once again, the Rooney set the tone.
We'll take a break. Be back in a moment with more special coverage. Decision 2020 in just a moment.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. We continue to try to find out where the votes are coming from at this hour. Let's show you the latest boards. Arizona, too early. Biden leads. Fresh numbers have come in an hour or so ago. We expect more, perhaps this half hour. The Pennsylvania race continues to narrow. Too early to call. Donald Trump with a lead, but it is shrinking.
Let's look at Georgia. We're told by the Secretary of State's office that there are about 100,000 votes left to count. Chuck has gotten his abacus out and suggests that this is very much still a jump ball. Could go either way. Georgia's interesting. North Carolina is interesting, but it's going to be a cliffhanger and a long one because we're going to have to wait until next week before all the ballots are tabulated there.
And if you're with us a moment ago, you learned that Nevada also, it could be a few days where we get some more solid numbers out of there. Too close to call in Nevada. And let's show you where we stand on this road to 270. Biden sitting now at 253 and potentially more paths to 270, 214 right now for Donald Trump.
So we saw, Chuck, as you go over your board, Nevada's, it's a game over for tonight for ballot counting.
Yes.
Arizona still has some homework due. They said they would send in a few 100,000 more votes tonight.
Right.
And Pennsylvania and Georgia continue.
Right. And I was just going to say, I was exactly what I was going to do, which is, okay, we know we're not going to get much update in Nevada. When, if we get, we're not going to be here for the next round of vote that comes in Arizona. The next team will be here for the Arizona numbers that come in around midnight tonight. That leaves us Georgia, and we did get some word that we know that the Fulton County, they have said they believe they have 24,000. I'm curious to see how that matches. See, this is when it's estimated. So the Fulton County administrator said they believe they have about 24,000. We estimated, we thought there's a remaining. So it's very possible, we overestimated by 7,000. So it may be if it's
of 20, how much vote there would be in total.
Exactly. This was always an estimate. This was always, it's a really pretty good one, but there's going to be a margin of error. So I wanted to sit here and double. So we expect these Fulton County numbers, 24,000, according to him, not 31, to come in by 3 a.m., I think they said. So I think this is one of those when you get up in the morning, let's check out what the Georgia spread is going to be. But it does sound like we're going to get some of the vote in tonight and tomorrow morning, and it sounds like we'll get the rest of it, I think, by lunchtime tomorrow. You noted North Carolina. It's just put it off the board. It's November 12th. And then Pennsylvania, I noticed, I think this ticked down a tiny bit again, but this is a trickle. It goes to the bullishness all comes from what the expectation is out of Philadelphia.
Has that moved at all tonight since we've been on it?
All it is everything.
Has it moved since last night?
This is all about.
Do we need to get the Eagles to send these poll workers?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
The Eagles aren't having
some wine and beer.
Hey,
I'm an Eagles fan. I don't need to hear it. Thank you.
It's a rough season for the NFC elite these days. But this is the issue. Just none of the early vote has shown up. It's just not much of it. And so that's what it is. And so whether it's, I'll be curious, is it processing the envelopes? Is it whatever it is, we have not budged at all. But again, let me remind you the importance of Philadelphia, the margin that matters here. Andrea Mitchell's reporting was saying she's got some Democrats who think they're going to get a margin that was like Obama's 2012 margin, which was because we kept Romney under 100,000 votes. This was a nearly 500,000 vote margin just in Philadelphia. They think they're going to hit that Obama spread. So that would make up again
A huge difference.
It's a huge. We're up to. Sorry, it's getting late, my brain's getting late. When we're sitting here, and just a reminder, 184. He's going to add another. He's going to net 120,000 likely, perhaps, and cutting into that. So then all of a sudden, Biden just needs 60,000 more extra votes out of the rest of the state. We know. Look at Delaware County.
Show us Pittsburgh. Okay, Pittsburgh, Allegheny County.
The blue spot. You know, there was a time that there was a lot more blue around Pittsburgh.
All the way down.
Yeah, it used to be. This was sort of union. You know, you had urban Democrats, union Democrats.
Well, this is why it was a Democratic Donald Trump made it happen and rewrote
That's exactly
the
right.
map.
This is the union Democrats, all these union Democratic counties, whether the Connor Lamb district.
Well, so I was just going to say, check a little bit of.
There's not, like I said, the only blue left is Allegheny, and let's just see what kind of historical performance we're doing here. And as you can see, he's actually performing slightly better than Clinton and Obama the last two times.
Yeah, well, and Chuck, very briefly, you mentioned Philadelphia, obviously critical, but there's a couple House races. Republicans are watching swing areas, the Connor Lamb district, another one outside of Scranton, where they think they're seeing Democrats tick upward, perhaps hanging on there, which they take as another potentially bad sign for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania.
So we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We might get some, I wouldn't be surprised if sometime tomorrow Biden takes the lead as this vote comes in
Pennsylvania.
And that becomes a narrative changing moment, not just, not us calling the state, but just when you're waiting for these numbers, here the president wants to file lawsuits. All of a sudden he's losing Pennsylvania too, right? And then it's, you're running out of places to find your 270 electoral votes.
All right, let's back with us now our Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill and editor of the National Review, Rich Lowry. Good to have both of you with it. Claire, you're watching, hopefully, Chuck's explanation there at the board. What are you thinking right now tonight for the Biden team and what they're seeing and what the reality is of these paths that they apparently have?
Listen, it will be terrific if Joe Biden carries Pennsylvania. They worked very hard there. It was the focus of their campaign. It'll be great if we can flip Arizona finally in the next couple of days and put it in the Democratic column. But the prize I think the campaign would be most excited about is Georgia. That is a strike in the heart of the South. It is, and a lot of work has gone into working that vote in the Atlanta and the suburbs. And besides that, think about this. If Joe Biden wins Georgia, that has huge implications for control of the Senate, because that means if he can win Georgia, so can those Senate candidates in a few short months, which could deliver the majority to the Democrats in the Senate, would be a game changer for the Biden administration.
We've been talking. Georgia really wasn't on anybody's mind until, I don't know, a month or two ago in terms of, I just made a joke.
Yeah,
very good.
Oh,
wow.
In fact, Lester, we thought it was smooth.
I should have just owned it, right? Moved on.
Oh, Georgia. Come on. There you go.
I don't even remember my question.
I mean, it wasn't on anyone's mind for months heading into this. I mean, Chuck, we didn't have very many conversations. You and I have been talking on and off about this race for, a year plus.
No, it was always
now.
this special we bought because in a runoff you never knew. But even like the Purdue race, there was a lot of Ossoff keeps running. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those, like Texas, one of those things where every year Democrats say, no, really, this time, no, really, it's going to happen. And
Rich, do you think this is a significant moment, a shift, or is this just a 2020 anomaly of the way the forces came together?
Well, it was certainly significant in terms of getting to 270. There's no doubt about that. If Georgia slips out of Trump's hands, then you're on this unlikely scenario. He needs to hold on to Pennsylvania, and he needs to flip Arizona and Nevada, and that gets him to a 269 tie. So that's a pretty fanciful scenario. And look, Georgia, it reflects a lot of work by Stacey Abrams, registering a lot of new Democrats, and just the swing of suburbs against Republicans in the Trump era. I wouldn't be...
Yeah. Sure. I was just going to say,
I wouldn't be as certain as Claire that those runoffs, if Biden wins, I think that Republicans are more likely to win those two runoffs in Georgia and the Georgia Senate races rather than lose. I think that it would naturally, the dynamic would be we're running as a check.
By the way,
on Joe Biden and the
there's
Democrats.
two examples of this. Bill Clinton wins the presidency in '92. A Senate incumbent named Reich Fowler gets forced into a runoff by a guy named Paul Coverdell. Coverdell wins the runoff.
It's a deep poll check.
Saxby Chambliss, Jim Martin in 2008. That was a shocker. Nobody expected, nobody was talking about that Senate race, ended up in a runoff, and it was a blowout. But what we've never had, Rich, and this is where it's never been a Democrat in one of these runoffs, an African-American Democrat is certainly somebody with the persona of Reverend Warnock. And that's something, in talking to Republicans in Georgia who said to me, that makes them very nervous, because what has been the secret of their success in surviving runoffs is there hasn't been an enthusiastic Democratic get out the vote effort, particularly among African Americans. That could change with Raphael Warnock.
Yeah, could be.
Well, we'll pause. We're in suspended animation with Georgia on our minds, guys. I declare.
I should have. I'm just kicking myself.
No, I mean, it was
Are you going to start
brilliant.
singing Eagles lyrics with Arizona? Right?
Perhaps.
Winslow, Arizona.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
we would do
So,
there?
you know, I love the Eagles. Let's go to Justice correspondent Pete Williams and Stanford law professor and NBC News legal analyst Nate Persley. Professor Persley, you're just joining us. It's been a very dignified broadcast for the last 24 hours, but we're in the final stretch here. Let me start with Pete, because Pete, we've been talking about, I look at the legal picture here as having two tracks. One is the recount track, which we are likely to see in Wisconsin, and we'll see how it turns out in other states. Another is the lawsuit track. And it can be death by 1,000 cuts in the terms of the way we do elections. You have to file lots of lawsuits in lots of states on lots of issues, but what does it amount to? What's your take on the legal strategy that seems to be in the offing tonight, right now from the Trump campaign, potentially depending on what we see from a Biden campaign?
Right. I think the lawsuits really don't amount to a great deal. They're sort of nibbling away at the margins, how ballots are being handled, whether observers are getting to watch them, or whether machines are checking the votes, the signatures instead of people, whether people are given the chance to cure their mistakes on their ballot, and whether that was right or wrong. You know, the only one that's likely going to count is the one that could drag the Supreme Court into the election. And of course, that's already sitting there. It's the challenge to the Pennsylvania court order that was issued in December that extended the deadline for mail ballots until Friday. And as you know, Republicans say that was invalid. They say only the state legislature could have changed the rules. And there are at least 4 justices who agree with that claim. So if it turns out that the outcome of the election could depend on the mail ballots in Pennsylvania that arrive between today and Friday, then the Republicans would likely ask the Supreme Court to hear their appeal and act quickly. And this time, Amy Coney Barrett would be able to take part. But the big question, of course, is what's the margin of litigation? Are there enough votes to make it worthwhile to fight over? And we just don't know the answer to that. And I just want to raise one other thing that's not about lawsuits. I mentioned it yesterday at, I think, 3 in the morning or something, but what brought it to mind was Chuck describing earlier that the outcome of the electoral vote could be 270 to 268. And if that's the case, then I think the candidates and their parties will be leaning very hard on those presidential electors to remain faithful to their commitments, those people who meet as the Electoral College. They may also face pressure campaigns to become faithless and vote for somebody else, and that could potentially change the outcome of the election. As Nate knows, this past term, the Supreme Court upheld laws in 33 states that say you have to vote for the winner of the popular vote, but the fact is only 14 of those states have laws that actually allow them to make a substitution. If somebody goes rogue, they can throw that person out and drag someone else in and say, you count the vote for the person who won the popular vote. So if it's really, really close, given all that else that's gone on, I think those electors are going to face a lot of pressure.
I'd love to hear Nate weigh in on that possibility.
Well, I sort of feel that we need to jump off that bridge when we get there. I think it's
you know what?
You know,
Well said, Professor.
There's a lot between now and then. Right now, we are at the sort of throw spaghetti at the wall phase of litigation, which is that we have all kinds of claims that are being launched by the Trump campaign, and we don't know which ones, if any, will stick. But a lot of it is sort of continuing the campaign narrative against absentee ballots, that they're inherently fraudulent or problematic. And so there's allegations of political manipulation or departures from the legislative, from the statutes in the states, or that there's been other malfeasance, including going beyond the deadlines. And so we'll see, again, whether any of that matters in terms of shifting the margin of litigation in each of these states. I want to emphasize one other thing, though, which I think dovetails with what Pete was saying, which is that part of the strategy here is also to delay, right, to prevent a final count and certification from happening in these states. And then if you do that, well, then we could see some action with respect to the state legislatures. But these states are going to get these recounts done, or not just the recounts, the counts done in the next few days. And then we'll have a really good idea as to who's in the head.
This is maybe too technical of a question, but as a general matter, are courts deferential to the local authorities, the election officials, the states and their own processes? I mean, are they kind of reluctant to disrupt the business of elections?
In general, yes, but one thing we saw this term with the cases that went up to the Supreme Court is that when it comes to presidential elections, there's a real fissure on the Supreme Court as to whether they will give deference to local officials or whether they put sort of primacy in the state legislature. This was a sort of zombie legal argument that seemed to be put to rest with Bush versus Gore, but which has come up in the last few years. And it seems that at least 5 members of the Supreme Court now probably believe it.
All right.
We know 4 for sure, maybe 5 with Amy Coney Barrett there.
Okay. Well, the plot is always thickening, especially when you get Pete Williams and Professor Persley involved. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, the faceless elector thing. That,
I mean,
exactly. I think Hillary Clinton's going to be a New York elector. I think I read that Hillary Clinton was going to be. And by the way, though, campaigns, because of this faithless elector thing, campaigns now do spend more time
if we're going to talk about it.
Making sure, right, the actual people who cast the ballot.
Yes, so that's what the Electoral College is. It's actually 538 people who will meet in early December and actually cast those votes on behalf of the states, and they're supposed to cast the votes that represent the popular vote in their particular states. But this issue of a faithless elector, the notion that perhaps because of a pressure campaign, some elector might say, you know what,
I'm
actually going to vote for the other guy.
I call it, it's what's in the Constitution.
Well,
and that's the thing. I'll be honest. I thought that when that case went in there, and that it's written into the Constitution. It's one of those things that I was surprised they allowed that to be upheld. They allowed the state the state restrictions on it to be upheld. That one mildly surprised me from all our strict constitutionalists.
All right. Well, we shall see.
Stock market has reacted in a big way to all this, and not the way that many people might have assumed. These are the futures. Before I get it over my head, let's go to senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle. Stephanie, tell me why the market seems to like this uncertainty.
Well, I promise, Lester, it is not over your head. We are seeing futures market extend the gains that we saw earlier today. And it's not just about one candidate or the other, because obviously we don't know the winner. It's also about the process. And it might not feel like it to all of us who are waiting here for minutes and hours, but the process is actually working. The markets are very sensitive to big disruptions. They were worried about voting irregularities, social unrest, and for the most part, we haven't seen any of that. Our anxiety is high, but that's about it. And you know, where it's interesting for the President Trump has called himself Mr. Market. Chuck, you and I have talked about this quite a bit. No one is better at selling this economy than President Trump. And if you look at what the stock market has done, it's performed very well over the last few years, and it's been one of the president's best scorecards. We even saw it work in the exit polls. For senior citizens who are relying on their retirement income, many of them stayed with Trump. They listened to him when he said, without me, you'll lose your 401k. However, here we are. The stock market continues to go up, and Joe Biden is ticking higher in terms of electoral votes.
All right, Stephanie Ruhle, thanks very much. We're going to take a break. More to come as Decision 2020 special coverage continues. Don't go anywhere.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to Decision 2020 coverage. It is another night of waiting for the numbers to come in. We've got 6 states. We have still not reported the final numbers, so we continue to watch those. We want to go right now to Arizona. Gotti Schwartz has been watching, he was watching the actual count a few moments ago. He's moved outside where people are letting their opinions known. What do you got?
I just watched you.
Hey Lester, how's it going? Yeah, so we're not turning on the lights because we don't want to draw too much attention to it. You're going to see that there's going to be some people that are pretty antagonistic. But right now what they're doing is they are gathering in front of the election center. Inside they are counting all those ballots, those 300 or so thousand ballots that are still outstanding. And inside what you're hearing, poll workers are hearing a lot of the chanting out here. They're hearing people screaming, and then we've got this crowd. We're gonna walk this way just to show you. We've actually got a pretty sizable convoy coming in of trucks. We've got some trucks coming in over on the side here. The crowd continues to grow, and what we're seeing is we've got a police presence over here on this side. But then over to the left here, again, we're trying not to bring too much attention to ourselves. We're trying to be keep a low profile, so you're not going to see the lights, and it's difficult to see exactly what we're talking about. But you've got this pretty large crowd right here in front of. Sorry, this is what happens whenever you come out here. We're trying to document what's happening. We're trying to document what the people inside are listening to as they're counting those ballots. Now, the unfortunate thing that we've seen is that a lot of these these employees at the polling center, they have to come out and they are greeted by this rather large crowd. We're going to come up this way. And you can see that there are sheriff's deputies that are surrounding this crowd. Let me show you what it looks like when these poll workers come out. We've seen them escorted out and put into a van and then driven somewhere. And then down in the crowd, we have seen some people with guns, but so far they have insisted that this is a very peaceful protest. Just a little while ago, we saw a couple people with rifles slung on their back. In fact, you've got a gentleman down there that you see with he's got some sort of tactical vest on, and then right next to him is a woman who's got a rifle slung on her back. The crowd has been here for about an hour. They started at the Capitol. They came here. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what exactly is it that they want, or what message are they trying to send?
Well, interestingly enough, just a little while ago, they were chanting "Fox News sucks, Fox News sucks." They were saying that they were angry over Fox News calling this race, calling Arizona for Biden early on. Obviously, it's still too close to call. It's still too early in this process, but they were directing their anger towards what seemed to be Fox News for a little while. They're also directing their anger at the officials here. There was a group of them trying to get inside. They were asked to leave because they weren't wearing masks, asked to come outside to talk. And then the crowd appeared. So we're not exactly sure what all of their complaints are. We have heard them talk about how this election is being stolen from the president. We've heard them talk about the use of Sharpies in the election. We checked into that. Some of them were saying that they used Sharpies, or they were given Sharpies during their election process, and that invalidated their vote. That appears to be not the case at all. In fact, election officials say oftentimes those Sharpies worked better, and they have been told to use those Sharpies because the ink dries faster. So the officials here have assured us that all those votes are going to be counted. But as you can see, this crowd is just filled with a lot of people are voicing their anger here in front of where poll workers are trying to tabulate those votes.
Well, people blowing off steam. It's unfortunate because we were talking about the poll workers and the work that they're tirelessly working. It's late there. It's late everywhere.
Partisans, leave them out of it.
Well, and it's ironic too because they're counting votes, and that's Donald Trump's best hope right now in Arizona,
Right.
that they'll count those votes and that the margins will become slimmer. But that this is a time of great tension as we wait here. It's the second night. It's Wednesday night. We don't know who the president is yet, so you understand why tensions boil over. But hopefully, it's not directed at the good people who are just trying to count votes. Let's go to NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. And Michael, I mean, this is a time we need a historian. We need perspective. That's the antidote to times of unrest and anxiety.
Yeah, we're a divided country, but we always have been. And, we've always gone through all these crises, from Valley Forge with George Washington, through the Civil War, Great Depression, World War II, the Cold War, all these things. Somehow America always survives and flourishes. And whenever we're in a time like this, I think the best thing is to say, never bet against the United States, because through all of this, for all of our flaws, and for all the times when many people have suffered in a way they never should have, in the end, the country survives and finds some way to get through and improve itself. And I think the one thing, Savannah, if we had to look at the next 2 months or so until the next inauguration, it would be to say, let's quickly, if it is at all possible, count all the votes fully, accurately, fairly, and get to a point where there's someone who concedes, someone who accepts victory, and whoever is next president, taking that oath in January, is someone who is sworn not only to be president, but to do a job that is important to a president, which is to unite this bleeding and divided country.
It's a big challenge. Those are comforting words, but it is a big challenge in an era of the way we communicate and social media and
You were
the
so
things,
right,
you
Lester.
know, the things that change the conversation or direct sometimes the conversation. But Michael Beschloss, always appreciate hearing your thoughts, and thanks for giving that historical perspective.
We were talking about it on the Today Show at the end this morning. You know, just in a moment, if you can do the thought exercise and think about what it would be like to be in the other person's shoes, somebody who voted for the person you didn't vote for, and try to find in your mind some compassion and grace. You know, we are Americans, we are humans, and we will get through this together. And I think that's, if we could all adopt that perspective, I think it would help make these days and weeks be a little more peaceful.
It's a great challenge for our politics.
It is.
We will continue to watch the counts that come in and come back on the air as events warrant. I'll see you tomorrow.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
This is NBC Nightly News. Decision 2020. Here is Lester Holt.
Good evening once again from our NBC News election headquarters as we follow this election cliffhanger minute by minute. NBC News now projecting that Joe Biden has won the crucial state of Michigan and that Biden is the apparent winner in Wisconsin. President Trump won both of those states 4 years ago, but this election is still far from over, and we have it all covered for you tonight. Let's go to our political director, Chuck Todd. Chuck, what's the latest here?
All right, Lester, let's go through. First, I want to remind people what we could learn tonight, right? Think about today. Today we got Michigan. Today we got Wisconsin. Tonight we expect to finally get a better picture of Arizona. We've been waiting all day long. We think this evening, and you'll be watching our special, we should have that we will have a better, clearer picture. We think this is a Biden advantage here, but that would put him 11 more electoral votes. And then tomorrow, we are promised a more updated situation in Nevada. Again, we think what's out are a lot of mail ballots that were in heavily Democratic Clark County near Las Vegas. We'll see. We know the president did really well, both with working class Hispanics and with rural voters. So let's see, it's just an 8,000 vote margin right now, but we think you'd rather be Biden than Trump. So here's the thing. If you get both of those at this point, let me take you to our road to 270. So tonight, if we see Arizona go there and tomorrow is Joe Biden, he's there and you're not worrying about Georgia or North Carolina or Pennsylvania. But you may be asking, what is the situation in Pennsylvania? Well, Pennsylvania is something that we're seeing things have narrowed a bit here. The vote count, we're waiting for it to come in. A bunch did come in. It's cut President Trump's lead in half. It was about 550,000 when he addressed Americans last night. It's in half. And let me just show you where we're going to still see. We're still waiting for more than a quarter of the vote in Philadelphia. So we expect what is now a 340,000 100,000 vote advantage. We expect this to go to 450 or 500,000 vote advantage. Obviously, that suddenly cuts that other advantage in half. So here's the bigger picture here of where we're headed over the next. We're going to have probably he hits 270 in the next 24 hours. But then you're going to have this recount in Wisconsin. And if we have that, I think Georgia's going to end up in a recount. We know that there's some potential litigation there. And how close is Nevada? So imagine this. Even if we're sitting at 270, we could be sitting with a recount situation in Nevada, a recount situation in Wisconsin, recount in Pennsylvania, recount in Georgia. But I should remind you, 4 years ago, we had recounts in 3 states, and it didn't change the outcome.
All right, good to know. All right, Chuck Todd, thanks very much. And with North Carolina still too close to call, the state's Board of Elections has just made an announcement. NBC's Morgan Radford is there. Morgan, what are they saying?
Lester, good evening. North Carolina State Board of Elections just announced today that they likely will not have updated voter totals until next week. Why? Because November 12th is the date upheld by the Supreme Court. That's the date that county boards of election across the state will likely begin counting those mail-in ballots that were postmarked by election date. But here's what we do know. This race is down to the margin. According to public state data, Donald Trump is leading North Carolina by about 76,000 votes. But that same public data also shows that there are nearly 117,000 mail-in ballots that were requested but still have not yet been returned. We also know that in the end, state officials tell us this was a record-breaking election for North Carolina, both in terms of early votes, but also in terms of total turnout. Across the state, nearly 5.5 million people cast their ballots this year. That's in comparison to nearly 4.8 back in 2016. Lester?
Pretty remarkable. Morgan Radford, thanks very much. And in the West, Joe Biden has an edge in Nevada. Chuck talked about Nevada a moment ago, but that state is still too close to call. NBC's Jolene Kent is in Nevada. So what's the situation on the ground there?
Lester, the voting machines have been brought back here to Clark County Elections headquarters, but the votes still very much being counted. Clark County is the home to Las Vegas, and they aren't saying exactly how many votes are left to be counted, but we do know it's a lot of mail-ins, which have historically favored the Democrats. And the race is tight with 6 electoral votes up for grabs. Biden holding a very slight lead, needing Nevada for his most straightforward path to 270. But exit polls here showing voters are more concerned about the economy than the coronavirus. And that may have affected Biden here, where the GOP has criticized the Democratic governor's handling of the economic situation. It's also important to point out the Trump campaign has brought multiple lawsuits on different issues about this election. And also remember, here in Nevada, anybody can call for a recount, regardless of how close the margin is or isn't. Stay tuned. Lester.
All right, Jolene Kent in Nevada, thank you. In Michigan, where NBC News is projecting Biden the winner in a razor-tight race, the Trump campaign says votes are not being counted properly, and they're going to court over it. NBC's Cynthia McFadden just spoke with Michigan's Secretary of State.
NBC News Decision Desk projecting the winner of Michigan, Biden.
We were interviewing the Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, when that critical projection was made.
Joe Biden is now the projected winner in Michigan. Is that something you can comment on? Have all the votes been counted?
I'm not really focusing on winners and losers, believe it or not, at this point. I just want to make sure the process works so that we all can have faith in the outcome.
Tonight, the Trump campaign making it known they have gone to court, challenging the way the Michigan vote is being counted, saying they were not provided with meaningful access to numerous counting locations to observe the opening of ballots and the counting process as guaranteed by Michigan law, and that counting should stop until that access is given. Secretary Benson tells us that access was given.
So, Secretary Benson, in the last few hours, the Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit demanding that Michigan stop counting ballots. Have you stopped counting the ballots?
We have not stopped counting ballots. We have continued to count the ballots from the moment we were legally able to, following every single rule to ensure everything was done meticulously and securely, prioritizing accuracy above all else. And, you know, the bottom line is no candidate, no campaign, no political party is going to stop us from counting every vote in Michigan and ensuring that every voice is heard.
In fact, Secretary Benson tells us they expect to be finished with the full count tonight.
Would it be fair to say that from your perspective, there is no validity to the Trump lawsuit?
Yeah, I certainly would say that in my view, this lawsuit is without merit.
Earlier in the day, the president himself accusing Michigan without evidence of finding Biden ballots, not just counting them.
Are you finding Biden votes all over the place?
We are counting every valid ballot that was submitted by the 8 p.m. deadline yesterday. That's our job, making sure every...
You've had these absentee ballots, in some cases over a month. Why does it take so long?
That is a great question, and is something we asked our state legislature to address for over 18 months leading up to this election.
Like several states, including Pennsylvania, by law, Michigan was unable to start processing ballots before Election Day, and the Republican legislature refused to change that. So processing the record 3.2 million mail-in votes didn't start until yesterday.
Our clerks around the state, again, tirelessly worked through the night because we recognize the scrutiny our state is under and the eyes of the nation is on us. I can with confidence assure every Michigan voter and the entire nation that every single vote that was cast in Michigan will be counted, that our process is full of protections and security and is met with the highest standards of integrity to ensure that every vote is counted and that every voter can have full faith that their voice will be heard.
Something the Trump campaign seeks to challenge in court. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News.
And this just breaking right now. President Trump's campaign has just filed another lawsuit, this one seeking to pause the vote count in Georgia. He has done the same in 2 other states so far, Michigan, as you just heard Cynthia mention, and Pennsylvania. Now, whatever the outcome, one of the important takeaways in this election, the polling was once again off, underestimating the strength of Donald Trump. NBC's Peter Alexander has details.
It feels like deja vu all over again. Another rough night for pollsters, fueling renewed doubts about political polls.
We're headed for a polling reckoning in the months and years ahead.
The president today complaining the pollsters got it completely and historically wrong. It's not the first time they missed the mark in President Trump's historic upset over Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. Once again, the stunner, some of the state polls. Take Wisconsin. Heading into Election Day, Biden was enjoying a nearly 7-point advantage on average over the president, with one recent poll showing him cruising by 17 points. But it appears Biden will eke it out in the state by less than 1%. So close, the Trump campaign is requesting a recount. Democrats thought Florida might turn blue with Biden and former President Barack Obama recently heading south, where the final polls showed Biden clinging to a tight lead. But President Trump would carry that state by more than 3 points.
As much as we thought pollsters learned their lessons from 2016, it's clear that they haven't fully figured out how to accurately sample the Midwest, Florida, and other parts of the country as well.
Pollsters had made changes, promising not to underestimate Trump's support, including calling enough white voters without college degrees and rural voters. So what happened?
There is some evidence that people who distrust institutions both support Trump more and respond to surveys less.
Still, the polls did get some things right, forecasting the president would overperform among Black men and Latinos. The takeaway? The only poll that matters is the one after every ballot is counted. Peter Alexander, NBC News, the White House.
In another key battleground, Arizona, that race we're characterizing right now is too early to call, and there is a chance that for the first time in 24 years, Democrats could take the state's 11 electoral votes. Our Gadi Schwartz is there tonight with what's behind that possible shift.
Tonight, the Grand Canyon state, once a stronghold of the Grand Old Party, could be on the verge of turning blue. But a full swing would hinge on more than 500,000 ballots still not counted, with President Trump narrowing Biden's lead throughout the day. If it does flip, some of Arizona's most well-known Republicans may have played a role backing the vice president, including Cindy McCain, the widow of Senator John McCain.
Joe will always fight for the American people, just like John did.
She's blasted President Trump, who insulted her husband even after his death, saying the president doesn't represent the Republican Party. Since the last election, Arizona has become one of the fastest growing states in America, with one of the largest young voting populations and an active network of progressive Latino organizers. Like Stephanie Maldonado, she says the president's immigration policies have made this election personal.
That's what drove young people to vote, because we firsthand know the experiences that our parents have gone through. We know what it feels like for your parents to have to go to work every day in fear. And that was the driving factor for many young people in Arizona.
Her organization helping register over 100,000 new Latino voters.
We are tired of feeling and having to fight for our survival. And that's what we saw here in Arizona happen last night.
Still, the president's campaign says that their support here in Arizona remains strong. They think when this is all said and done, they will be about 30,000 votes ahead. And the Biden campaign says that they are also confident about their chances here in Arizona. They think they've already flipped the state. Either way, the margins could be extremely thin in a state that's known to be reliably red. Lester?
And the Latino vote, as Gadi mentioned, made for some surprises, with President Trump overperforming Latinos in Florida, especially Cuban Americans in the Miami area. Jose Diaz-Balart joins us now. What's the takeaway, Jose?
Lester, good to see you. I think what many learned last night is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters. It's not one monolithic voting bloc. The Latino community is 60 million plus strong in the U.S., each one with a different perspective, life experience, and political view. President Trump focused consistently on South Florida, and it had a major impact on Cuban American, Venezuelan American, Colombian American, Nicaraguan American voters, and it crossed all age groups. Meanwhile, in places like Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, Latino voters made a very significant impact supporting Joe Biden. This should be a time when everyone, all political parties, recognize the power of this very diverse voter. And there are 32 million of them, Lester.
All right, Jose, thanks very much. Also undecided tonight, the critical battle for control of the Senate that it appears the Democrats' hope of taking back the majority are fading. With more, here's Casey Hunt.
Tonight, while Democrats will keep control of the House, with Nancy Pelosi set to become Speaker again, control of the Senate is still up for grabs.
I don't know whether I'm going to be the defensive coordinator or the offensive coordinator.
But it's shaping up to be a much bigger Republican win than the party expected, and a bitter disappointment for Democrats who were confident they could win back the Senate. They did flip seats in Colorado and Arizona, but could not beat several vulnerable Republicans.
To the people of Maine, thank you, thank you.
Like Susan Collins, who won in Maine.
That this is an affirmation of the work that I'm doing in Washington to fight hard every day.
And Joni Ernst in Iowa. And while races in North Carolina and Michigan still haven't been called, two likely runoffs in Georgia could end up deciding the Senate majority. Brutal battles that could cost tens of millions more.
We had overall, I think, a better election than most people thought we were going to have across the country. But yeah, we have improvement we need to make.
Democrats losing two pricey races in the South. Democrat Amy McGrath spent over $73 million, but got blown out by Mitch McConnell. And Jamie Harrison dropping over $100 million, but losing big to Republican Lindsey Graham.
To all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics.
So, Casey, what are Democrats telling you about what this means for next year?
Well, Lester, these results really show that the country is more divided than ever. Democrats actually lost seats in the House, which they really weren't expecting. They were expecting to gain seats. And some Democrats are telling me they worry that this is going to embolden Republicans and that it really may make it harder to overcome gridlock in Washington. And if Joe Biden were to win the White House in the end, make it harder to govern or to get any of his priorities across the finish line in Congress.
Lots of surprises here. All right. Thank you, Casey. And beyond the candidates, some key issues were in the ballots in many states, from the minimum wage to marijuana. NBC's Sam Brock is following the results. And Sam, what are voters saying?
Lester, good evening. This was a banner year for statewide ballot measures. There were 120 of them proposed across the country. Let's get into some of the more interesting and impactful ones, starting right here in Florida, where a minimum wage hike narrowly passed, going from about $8.50 an hour to $15 an hour by 2026. Florida now becomes the 8th state in the country to set that $15 level in the coming years. In Mississippi, residents there voting to change the state flag, which had featured the Confederate stars and bars, to a new design centered on the state flower, which is a white magnolia encircled by stars. And the legalization of drugs Also playing out prominently at the ballot box, 4 more states now approving the recreational use of cannabis. Those states are New Jersey, Arizona, Montana, and South Dakota. And speaking of drugs, Oregon just became the first state in the country to legalize psychedelic mushrooms for therapy sessions. The regulations on that need to be figured out, though, in the next couple of years. And lastly, abortion rights surfacing in several states. Colorado voters rejected a ban on abortions at 22 weeks of pregnancy, while in Louisiana, they just became the latest state to pave the way for no protections and no funding for abortions should Roe v. Wade be overturned. This, of course, as conservative Amy Coney Barrett is appointed to the Supreme Court, bringing an even brighter spotlight on that very issue. Lester, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you. And the outcome of the election, whether it's Joe Biden or President Trump, will have a major impact on the country's foreign relations. NBC's Richard Engel is following the international reaction tonight.
Around the world tonight, there is only one story dominating the headlines.
The race to the White House couldn't be tighter.
And one question: will President Trump win or somehow manage to secure 4 more years? From Australia,
what happens over there really matters to, the next 4 years over here.
To Egypt.
I thought that everybody in America was against Trump, but it turned out it's not true.
To Israel.
A lot of people hope that Trump wins because he's good for Israelis, but I think in the larger scale, Biden is better for the world.
Officially, governments are not reacting yet. That's too dangerous. They could end up alienating the wrong candidate.
I'm sure it will be tense and a lot of biting fingernails, depending on which side you are in the US, but we'll wait for the definitive result.
China, Russia, and Iran all said the election is strictly an American affair, that they have no say. But NBC News has learned U.S. Cyber Command recently launched offensive operations against government hackers in Russia and Iran to thwart election interference. U.S. officials say foreign activity targeting the election has not been game-changing.
And Richard, as you know, President Trump and Joe Biden's foreign policies couldn't be any more different.
Completely different. On Iran, President Trump pulled out of an Iran accord, and if elected, Joe Biden could restore that deal. On the environment, President Trump pulled the United States out of the Paris Climate Accord. In fact, just today, the U.S. exited that climate agreement, and Joe Biden has said he wants to do more to protect the environment. But the biggest difference could be one of tone. A lot of countries have had to adjust and struggled to adjust, dealing with the last 4 years of President Trump. His tendency to set foreign policy by tweet, his very personal style of politics, and there is an expectation that Joe Biden could return to a much more traditional American foreign policy.
All right, Richard Engel in London tonight. Thank you for that. Still ahead, what the financial markets are showing in the wake of the results of this election. Also, if you're feeling stressed out about the election and all the uncertainty, you're not alone. Some tips on how to cope and the future of the political parties. Lessons from 2020. We'll be right back.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work.
we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Despite the uncertainty surrounding the election, it was a big day on Wall Street. Stephanie Rule is with us. Stephanie, why were stocks surging today?
Lester, it was a very good day for the markets. The Dow was up over 367 points. And not just today, it's been a great week. It started with investors excited about the idea of a blue wave, which would bring a robust stimulus program to boost the economy. Well, when the wave didn't hit and the race got a lot more competitive, investors found something they liked even more: the potential of a divided government, with Republicans maintaining control of the Senate and Joe Biden increasing his chances of taking the White House. That brings more checks and balances to the system. The stimulus program would likely be smaller, but Democrats would have a lot harder time pushing through a big corporate tax hike and more regulation. But what's been most ironic today? President Trump has been able to use the strong stock market performance as one of his best scorecards over the last 4 years. However, here we are today, Lester. Joe Biden's in the lead and the markets are rising.
All right, Stephanie, thanks for walking us through that. And with every hour that passes without a winner declared, that election anxiety so many Americans are feeling is kicking into overdrive. Ann Thompson on what you could do to cope with it.
It's a good day to take a deep breath.
As we inhale, we're going to open up our arms.
We were warned.
Good morning. No decision 2020.
Still, the reality is unnerving.
Now, the waiting, the anticipation is kind of exhausting.
And coping isn't easy.
I like kid food when I'm stressed out, and chocolate.
Well, I actually ended up getting off of all social media yesterday.
I would continue to watch Netflix for a while.
The best way to cope with uncertainty is first acknowledging it and accepting it. And then second, to distract yourself with things that bring you joy and make you feel calm.
Afraid to look? Take a peek at the National Zoo's Panda Count. Breathe.
We're going to start.
Anna Lilia leads a de-stress circle.
Because people are so stressed out and they're also desperate, people that would have never meditated before are now open to it.
All kinds of apps can guide you through exercises and meditation. And there's man's best friend. Revel in hashtag dogs at polling places. Pro tip, focus on the pictures, not the political commentary.
I know you're having a hard time keeping up there.
And remember, we've been here before, 20 years ago.
Anyone can be president, and we will not know for some time.
We got through it then. We can again. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
As we await the final results from this election, both parties are already facing tough questions they'll have to answer for themselves in the weeks and months to come. Andrea Mitchell on what it means for the future of American politics.
It was not the night Democrats expected.
It ain't over till every vote is counted.
A presidential race that's too close to call instead of a decisive Joe Biden victory. Republican Mitch McConnell likely to still be in charge of the Senate. Democrats losing their best chance in years to take control. And while Nancy Pelosi remains Speaker, Democrats look to have a smaller majority in the House. Now the soul searching begins. A key question: if Joe Biden, who won the nomination touting his ability to win over moderates, can attract broader support, what is the strategy for the future?
We've got to find a way to reconnect with working class Americans, because the policies that we're for are much more beneficial to them than the Republican policies. And yet we can't seem to get very many of them to support us.
Meanwhile, Republicans have their own dilemma. President Trump did show broader appeal than expected, bringing out millions more voters than he did in 2016. But Republicans still lost the popular vote yet again. Here in Pennsylvania, Democrats say when the votes are finally counted, Joe Biden will win the state by a healthy margin. But tonight, one leading Democrat said Donald Trump is the strongest Republican to run in this heavily labor state since Ronald Reagan. It's not even close. Lester.
Finally, remember that deep breath moment I spoke of on election eve? maybe you could begin to let it out. No, this isn't over yet. We don't know who the winner is, and there may be plenty of twists and turns ahead, but we've voted like we have rarely voted before. We defied predictions of mass chaos. The votes are being counted, not as fast as we want, but democracy is working, and we're proving once again that it is our voices that count. We are not statistical models. We are Americans. And as we wait to hear who our next president will be, remember this: bitterness and disappointment are not new to elections. We all know that losing is the worst. But our fight should be for a more perfect union and not against each other. That's Nightly News for this Wednesday. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good evening from NBC News election headquarters in New York as we bring you continuing coverage of this presidential election like no other. Decision 2020 so far without a decision, as votes are still being counted in a handful of key states that remain too close to call.
We meet again, and that news that means that both Donald Trump and Joe Biden are still short of the all-important number 270. That's the number of electoral votes needed to win. So here's where the map stands at this hour. Joe Biden has 253 electoral votes, including 10 from Wisconsin, where NBC called Biden the apparent winner today, just this afternoon, in a close race that likely will end up in a recount. And 16 electoral votes from Michigan called for Biden just a short time ago by NBC News. And Donald Trump has 214 electoral votes. That leaves 6 states now, and they're biggies: Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and Alaska, yet to be called.
You don't want to hear this, but it's good. It could be days or longer before all this is sorted out. Joe Biden says he remains optimistic that he will ultimately prevail, even as President Trump falsely claims victory and files lawsuits with some 3 million votes in those contested states still to be counted.
All right, so that brings us to Chuck Todd, who has been living at his boards. And we did get more votes in today, some votes still being counted. Where does it stand?
Well, look, let me first just do where we stand right now on the road to 270 first. And let's make it simple. You showed where everything stands now. So if everything holds with the current leaders, right? So we're going to put everything. Biden currently leads in Nevada, currently leads in Arizona. Trump currently leads in Alaska. Trump currently leads in Pennsylvania. Trump currently leads in North Carolina, and Trump currently leads in Georgia. If all is that, this is what we would be staring at, which is actually even more narrow than 2000, which was 271, 267. This would put you 270, 268. So as you can see here, it's the president that has more work to do, and that's what we're going to find out tonight. Because tonight, we're going to see where things we think. Give me a second here. It's day 2 of this, right? Tonight, we expect to finally, just like we had gotten Michigan and Wisconsin earlier today, we expect in some time tonight in Arizona that we're going to get enough of the vote of this, find out what's out there, a piece of it, and see if there is enough out there for President Trump to catch Joe Biden here. We don't think so, but we want to see a little bit of this vote, and we expect this afternoon. So then
Chuck,
you throw
what's
this
the
in there.
nature of the vote that's outstanding in Arizona? Early vote?
Well, for the most,
Day of vote?
in fairness, in Arizona, almost everybody does it by mail.
Yes,
right. So
85%.
it's much harder to sit there and say, definitively this is Biden vote. Everybody votes by mail there. We know the election day only vote, yes, certainly leans the president. That's all done, but we can't sit here and the same. We're pretty confident Nevada is mail-in votes. They lean Biden. Ditto in Pennsylvania.
What about regions?
I cannot sit here and say that with that same confidence here. I do want to check in with Maricopa because, as you know, as Maricopa goes, so goes the state. And this is another problem. I don't, usually you can't really carry the state unless you win Maricopa, and I don't know how the president makes up 100,000 votes in Maricopa
But
here.
do you know where these outstanding Arizona votes
That's the
are coming
problem. We
from?
don't know where
Okay.
they all are. And see, you're hitting me with all your Arizona stuff, and I know.
No, I just
No, and that's the point. No, we don't. In Pennsylvania, for instance, we know there's a big chunk just sitting in here in Philadelphia County, right? We know more than a quarter of the vote. And you do the math here. Let me just show you just over the last 2 times in Philadelphia, what kind of gaps. This is a 480,000 vote gap out of here. Right now, Joe Biden leads here by 340. So he's likely at a minimum to get to net another 100,000 votes just out of Philadelphia. And it could be more than that. Look, Barack Obama won it by nearly 500,000 in 2012. So this is a case, Philadelphia, we have that kind of, and because of where we know the vote. And that's where I go back with Arizona. It's more dispersed. It's more all over the place.
But that answer may be coming quicker.
The Arizona answer, we think that's something we're going to have tonight.
All right. Speaking of Pennsylvania, it's important. That's why Andrea Mitchell is there. She's made her way to Philadelphia. I would also say hometown girl. She knows this area very well. Andrea, what are you hearing from your sources tonight?
Well, it is completely different from last night. The mail-in balloting was going so slowly last night. They've never done it before. They couldn't start doing it until, Election Day. And it was going slowly, and it was frustrating a lot of people here in Philadelphia. Now they're finally getting used to it, and they're picking up. It was about 20% of the mail-in in Philadelphia this morning. Now it's up to about 66%. You can hear that this is a very noisy city. There's a lot going on. There are a bunch of count all your vote protests, as well as some Black Lives Matter protests, very peaceful protests, because the body cam was released today on that terrible shooting in West Philadelphia a couple of weeks ago. So there's a lot of action around me. In any case, what Chuck was just referring to is Barack Obama got a margin of 465,000 out of Philadelphia. They're telling me here that they expect that Joe Biden will get 470,000, do better than Obama and certainly better than Clinton. So that's what they're looking at. And I talked to a very prominent elected official, a top Democrat in the current elected official in the state, in the western part of the state, and he said tonight to me that they're going to win by 100,000 votes here. And that's what they're predicting. They say in Montgomery County, Casey Hunt knows that area well, Bucks County, that the Biden is just crushing them, and they're beginning to get that in. Allegheny County is still working. They're working around the clock out in Pittsburgh to try to get that vote in.
Hey, Andrea, what's the read on lawsuits in Pennsylvania and how prepared the Democrats are, and if there are any potential showstopper suits?
They don't think so. And, there's a lot of lawyering going on here. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General, I interviewed him today, and Governor had a news conference to reassure everyone that every vote is going to be counted and that it's going to be done accurately. There was an appeal. Eric Trump was here and Rudy Giuliani while I was traveling down, so I wasn't at that news conference. They were out at the airport. But they were appealing that they wanted to have monitors, poll watchers, observe the count. And a judge ruled that they didn't have the right to do that, but that if they could make it COVID safe, they could have some observers if they wanted to. There's no evidence here from all my reporting, calls last night. We've all been making calls. From everything that people have said, that anything shady is going on. But the president has this thing about Philadelphia, and it seems to be for days and days and weeks trying to, undermine the credibility of this vote here. But they say they're going to get it done. It's just going to be slow, and they don't think it may get done by tomorrow night, but it could be Friday.
Andrea, is there any outstanding vote that's being counted? I think you mentioned Allegheny County, but more in Trump country, where any of that deficit that might be created because of the surge of Democratic votes in Philadelphia County, where it might be mitigated?
Right. Well, the president absolutely overperformed. He does very well out there. He's got a strong union base and his regular base. One elected official said to me tonight, he said, the president is unique in current politics. He is the strongest Republican to run in Pennsylvania, a union state, heavily union state, the strongest Republican since Ronald Reagan. And he said, it's not even close. No other Republican can do what Donald Trump does in Pennsylvania. So they have to deliver out of Philadelphia and the suburbs and Allegheny County and some Lackawanna County because of the Scranton roots of Joe Biden. And they believe they're doing it.
Let's bring Casey Hunt into this conversation.
Yeah, no, and I grew up, as Andrea mentioned, in the Philadelphia suburbs, and the state really is a perfect example of the cultural, really tribal divides that are defining this election. You've got the two cities and the suburbs on either side of the state, and then you've got this wide swath of rural areas in the middle. And the reality is, people in the cities sometimes use derogatory names for that part of the state, and the divide in Pennsylvania is going to just be so close. I've got a couple of sources that I'm talking to who are looking at the numbers there. Democrats seem to be expecting still a narrow Biden win, although obviously we're not projecting that at this point. But if he does win there, it's going to be by like half a percentage point. It's going to be essentially tied, which I think is representative of the country as a whole. And that's a big part of the reason.
Well, that's one of the big stories. We would hear over the last 4 years, Democrats saying lightning's not going to strike twice. Okay, Donald Trump made magic happen in these upper Midwest blue wall states once, but it can't happen again. Well, it near did and may still yet in Pennsylvania. The votes aren't done being counted there.
Well, you could look at it from the other way. There is basically Donald Trump is now going to lose the same way he won, right? He's going to lose very narrowly in a small band of states because Joe Biden overperformed with suburban voters, so it is interesting there. But this, what you point out with Pennsylvania, and you kept saying this, every single state is essentially it is divided itself in some form of this, where you have the one or two major metropolitan areas are one set of politics, one set of culture. And there is almost this revolt against that culture, whatever you will, almost an automatic vote against it from either side of this cultural divide.
And I was talking to one Republican, a moderate Republican in the Philadelphia area, who had been one of the first people to warn me about President Trump and about how bad losses were going to be for Republicans in 2018 when they lost all those seats in the House. And this person was telling me, well, I was a little worried about it because I started to hear from some people I was talking to, from my friends, from people who had complained about President Trump, that they didn't really like the feeling they were getting from a cultural perspective of how they were being treated by liberals, by the other side. And he's this source of mine told me that he knows a woman who decided to vote for President Trump again, even though she said to my source that she had a really hard time with this decision, but that divide at the end of the day, she just couldn't get past that. And I think that defined a lot of voters this time.
I think we're going to find out that this has as much to do with culture and that feeling of a dominant kind of media elite culture and the way it makes the other side feel has as much to do with elections as does the economy or COVID or any policy issue.
Savannah, I might argue more so.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it is the economy.
Well, there'll be time to digest that, but we still got numbers tonight.
Yeah, and we're watching certainly that situation in Georgia where the vote's been coming in very slowly, and it appears a lot of it is in Democratic-friendly Atlanta and the suburbs around there. Let's go to Blaine Alexander, who is on the ground there and has some read, and especially on what we may see in the numbers.
Absolutely, Lester. So first I'll start with those numbers and then I'll give you another development that we've learned when it comes to absentee ballots. Right now, we are in State Farm Arena. We've been talking a great deal about the absentee ballots here in Fulton County. Well, for the first time, we're actually going to show you those ballots. You can see right here behind me, there are about 3 dozen or so people who are in this room who are working very diligently to open the ballots, scan the ballots, then make sure that those numbers are tabulated. We just got a briefing not too long ago from the person who runs elections here in Fulton County. They've got about 28,000 or so ballots left to process still. And he says they are going to stay here through the night until they get them done. He says they're going to bring in a fresh crew of people, a fresh line of folks to come in, stay till midnight or later if necessary, but that they're not leaving until these are done. Now, that's just the picture here in Fulton County, guys. We'll talk about statewide. Across the state of Georgia, the Secretary of State says they still have about 185,000 ballots still left to process. So he is predicting that it could go later tonight or possibly into tomorrow before we get some sort of a final count. Now, the other thing that we're just getting our eyes on is a lawsuit that was filed from the Georgia GOP, the Georgia Republican Party, on behalf of the Trump campaign. And it was filed against election board officials down in Chatham County. That's a county about 3 hours to the southeast of Atlanta, and it has to do with absentee ballots. This, according to the lawsuit, is being filed to enforce election law. Now, we just got a statement from the Trump campaign as to why they're filing this. It kind of comes down to when ballots are turned in and when they can be counted. Here in the state of Georgia, an absentee ballot has to be either delivered or dropped in a drop-off mail location or drop-off location by the time polls close on election day. So that's 7 p.m. yesterday. Well, according to this statement, it says President Trump and his team, there was somebody who, a Republican poll observer in Georgia, witnessed 53 late absentee ballots illegally added to a stack of on-time ballots. So they're suing over that issue. Guys, we should say that we've reached out to Chatham County. We've reached out to the Georgia Republican Party to get any information about this lawsuit and these allegations and have not heard back. Guys.
All right, Blaine, thank you.
Let's go to Hallie Jackson. She's at the White House. She's been talking to her sources deep inside the Trump campaign. Hallie, what do you know?
So a couple of things here, and let's pick up where Blaine left off on these legal challenges now that the president and his campaign are pushing. They see that as now one of the big battlegrounds, in addition to the states that we're talking about, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. The issue with the legal challenges, you've had now the president, who, by the way, we have not seen on camera today, sending out his son, one of his top surrogates, Eric Trump, Laura Trump, who works for the Trump campaign as well, to Philadelphia to talk about what they describe as the potential of fraud or cheating in the election there. Let us be very, very clear about the facts on the ground. There is no evidence of fraud. There have been no reports of it in any of the states where the ballots have not been counted yet. But the president is continuing, as we saw in the wee hours of the morning, early this morning, to try to preemptively, prematurely claim victory in these states where we just don't have the vote. The president today saying that he hereby claims that he wins states like Pennsylvania, states like North Carolina. Those races have not been called. We have not called the races. And more specifically, a lot of ballots are still out there. This is part of what has emerged as the president's strategy now over the last, 12 to 18 hours to basically introduce or try to introduce some uncertainty into the election in order to create some confusion about the results, despite the fact that there is no confusion. Things are proceeding exactly as we thought they would proceed so far, with things in order and the ballots being counted. Yes, it's taking a while. That is to be expected. Here's one thing that I'm watching tonight that a lot of sources that I've talked to just in the last couple of hours have pointed to, and that is the numbers coming in Arizona. The Trump campaign is feeling confident about where those numbers will go. They actually are predicting the possibility that they could be very clearly the victors in that state by Friday. That is sort of the public push. Here's the behind the scenes piece of it. That is not a done deal. That is certainly not locked in, as Chuck explained, based on the numbers that we're seeing in Arizona. But I am told by sources that top elected officials in Arizona are the ones trying to tell the Trump campaign they actually think they could pull it out, Lester.
You mentioned we haven't seen the president today, Hallie, and I'm wondering, some of his prominent supporters were openly saying he shouldn't have gone as far as he did in the middle of the night with his claim of victory. Is there any suggestion that he's being taking advice now and staying out of the camera view?
I would say potentially, except for what we've seen on Twitter, Lester, and that is nearly half a dozen tweets that have been slapped with warning labels by Twitter and by Facebook for having misinformation and for prematurely trying to claim victory, even though it is just way too soon to tell and the numbers don't back it up. So the president is certainly not walking back at all the comments that he made. There had been a question this morning of, hey, maybe he would try to come out and do that. We do not expect to see him again on camera tonight, Lester, although you know his Twitter account is still active.
This is true. All right, Hallie, thanks. Let's bring in Kristen Welker in Wilmington, Delaware, with the Biden folks. We suspect they're feeling good. What do they see in all these states and these numbers and where the votes are coming from?
Well, Lester, the Biden campaign and Joe Biden feeling increasingly confident because now you have these two key states in the Midwest, Michigan and Wisconsin, that have now gone for and been called for Biden. Biden being called the apparent winner, of course, in Wisconsin. It's significant because the key to his strategy all along, according to campaign officials, has been to win back that so-called blue wall, all of those critical states in the industrial Midwest that went to Donald Trump in 2016. And here we have two states that he has been able to peel off. And so that is what is fueling this sense of feeling more bullish. And we saw that when we heard from Joe Biden earlier today, when he said he wasn't speaking to declare victory, but that he feels increasingly confident that he does have the votes ultimately to get to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. So that is the tone from the vice president. But look, they're still watching and waiting to see what happens in states like Arizona and Nevada. They say they feel quite optimistic about those states, but of course, it's not a done deal until all of the votes are counted. And that is another point that Joe Biden has stressed over and over again, that ultimately all the votes have been counted. One final point, they're also quite defiant in the face of these lawsuits, saying they have a team that's ready to fight, and they're calling them charades, Lester.
All right, Kristen, thanks.
Nevada is tighter than I think the Biden campaign expected it to be. Arizona, that decision there may well come tonight. We are expecting Arizona officials to release additional vote data. So stay tuned for that. We're on the air tonight. We're going to take a break right here. Our coverage of Decision 2020 continues after a short break.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back. And that's Arizona, a state that it could all hinge on, where we await votes tonight. All the votes are not counted, but we have heard that more votes will be released tonight But let's take it right to the source, shall we, Lester?
Yeah, Katie Hobbs is the Arizona Secretary of State. Secretary, thank you for being with us.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Can you give us the latest breakdown of where the votes are, what you expect tonight?
Yes, a rough estimate, there are around 600,000 votes left to count in Arizona. 420,000 of those are in Maricopa County, and Maricopa County is where we're getting the upload of results this evening. So they said 7 o'clock Arizona time and then 10:30 Arizona time. So that should kind of give us some indication. What we don't know about those results is how many ballots are going to be included in that.
Were those? How much of these were same-day voting versus mail-in?
All of the same-day voting has been added to the results. So what we're looking at now are mail-in ballots that have not been tabulated, or have, they're being tabulated now.
Were they sent in by mail, or were these folks who walked in with their mail-in ballot and said, you know what, I'm just going to hand it right to the poll worker?
Potentially both. It's ballots that have been received by the county Monday, Tuesday, and were not tabulated before the election.
Secretary Hobbs, you said there were about 600,000 outstanding. I think I heard you say that Maricopa County tonight is prepared to release the results of approximately 420,000. That leaves roughly 180,000, math wasn't a strong suit, left over. When do you expect to see those results, and where are they from?
Let me clarify. There are approximately 420,000 outstanding ballots in Maricopa County. We don't know how much of those they have tabulated today and will be releasing tonight.
Okay.
And then the rest of the ballots are from the balance of the state.
And so again, these will be tabulated. When you say released, they'll be released as numbers, as tabulated numbers.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Secretary, how did your process go? There's been so much scrutiny on the election this year, and scrutiny is good. Shine a light on it. How do you feel it went in terms of the mail-in vote, which I know in Arizona is about 85% of the vote, and the same-day vote, the polls? Anything that causes alarm for you?
No, we actually had very minimal reports of any problems yesterday. Anything that was reported was addressed right away, and nothing that interfered with people's ability to vote. This whole election, from the time early voting started on October 7th through yesterday, has gone relatively smoothly. And as you know, that's under the additional challenges of the pandemic and making sure that voters could vote safely. And I think across the state, our election officials were really successful in preparing for that.
All right, Secretary Katie Hobbs, long night, long day. Keep us posted. We'll be looking for those numbers coming out of Maricopa County, Phoenix area in Arizona. Thank you.
That's a lot of votes.
It is. It's a lot left to count. I bet Chuck's over there get his calculator.
No, I mean, look, the Maricopa number, hearing that, you would assume, look, Maricopa, a lean towards Biden. We know he's been carrying it, but it's not a slam dunk for Biden. And you don't know where in Maricopa. You know Maricopa well. Scottsdale is a very Republican area, so we don't know where the ballots are.
Well, for a long time in Arizona, Maricopa County was the red hot center of conservative politics in Arizona. It was Pima County to the south that was more liberal. But we have a great person to ask these questions to. If you've been wondering who's in the boiler room at NBC News, who's been crunching the numbers day and night, there he is. His name is John Lipinski, and he joins us now. Hi, John.
Hi. How are you?
Well, let's talk about that. Did you hear what Secretary Hobbs just said of Arizona? She's talking about 420,000 votes out of 600,000 outstanding in Arizona. And so the bulk is coming from Maricopa County. Not to put you on the spot, what does that suggest to you?
Yeah, so I mean, that's really critical. I mean, as Chuck had just said, Biden's slightly winning that 52-46 right now. So what it tells me, it's all going to come down to Maricopa. And Trump's going to have to overperform by quite a bit of what he's actually done. Is it possible? Yes. But I mean, he's probably going to need to win about 60% of that vote in Maricopa to be able to catch Biden. So it's within the realm of possibility, but I'd actually rather be Biden in this moment.
And this is these are the votes that you've been waiting for, and that's standing between you and calling this race.
Yeah, that's right. It really is going to depend upon how many of those votes that they actually give us. They first told us they were going to give us a dump, one early on, but now they're going to be two. I mean, I think they're trying to see how late I can stay up because I now know that the second batch is going to come at 12:30, and I can stay up very late.
You can. We are the Energizer Bunny. But John, I think this is a year where transparency is really appreciated. If you can kind of bring us into your process, because folks are watching. They might see other news organizations calling a race. Some have called Arizona for Joe Biden already. We haven't. Some called Florida very early. We didn't. We wait. What is, in plain speak, what's your metric? How certain do you have to be before you're going to say, on behalf of NBC News, we have a projected winner?
Well, we have to be 99.5% confident at a minimum. But really, Savannah, what we're doing right now is we're going through and literally scrubbing the data county by county. So it's not good enough for us just to analyze the data. We're looking at the county in a very detailed way to make sure that we don't see anything abnormal with the results. Does everything check out? We do a lot of quality control. And so we might be 99.5% confident. And so maybe others were and they called it, but we need to even go a step further. We actually need to make sure it's all there and right.
And this, I don't know if this is a question. We got to go break. I spared you from the question of when we're going to know, but that was the question.
How does it end, John? And when?
Between him and his priest.
Yes.
We'll take a break.
Thank you, John. We'll be back.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Don't adjust your dial. It's Wednesday night, but our special election coverage continues because the votes are still being counted. The race for president is still contested. Donald Trump and Joe Biden fighting for every last electoral vote. Last night, of course, election night, but now we're into election week. Votes, as I said, still being counted in many places, and both candidates are still short of that all-important number of 270 electoral votes that it takes to win.
Yeah, with NBC putting Wisconsin and Michigan in his column late today, Joe Biden now stands at 253 electoral votes, Donald Trump at 214. 6 states remain. They are still too close or too early to call. We're looking at Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and Alaska. But we note Arizona, we should be getting some numbers.
Yeah, we have heard from the president. He has been casting doubt about these election results, as he has for several months now, saying that he has won the election. That is not true. Votes are still being counted. We are going to see lawsuits. We are going to see recounts. And so this is what we're going to be dealing with for the next few days, perhaps weeks. Joe Biden said again today, it's up to the voters, not either campaign, to decide the outcome.
We are in uncharted territory, but we're lucky to have Chuck Todd to help guide us through it all. Chuck, what's the latest in these races uncalled? And by the way, we heard from the Secretary of State in Nevada, in Arizona, who said 7 o'clock would be 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock
Arizona
local would be
time.
9 o'clock Eastern.
I
and then
know.
she said a second release of numbers even later in the night.
I had to remember because Arizona doesn't go on.
Arizona's real
Daylight,
confusing.
okay.
They don't observe daylight savings times. It's a lifelong struggle for me as an Arizona girl.
We got Florida men in Florida. You've got this weird time zone thing.
Yeah, it's
it's the sun. It
Usually
really,
I just call my mom and ask her what time it is there.
It
Yeah.
fakes. All right, I'm gonna focus on Georgia because look, we're about to get a Nevada update. We got John Ralston. No one knows that better. We just got a sense of what's going to happen in Arizona. But let me take you to Georgia, because this is one that is just organically starting to shrink again. Look at the president's lead here. It is just 45,000. And you say, okay, 95% in. What's left? We think there's some 260,000 ballots. Okay, where are those ballots? Well, let me take you to some of the places that they are. Here's one place that they are. This is Fulton County, a county that Biden carried 72-26. Look at this. We think there's 38,000 remaining ballots. If it breaks the same way, you know, you look at it there, you look at a net of 25,000 approximately. All of a sudden, you've narrowed his lead to what? Narrowed that lead down to 20,000. How about we go to DeKalb County here? 90% in. You see it's an 83-15 Biden County. Well, look, we still think there's 41,000. All right, do the math here. 80, you know, he could net maybe 20 out of there if you could, or net, you know, 15. The point is, we are sitting here and there's enough ballots. There's about 100,000 ballots just in and around Atlanta. It's possible that he nets everything he needs there. Now, that said, there's extraneous ballots coming in all over the state.
Well, I mean, what the upshot is, you could be headed to recount territory there too.
Okay, what we basically said is, Casey said, Pennsylvania, we think is going to be a tie, but somebody's going to be the leading vote getter and somebody's going to get those 20 electoral votes.
Yep.
That's where we're headed in Georgia. Georgia's essentially going to be a tie, but somebody is going to be the leading number here. And what it really means is we could have 4 simultaneous recounts. And if somehow Halley's sources about Arizona on the Trump side are correct, throw 5. I mean, we already know Wisconsin is in, call for the recount.
What about North Carolina?
At North Carolina, we're not even going to get ballots till the 12th. You know, if it gets to a 10,000 vote spread, it also could end up in recount. Obviously, we just heard that news there, and we're going to find out from Ralston here in a minute. But let's see, you know, we're only looking at right now a 7,000 vote spread. So, you know, as it's interesting, as maybe the Trump folks think, hey, that Arizona stuff looks good. Maybe we can change that blue lean back to a red lean. The problem is what's happening in Georgia. And you know what? You trade 11 for 16. That's not a good trade, if you will, on your path to 270.
It's an unsettled map is the bottom line right now, Casey.
Yeah, no, it is the bottom line, although I do think we're starting to get a pretty good sense of where each camp feels particularly confident. And you mentioned in Arizona, the Scottsdale area, kind of a hotbed in Maricopa County of where, you know, has been conservative. I've covered congressional races there over the years. And one of my sources who's working on the race there, I mean, they were surprised at how well the Democrat did in a district that has traditionally been conservative. And that's an outlier for the way Democrats have felt about House races across the rest of the map. So that's one of the data points the Biden camp's looking at as they say, okay, how well are we doing here? And Georgia, I mean, I think, Chuck, my sense from talking to sources is it is an absolute toss-up. I mean, they're going back and forth. 1 minute it's, oh, yes, we've got this by 3,000 votes. Oh, no, we're now down by 8,000, but maybe we'll still get a Senate runoff. It's all over the place.
We're in the expected vote. Remember, we told you about this expected vote. If there are more ballots, that's really good news for Biden. Maybe there's fewer ballots, like we learned in Wisconsin. We thought there were another 100, and it turned out, oh no, that's all the folks that voted. Okay, so you know that is another unknown in this, and that's what we're all dealing with as we wait to see what these states deliver in their vote count.
And we're awaiting the final vote count from Nevada. Let's get the latest on that from Jo Ling Kent in Las Vegas. Tell us what you know.
Hey, Lester, that's right. There's 6 electoral votes that are up for grabs here, critical for Biden for that straightforward path to 270, also critical for Trump. I asked the registrar here in Clark County, which is, of course, home to Las Vegas, if they've had any issues. Have they had to stop or halt or pause the count at all? He said no. I asked him, have you heard from the Trump or Biden campaigns? Also saying no, he has not. So what they're doing right now is they're continuing to count. They can process up to about 70,000 votes a day with about their 300 staff. So what's interesting here, too, in the state of Nevada, y'all were talking about recounts. Anyone can ask for a recount here in Nevada, whether you're a citizen or a candidate. And there doesn't have to be any minimum margin, so to speak. So you can ask for that recount. And remember back in 2016, when Nevada barely went for Hillary Clinton, it was a very, very narrow margin there on that front. So we're waiting to hear more from Clark County tomorrow as to how many ballots are left to count, how many have already been in fully counted. Right now, they're really focused, as you mentioned in so many other states, for the mail-in vote, right? They're talking about the mail-in vote, the provisional ballots, the ballots for new residents who have a special situation where they can cast that ballot, also people who are voting from overseas, disabled voters, folks like that. So they're really going through those now, but they won't disclose to us how many votes they're still counting here in Clark County. So we're expecting to get an update tomorrow morning around 10 a.m. on that front. So that could be really helpful to giving us a better picture as to how they move forward. But I also want to point out there have also been some legal challenges from the Trump campaign on that front. But so far, moving full steam ahead here, they say no issues. They're just trying to get it done.
Yeah, and we're seeing a note, an exchange here that they may wait until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
They're going to stop, which the Secretary of State's public relations officer said they're going to stop counting tonight and then in Nevada, and then hopefully release some information about that.
We can ask Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford, who joins us now. What do you know about the votes not being counted until tomorrow?
Well, hello, Lester. Great to see you. But listen, I can say this. I know that our elections officials are working as hard as they can to get an accurate count as quickly as possible, because we all know that the word result means that it's a finality. And there's only one result, and that comes after every vote is being counted. And so, you know, kudos to our registrars out there for putting in the yeoman's work on this. They deserve our commendations, not our condemnation.
What is going on from your standpoint? You're the Attorney General, not the Secretary of State. So let's talk the legal matters. Nevada has been a place where there have been lawsuits. There have been challenges to various procedures. Are you seeing any lawsuits stemming from the election? What are you anticipating?
Well, we, as I've said recently, stay ready so we don't have to get ready. In the event Mr. Trump decides to sue us again, he sued us 3 times already, and we've defeated him 3 times. And including one that's on appeal in the Nevada Supreme Court right now, you know, related to either observations or whatnot. We don't know what he intends to do next, but we are ready. We have a team. My entire office is ready to do what it needs to do in order to defend the right to vote and to ensure every vote is counted.
Have there been any reports of irregularities at the polls, any irregularities with mail-in voting? Are you aware of anything along those lines?
No, I have not. And in fact, the lawsuit that was alleged that there were observation issues related to poll observers found that there was no evidence of what was being stated relative to an improper approach being taken there. And so, you know, whether it's in court or whether it's generally speaking, there have been no irregularities that amount to a concern that we have here in Nevada.
All right. Aaron Ford, Nevada Attorney General. Sir, we thank you so much for coming on with us. Good to talk to you.
All right, let's go to John Ralston, who is the Dean of Nevada Political Reporting. John, let's cut to it. Nevada is still counting votes. Do you have a sense of how many are outstanding and where they're from? I mean, Biden has a lead right now, but it's what, 8,000 votes? It's not insurmountable, or is it?
And no, it's certainly not insurmountable, Savannah. And you asked the right questions there. The votes are mostly from Clark County, which is Las Vegas, which is the Democratic stronghold, and where the mail balloting has been strongly in favor of the Democrats by a 2-to-1 margin. They don't know exactly how many votes are out there. These are all mail ballots and so-called provisional same-day registration ballots, because a lot of them were dropped off yesterday during Election Day, and they're still in these boxes, about 375 of them that are being guarded in a warehouse, and they're going to start counting them tomorrow. And so it is going to likely favor Joe Biden because of it being a Democratic stronghold where the Republicans did not do very well in mail balloting. But since it's been such an odd year, I don't want to say for sure that's what's going to show. But I can tell you this, that both the Democrats and the Republicans here believe that those ballots will favor Joe Biden.
Hey, John, what would a recount look like in Nevada?
Well, as I've said before, this is typical of Nevada, right? We're such a permissive state. Anyone who loses can demand a recount, and so that could happen. But I really think what we need to do before we get to that point is that there's that 7,500 lead now. Let's see what it is after all of those ballots are tabulated, including most of them tomorrow morning will be released from both Clark County and Washoe County, which is Reno, and a few from rural Nevada, where Donald Trump has done really well. It may be that Biden's lead is extended by enough that a recount won't make sense, or it could flip the other way, although I think that's much less likely.
All right. John Ralston, if this continues, I'm sending you a tripod for your next live shot here with us on ABC.
I need one. You're right.
Well, that was cold. I thought that was smooth. That was fun. I thought he can take it.
He can. Ralston,
Hashtag he matters.
He likes it when I tease him. All right, John, thank you very much. Markets had a big day today in spite of all this uncertainty. Some insight on that from senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle, who speaks markets fluently. What do you make of what we saw on the stock market today?
Savannah, it was a really good day in the markets. It was right up there on your screen. The Dow was up 367 points, but it's not just today. All week, we've seen markets in the green, originally because investors were very excited about the idea of a blue wave. A blue wave would mean a big stimulus package, which is obviously good for the economy. Now, last night, when it was clear the race was a lot closer than people anticipated and that blue wave wasn't coming, we saw the markets take a leg down, and then they slid even further when the president spoke early in the hours last night, prematurely and incorrectly claiming victory. But here's what's interesting. This morning, all that skittishness disappeared because the president's comments basically didn't get any traction. Joe Biden was slow and steadily ticking up electoral college votes. But what really sent markets surging was the Republican-led Senate. Because Republicans secured power in the Senate, the markets were thrilled, right? They like a stimulus package. They love a divided government. It will mean a smaller stimulus bill. However, with Mitch McConnell leading the Senate, it's going to be a lot harder for a Democratic president to push through big tax increases on corporate America, more regulations. And for markets, for corporate America, they like that.
All right. We have not officially called the Senate their outstanding races, but you're right, Stephanie. It does appear to be trending in a better direction for Republicans.
Yeah, no, it does. It does seem like at this point that at the very least, it's going to be very hard for Democrats to take any massive sweeping action like what Stephanie was talking about. Although it does seem like we may be fighting for the Senate majority for another couple of months with two runoffs in Georgia, which is pretty tiring to think about for all of us right now.
Well, we've never had a single special election, certainly in our generation, that would decide the control of an entire chamber. I mean, sure, we've had it on a state level, and we could have two of them there. We already know how easily now money gets thrown around in American politics. Just think about the amount of money that's going to get poured into Georgia, the amount, I mean, we're pouring over Georgia now as it is, and it's going to happen all over.
$100 million in South Carolina on one Senate race.
Right. We're talking, this is going to be
from one
$250 million.
Joking about it last night. Poor folks in Georgia who are sick of the political ads. Sorry to tell you.
They are in for it.
It's on.
Oh, my word. You go all streaming. Yeah, poor thing.
Well, joining the conversation now are former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill and conservative columnist and editor of National Review, Rich Lowry. Both are NBC News political contributors. Rich, I want to ask you about something. We were talking, I can't remember if it was late last night or this morning, but we were talking about the president coming out and falsely claiming victory. You were unhappy about that and all that comes with it. We saw Joe Biden come out several hours ago. He didn't claim victory, but he sure said it's in sight. I want you to respond to how he performed and why it's important to put on a game face for both of these candidates right now.
Well, there's nothing wrong with saying that you think you're going to win. That's what most candidates always say. It's just different when you're the president of the United States and say you have won, and the fact that you might not win is a fraud perpetrated on the American public. That just president of the United States should never be undermining the process that way. And this is it's a really close election, obviously, Lester. Just going to how close it is. If you just assume nothing flips now, that everyone who's leading in a state continues to lead in the state, Biden would win 270 to 268. In that instance, the decisive factor wouldn't be any state. It would be one single electoral vote out of a congressional district in Omaha. Because if that hadn't gone to Biden and instead of gone to Trump, it wouldn't be 270 Biden, 268 Trump, it would be 269, 269. In that instance, presumably, Trump would ultimately win in a very contentious process that would go to the House of Representatives.
Wow. Joe Maha is what the Nebraska Democratic Party chair has renamed it yesterday, Joe Maha.
Well, you know, sometimes when you're covering politics and you ask yourself, why do they go to all that trouble for one single
now you know.
congressional district, one single electoral vote? Well, the answer is right there on the map. Let's bring Senator McCaskill into this. It looks like they're going to unleash the lawyers. We're going to have a lot of fights. We're going to have recounts. We're going to have lawsuits. How should Joe Biden conduct himself through this period, this sort of interregnum, to use an SAT word, between now and whatever final result is declared?
Well, I think he is going to continue to be very presidential. Let's count the votes. Let's respect the law. They have a bunch of really good lawyers on site in all these states. So do the Republicans. Both Democrats and Republicans are watching these counts. There's nothing nefarious going on out of sight of people who are monitoring. And, you know, Joe Biden is saying exactly what he said during this campaign. Let's respect the institutions of law and democracy in this country. And it is quite a contrast. You know, I said today, just look at how the two campaigns behaved today, and you can tell who's losing.
All right, Claire McCaskill and Rich, thanks very much.
All right, we're going to take a little break. We'll be back right after this.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Decision 2020, night 2. And here is some of the results, some of the characterizations of the.
All right, guys. Thanks for stopping by. I'm about to head off to work. Gonna be heading to Dallas, so I'm gonna be ending the stream now. I want to thank everybody for coming in and staying in tune with the news. You already know, man. It's wild. They're gonna drag this forever. So let me stop the stream. I want to thank everybody for stopping by. Stay tuned. Right now, since I'll be on the road, if you want to join me, I'll probably going to be on DJ Kuda's panel. Let me post the link to his show. Let's see. I don't know if he's live yet, but I believe that's where I'll be going later on. So yeah, I don't think he's online yet. So all right, guys, you already know. This election, it's going tremendous. So thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate it. Make sure you like and subscribe to my awesome channel. You know, it's very special. I know you want to subscribe. So thanks again. Stay tuned. I'll see y'all in the next one. Don't get stressed out. Get some sleep, guys. Get some sleep. It'll be okay.